Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jeremy Collins, the Director of Conferences and Symposia here at the National World War II Museum. Welcome to the second day of our 13th International Conference on World War II. I will be one of the two MCs today that will be keeping the schedule, making sure the shows and sessions run on time, and moderating the questions and answers. I'll be joined by my colleague, Dr. Tyler Bamford, throughout the day. For those of you who joined us yesterday, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed yesterday, and we've got a great day in store for you. For those of you who didn't have a chance to tune in yesterday, but don't worry, we are recording these sessions and we will archive them so you can catch up on any of the sessions that really piqued your interest or the entire conference. We have another great day in store for you. And to wake us up, we thought that we would position the first session of the day with something that would help get your attention, and that is things that go boom, artillery. Of course, this whole program is entirely virtual as opposed to on campus here in New Orleans. This would not be possible were it not for the support and sponsorship of our partner, the Pritzker Military Foundation, on behalf of the Pritzker Military Museum and Library in Chicago. We thank them. We encourage you to visit their website and visit their museum and library when you're in Chicago. And we do have a brief message from Colonel Jennifer Pritzker, the founder and chair of the Pritzker Military Museum and Library.
My name is Lieutenant Colonel Jennifer Natalia Pritzker, U.S. Army retired, founder of the Pritzker Military Museum and Library. I'm delighted to be with you here tonight in celebration of the International Conference on World War II. The mission of the Pritzker Military Museum and Library is to increase the public's understanding of military history and the sacrifices made by the men and women who have served, who do serve, and those who will serve. It is a place where citizens can better learn of the military which defends them, and the military can better learn of the civilians whom they defend. To support this mission, we work closely with fellow travelers in this field and are proud to partner with the National World War II Museum on this endeavor and many more. Our greatest generation, those who lived through World War II and fought in those battles, is diminishing. It is through oral accounts and books that the next generation will learn the reality of life during wartime. Coming from a family that valued military service, stories of service were family lore. My family braved World War I and World War II, and I soon became an avid reader of military history and strategy. I was first introduced to the gritty reality of the war when I came across a copy of Bill Malden's Up Front in my father's library. War can be painful and mundane, where winning and losing is marked by friends lost, communities destroyed, and lives forever changed. Bill Malden's work in World War II illustrated that the enemy isn't so simply defined as evil. He is someone familiar, like you or I, who would rather be anywhere else. His cartoons do so much more than document the humor of war. In so many ways, they're also guides for how to succeed in the Army. The values of a soldier, those of accountability, discipline, control, and organization and camaraderie are also those of a leader. Through Willie and Joe, Malden's art imparts lessons of how to survive the Army, how to be a good leader, and the value of a dry pair of socks. Malden's drawings captured the trials and humor found in the everyday and the everyman, bringing the truth of the war front to the home front. Malden kept his values of holding a mirror to society and those in positions of power. It is why his cartoons still resonate today. Malden held those in political leadership roles to the same high standards that he did of officers during the war, lampooning those who he recognized as falling far short of greatness. Malden asks us to honor the everyman in war and their stories of service and sacrifice. At this conference, we are doing just that. We are honored to join together with the National World War II Museum to tell these stories in a space of research, study, and debate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Colonel Pritzker, and to your whole team, including Susan Rifkin, Karima Cruz, Roberto Bravo, and Sarah Schwartz, but really everybody in Chicago who's been such a great partner throughout the years, decades now. Now for today's first session, we have a great panel lined up for you, and a professional colleague, but also a personal friend that we've asked to chair this session, Dr. John McManus. Dr. McManus is the Curator's Distinguished Professor of U.S. Military History at Missouri University of Science and Technology in my home state of Missouri. He's the author of 13 books, including his latest, Fire and Fortitude, the U.S. Army in the Pacific War, 1941 to 1943. This book won the 2020 Gilder Lehrman Prize for Military History. It's the first in a trilogy, with the second coming out later this year. And I think you guys can expect to see John here in person or virtually when he's on book tour and at our November conference, November 18th through the 20th of 2021. So ladies and gentlemen, students and scholars, it's my pleasure to hand the screen over to Dr. John McManus. John?
Thanks so much, my old friend Jeremy. I appreciate it, and very excited to be here. I wanted to just to perhaps give a little context to our topic today, artillery, and then give what I hope is a proper introduction to our two remarkable speakers today. When you think about artillery in World War II, I mean, the first thing to bear in mind is it's the biggest casualty inflictor in the war. Something on the order of about 50+% of casualties in World War II were inflicted by some form of artillery. And one example I can think of from my research, Omaha Beach. We tend to think of Omaha Beach, as a place that's just destroyed by German machine gun fire, mortar fire, some anti-tank weapons. And of course, all that's true. But you could argue that the most potent German weapon on D-Day is the inland artillery batteries, many of which are quite intact and have survived. Fort observers who have survived and are calling in very accurate artillery fire, and no question that's inflicting a lot of casualties. And I think we tend to maybe overlook that in posterity. The typical range of World War II artillery would be something in the order of about 12,000 yards. So pretty good range, but also greater accuracy than what you had seen in the past. And one of the reasons for that was the improvement of radio communications technology, which of course led to a lot more observed fire. And observed fire tended to be obviously the deadliest and most accurate versus saturation fire, what a later generation will call harassment and interdiction fire. And the Allies in particular have some great advantages in artillery. The Soviets used artillery in mass quantities and became quite proficient at it. Red Army artillery was a pretty suffocating kind of beast, especially by the end of the war. Japan, in my view, was completely overmatched in terms of artillery in most Pacific theater battles. The exception, perhaps, being Okinawa. But by and large, it's a sort of disadvantage for the Japanese in their war against the Western Allies, and the Western Allies certainly had prioritized the use of artillery, and in part to save on manpower, bullets not bodies, shells not bodies, as a way to win the war. Just as an example, the typical U.S. infantry division had 4 artillery battalions. So 3 were 105 millimeter pieces and 1 155 millimeter. Plus, you had self-propelled artillery that was generally parceled out to the infantry regiments and what were called cannon companies. You had one anti-aircraft artillery battalion, and then had, as we'll hear later today from Steve, anti-tank guns too. So there, in fact, there was so much artillery and so much priority on it that in a U.S. infantry division, you had all of this collected together in a brigade-sized command that was known as division artillery, and was commanded by a one-star general. So you actually had three generals in a U.S. division: the two-star major general who commanded it, his assistant division commander, a one-star, and then a one-star commander who commanded division artillery, what was often just called Div Arty. Obviously, artillery is the biggest, if it's the biggest killer and wounder, it's also impersonal. And so you'll notice, of course, veterans' accounts and anyone who was in World War II generally talks a lot about dodging shells. And I think a classic example of that is the Allied soldiers at Anzio, who have this Anzio crouch because they're constantly, living a subterranean existence to dodge the effects of much German shell fire. So you're seeing this kind of convergence of industrial warfare, modern firepower, communications technology, and also, as we'll hear more from Jamie later today, new and quite accurate projectiles that were deadlier. So artillery, obviously, on any level, is extraordinarily consequential in this war. So it's one of the many reasons why I think it's quite exciting to hear from these two speakers today. So we're very fortunate to have them, and I just wanted to give you the overview of their career. I mean, it would take longer than time we have to really go into their many achievements. But Jamie Holmes his work has appeared in many prestigious venues such as the New York Times, the New Republic, the Atlantic, Wired, Christian Science Monitor, Foreign Policy, USA Today, and Daily Beast. He has served in the Peace Corps, teaching English in Romania. He's been a future tense fellow at New America, and also worked at New America as a policy analyst. He has an MIA from Columbia University School of International Affairs. And of course, most pertinent to his presentation today, he's written two very well received books. The first was called Nonsense, the Power of Not Knowing. And the second, obviously, 12 Seconds of Silence, how a team of inventors, tinkerers, and spies took down a Nazi superweapon, which is published just last August. Steve Zaloga is a veteran historian who received his BA in history from Union College and an MA from Columbia University, and he's worked for decades as a military-oriented analyst, and particularly 2 decades in the aerospace industry. He's served with the Institute for Defense Analyses, which is a federal think tank, and he's been an expert commentator on many, many documentaries. He is, I think it's fair to say, one of, if not the leading World War II historian on weaponry, on World War II weaponry. And really, no one knows more. I can attest to this personally. No one knows more about armor at Omaha Beach than Steve. He has certainly an incredible depth of knowledge, but he's also a prolific author. By my count, he has written over 200 books for Osprey, which is just staggering. So without any further ado on my part, I would like to turn this over to Steve. I'm very curious to hear what Steve has to say about anti-tank guns in World War II.
Good morning. I'm going to start with the first slide, just to give you some little images of what we're talking about. We can go right immediately to the next slide. When the U.S. Army served in France in World War I, they really didn't face much of a tank threat. And the tank threat really doesn't emerge until well into the interwar years. So in the very early 1930s, the U.S. Army adopts the 50 caliber heavy machine gun as their primary tank weapon. And I want to reemphasize the point, tank weapon, and then subsequently as their primary anti-tank weapon. Now, that may seem counterintuitive. You don't think of a heavy machine gun as an anti-tank weapon, but keep in mind, in these early days, tanks were very thinly armored. Much like in World War I, the armor was typically 10 millimeters, 15 millimeters. So the 50 caliber was a perfectly adequate gun and served as the main U.S. Army anti-tank gun until 1940. Next slide, please. The change starts in Europe as Europe gears up for war. The European armies start building newer generations of tanks. The newer generations of tanks have better guns, they have thicker armor. The real watershed event is the Spanish Civil War starting in 1936, where there's extensive use of tanks and anti-tank guns by both sides. U.S. Army observers in Spain see the use of anti-tank guns by both sides. And there's some consensus that the modern anti-tank gun, a larger caliber than 50 caliber, would sweep tanks off the battlefield, much as machine guns had swept the cavalry off the battlefield in World War I. And so there's a growing interest in the U.S. Army to adopt a more modern anti-tank gun to deal with the tank threat. And so in 1937, the U.S. Army starts to develop a 37 millimeter anti-tank gun, very strongly influenced by the German 37 millimeter anti-tank gun of the era, which was first used in combat in Spain. And this weapon is eventually adopted in 1940. It happens to be adopted roughly at the same time as the Battle of France, which is another major event and a major shaper of American attitude towards the tank threat. I'm not going to go into detail here, but all of you know the defeat of France in 1940 was a great shock to the U.S. Army. And obviously, the German Panzer Force played a major role in that particular event. Could we get the next slide? One point about anti-tank guns, especially those being used by the infantry, is the need for lightweight. The U.S. infantry absolutely insisted on a relatively light anti-tank gun, the reason being that even though it might have a prime mover such as a Jeep, in the field it had to be light enough for the crew to move it. And so that was one of the reasons that the U.S. Army adopted a relatively light weapon, the 37 millimeter, rather than a slightly heavier and more effective weapon, for example, something like the British 2-pounder. When they looked at the Battle of France, it seemed to show that these anti-tank guns were still effective, but there were a lot of technological lessons that were not appreciated at the time, particularly the increase of armor on a number of countries' tanks, especially France and Britain. These particular tanks were actually too well protected to be attacked by a 37 millimeter anti-tank gun. That was not appreciated by the U.S. Army at the time. The Army reaction to the possible future threat is an improvised solution, that is to take 75 millimeter field guns. So the Infantry Division Anti-Tank Battalion of 1940 has 2 batteries of 75 millimeter guns and a battery of the 37, with the plan to increase 37s as time goes on. Could we get the next slide, please? Part of the problem is that the other branches that we don't think about so much didn't really want a weapon as large as the 37. The cavalry in particular and the U.S. Marine Corps did not want a weapon as large and as heavy as the 37 millimeter anti-tank gun. They preferred something smaller, for example, an anti-tank rifle. What ends up happening is that the U.S. tests the Swiss Solothurn 20 millimeter anti-tank rifle and is on the verge of buying it or procuring it and manufacturing it in the United States in 1941. The problem being that Solothurn is a wholly owned subsidiary of Rheinmetall in Germany, and the Germans basically squashed the deal. So the only anti-tank rifles that the U.S. gets are small numbers of Canadian-produced Boys anti-tank rifles, the type built for the British Army. And this was a fluke because the U.S. Lend-Lease program funded the Boys. They're used in very, very small numbers by the Marines in the Pacific and by Ranger units in Europe, or they equip Ranger units in Europe. They're not actually used. Could we get the next slide, please? There's a bit of serendipity in the midst of this whole story, and that's the advent of an entirely new type of anti-tank weapon based on shaped charge projectiles. And this is another offshoot of the Battle of France. There was a French engineer who developed a new type of anti-tank grenade, a rifle-launched anti-tank grenade. They used the shaped charge principle of a focused high-explosive warhead. The U.S. Army was starting to adopt this, and some people at the Indian Head Development Center said, well, instead of firing this off a rifle, why don't we stick a little rocket motor at the back end of it and shoot it out of tube? And so as a result, in 1942, the Army tests what eventually becomes more popularly called the bazooka, which ends up being a fairly effective weapon in penetrating a great deal of armor. But on the other hand, it's very short-ranged. It nominally has a range of 700 yards, but in combat use, its effective range is more in the neighborhood of about 50 yards. So in any event, the U.S. Army, when it starts to see extensive combat in the European theater in 1942, starting with Operation Torch in North Africa, has two weapons. It has the towed 37 millimeter anti-tank gun, and it has very small numbers of bazookas, which are just coming into service at this particular point in time. Next slide, please. The lessons from Tunisia are clearly that the 37 millimeter gun is already obsolete. The 37 millimeter gun is first used extensively during the battle at Kasserine Pass. The infantry unit that faces the brunt of the initial German attack, the 3rd Battalion of 39th Infantry, basically gets overrun. Strangely enough, the battalion had received a small number of bazookas the night before the attack. They played no role in the battle. The troops hadn't been trained on them. And unfortunately, the major consequence of this little known event was that the Germans captured large numbers of bazookas, and this forms the basis of their later Panzerschreck anti-tank weapon that the U.S. confronts in Normandy. But the basic lesson of Kasserine Pass is the 37 millimeter gun is already obsolete. Now, what had happened in the interim is that the U.S. Army, as part of its Lend-Lease program, had agreed with the British Army to mass produce the British 6-pounder anti-tank gun in the United States. There was actually no U.S. Army requirement for the 57 millimeter 6-pounder anti-tank gun. It was simply that Britain had a shortage of machine tools to manufacture it, and therefore the U.S. agreed to do so. So in 1943, the U.S. Army decides, okay, we're going to leap forward and adopt the 57 millimeter anti-tank gun to replace the 37. And it starts to appear in service at the tail end of the North Africa campaign, meaning roughly May 1943, largely because it was already in production in the United States. The infantry was not keen on the 57 millimeter anti-tank gun. It wasn't so much its performance as an anti-tank weapon, that is, its ability to penetrate enemy armor, it was its size. And so the photo I'm showing here gives you some idea of this issue. The weapon jumped considerably in weight. It was about 3 times as heavy as the 37. Now, you might say, well, it's not that hard to tow it with a truck, and that's true. But the problem is in combat, you can't leave your prime mover, you can't leave your truck near the gun. As soon as you fire an anti-tank gun, there's a very good chance the enemy is going to fire back. It takes a while to limber up the gun onto the truck and tow it away. So you still had to have, or at least the infantry guns had to have the ability to move the gun rapidly. And the 57 weighing over 2,000 pounds was very, very difficult to do so. So there was always this difficulty, this compromise between the penetration of the weapon and the weight, and therefore the battlefield effectiveness depended on that. Now I'm going to interject for a second an entirely different subject here, which obviously is connected to it, but it deserves its own separate treatment, and I really don't have the time to go into detail today, and that is the advent of the tank destroyer force. Besides the anti-tank weapons that are organic to an infantry division, the U.S. Army was developing separate tank destroyer battalions that were sometimes called GHQ units, that is, under General Headquarters, and in the field they would be under the Corps. And the idea is these would serve as an anti-tank reserve. And these were developed after the Battle of France, the idea being that you'd have a mass of these units, and if an enemy tank force penetrated, you'd throw forward several of these battalions to staunch the penetration of the infantry divisions by the enemy tank force. Now, initially, these battalions were equipped entirely with self-propelled weapons. Initially, the 75 millimeter on the half track, later the 3-inch gun on the M10 tank destroyer. So these are serving in concert with the anti-tank weapons in the infantry division, but they are not organic to the infantry division. The infantry division has only the towed anti-tank guns and, to a lesser extent, the bazookas. Can I get the next slide, please? Now, the reason that these anti-tank guns, these larger, more powerful anti-tank guns, weren't in infantry services, they simply got too large. In 1943, recognizing that the 57 millimeter gun would soon be obsolete, the Army develops a 3-inch towed anti-tank gun, which we see here. These serve only in the separate or the GHQ tank destroyer battalions. They're simply too heavy for the infantry to handle. This shows a 3-inch in service during the Battle of the Bulge. So by the time of the Normandy campaign, when the U.S. Army goes into combat in Normandy, They're equipped primarily with the 57 millimeter anti-tank gun and with growing numbers of bazookas. Now, when the U.S. Army finally confronted the German Panzer force in France, they realized that the 57 millimeter anti-tank gun is really not very effective. The reason is both on the side of its technical performance, that is, it wasn't able to penetrate the armor of the heavier German tanks, for example, the Panther or the Tiger. And secondly, as the infantry had originally feared, they really were too heavy, especially in closed terrain configurations like the Bocage country in France. And so they weren't very, very flexible. They were hard to deploy. They were hard to move around in the battlefield. The bazooka proves more effective. But the bigger picture is that by the Battle of France, by the summer of 1944, the U.S. Infantry Division, or the U.S. Army in general, realizes that infantry divisions need not only infantry weapons such as the anti-tank artillery, they need armored vehicle support. And so they start receiving direct support. Generally, a single tank battalion would be attached to them, and generally a self-propelled tank battalion would be attached to them. And so if we can get the next slide, please. What ends up happening for the U.S. Army infantry and the U.S. Army in general is that the more successful approach is not a single weapon, namely not the towed anti-tank weapon or the bazooka or the self-propelled tank destroyer. Rather, it's a combined arms approach. Each of these particular types of weapons has its role on the battlefield. For close support, the bazooka is very effective. But keep in mind, as I said earlier, the effective range of the bazooka in World War II is typically only about 50 yards. So it proves to be extremely effective in close combat situations, for example, in close grain terrain, for example, forests or urban areas. So during the Battle of the Bulge, the one time that the U.S. Army is most strongly confronted by the German Panzer Force, the bazooka is highly effective in the early phases where the German tanks are attacking U.S. infantry units that are holed up in little Belgian villages. So there's several battles, for example, the Battle of Trinquel-Rocheroth in the first few days of the campaign, where the bazookas are absolutely essential in infantry defense against panzer attack. The cordon defense role of the 57 millimeter gun is important, but not very consequential to U.S. Army tactics in World War II in Europe. And the reason is quite simply the U.S. Army's in an offensive posture. The German tank force is whittled down first in the Normandy campaign, then, of course, during the Battle of the Bulge. And so it isn't really necessary. The German Panzer Force becomes smaller and smaller as the campaign goes on. And then finally, as I mentioned earlier, the infantry division is supported increasingly by other types of weapons, namely by tanks and by self-propelled tank destroyers. And so this combined arms approach creates a very effective anti-tank team, which gives the U.S. Army's infantry division very effective defense against enemy armor forces. And so with that, I will leave it to John and leave it to questions from the audience.
Great. Thanks so much, Steve. We'll turn it over immediately to Jamie. Tell us about the proximity fuse.
Well, thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be with you both. At the start of the war, it was very, very difficult to shoot down airplanes. The U.S. Navy, in particular, knew they had a problem. At the start of the Blitz in England, September 1940, the rounds per bird, which is a measure of the number of shells it takes to take down one enemy plane, was reportedly 20,000 to 1. In other words, it takes 20,000 shots to shoot down one Luftwaffe bomber. There were a number of reasons for this, why anti-aircraft fire was so poor. We needed better radar. We needed better aiming devices. But one of the problems was the existing fuses. These were called clock fuses, mechanical time fuses. And what these were 5-pound devices with a conical end. And imagine you have a 54-pound shell that goes in a Navy 5-inch gun, let's say. And the mechanical fuse would be screwed into the top, like you screw on the top of a flashlight. And it had a timer on it. And you would turn the timer much like a kitchen clock timer. And you would look through the telescopic lenses, and you would track the enemy aircraft for the altitude and the bearing and the range. And you would try to predict where the plane was going to be in 10 seconds, and then you would set the timer on the mechanical fuse for 10 seconds. These were explosive shells, and you would shoot the shell, and you would hope that it would intersect with the path of the aircraft. Now, you can imagine the kind of timing problem that caused if the shell is moving 2,000 feet a second. Your aim can be off by a foot, and if your timing is off by a second, the shell is going to explode 2,000 feet away from the aircraft. In fact, the timing had to be correct to 1/40th of a second. So this was one of the major problems. And in 1940, a group of American scientists, eventually became the Office of Scientific Research and Development, OSRD, had organized, and the Navy went to this group with this problem. The solution was obvious in theory, but very difficult in practice. What if instead of this sort of clumsy mechanical time fuse, you could have a sensor in the fuse, an electronic sensor, and the sensor could tell you when you were in proximity, when the shell was in proximity to the aircraft, and blow up automatically, and the shrapnel would take it down. You could have a number of different sensors. Think of the ways of sensing an airplane. You could have a sensor based on light, the glare or the shadow of a plane. You could have one based on the heat of the engine. You could have an acoustic fuse that reacted to sound. You could even try to base a sensor on the magnetic field, the low-intensity magnetic field around an airplane. You might have a radio, a sensor that would send out a little beam. The beam would bounce back off the aircraft, and using that frequency, you would detonate the shell. That's what they ended up doing. They tested all of these types of sensors in early 1940, in the fall of 1940. The more difficult problem was not the kind of sensor, but was the military engineering problem of getting the delicate electronics of the day to survive the extreme forces of an anti-aircraft cannon. In an anti-aircraft cannon, you can have G-forces up to 20,000 times the force of gravity. So for reference, a space shuttle on launch is 3 times the force of gravity. Rockets at that time were 100 times the force of gravity. Bombs are simply dropped. That's the force of gravity. But in the shell, you have 20,000 times the force of gravity, and you have very delicate electronics of the day. In particular, you have these things called vacuum tubes, which would become very shortly silicon transistors. You can see the size of one here. This is the kind of vacuum tube that they had in the fuse. They were very delicate. They had very fine filaments inside of these vacuum tubes. And it was these delicate electronic parts that you had to somehow engineer to withstand the extreme forces in an anti-aircraft gun. That was really the challenge that they were trying to solve. And nobody really thought it was possible. This challenge was taken up by a group called Section T. They were led by a man named Merle Tuve. So it was Section T, T for Tuve. He was an experimental physicist at a research institute, a Carnegie-funded research institute called the Department of Terrestrial Magnetism in Washington, D.C. And one of the things that struck me as I did research for this book is how alone they were in the early days before Pearl Harbor, before the real mobilization of resources and brain power. At the beginning, Tuve's group in August of 1940, they began with 4 physicists. They were only allowed to work part-time. I found memos that said, please, can I have more people, more workers? Can they work for longer? And he would get responses back from his administrator that would say things like, okay, you can have another week, but then check in with me again. This gives you a sense of the mindset in 1940. They, at the beginning, couldn't even get an anti-aircraft gun from the Army or the Navy to practice with. They needed to test these delicate electronic components and see if it was even feasible that they might be engineered to withstand these high G-forces. So they had to build their own gun out of Shelby steel tubing. They had to build their own shells to test these electronic parts. Merle Tuve had to ask a friend of his, can I use your farm? It was out in Virginia, to shoot these devices. And they would go out and they would shoot these things straight up in the air, and they would fall, and they would dig them up, and they would do what was called postmortems to see which part of the electronic components had broken. They had to look up. They actually didn't know what blasting powder to buy in the beginning, so they looked up dynamite in the yellow pages, and they bought the wrong blasting powder, and they almost blew themselves up. They had a very tiny budget, $25,000, in August of 1940. They moved into a building that was unfinished, called the Cyclotron building. There was no place to hang their coats. They needed more chairs. They needed stools. The ceiling sprinklers for chemical fires leaked. They needed more trash cans. I found a memo where Tuve is actually asking his administrator, we don't have an adequate supply of pencils, pads, and other stationery, and your assistant has requested a formal memorandum from me to you before he can do this. Meanwhile, as Section T is just getting started, as they're building their homemade gun and firing on their friend's farm, the Germans are expanding the most advanced research and development center in the world. It's a base called Peenemünde. It's on the island of Usedom, northeast Germany on the Baltic. By 1940, this sort of became the rival institution to Section T. Peenemünde hosted 1,700 scientists, technicians, engineers, and other employees important enough to merit civilian draft exemptions. They had state-of-the-art laboratories, assembly halls, huge production facilities, administrative offices, you get the idea, elegant modern housing for 3,000 scientists, engineers. They had bakeries, cafes, a beauty salon, a bookstore, a butcher. There were 4 movie theaters on the island. Okay. So after Pearl Harbor, of course, the situation changes very quickly. The U.S. Navy realizes the urgency of a smart fuse. They realize the anti-aircraft problem is very urgent. You also had the Repulse and the Prince of Wales, these 2 British ships that were shot down because they didn't have air cover, shot down by 3 Japanese planes very easily. So immediately Section T gets an influx of money and resources. They expand. They form a new central laboratory in March of 1942 that was called the Applied Physics Laboratory, still around today, still doing a lot of the same important work. How did they tackle this engineering challenge of the fuse? Well, they hired a material scientist specialist named Ray Mindlin from Columbia University. He'd worked on bridge design, and he measured all of the tiny electronic components inside the fuse for their yield points and their warp points and their break points. Tuve set up an entire team to tackle the task of rugged electronics in general. It wasn't just the tubes. It was, of course, the oscillator. It was the battery. It was all the components of the fuse, which there were many, hundreds. They added mica support spacers inside the tubes to gird the delicate electronics. They put shock absorbers, so to speak, inside the tubes for the filaments. They were miniature springs called mousetrap springs, which they connected to the filaments to help absorb the shock of the firing. And they did it through tons and tons of trial and error. This was a grueling statistical challenge. If you can think, within a year, they had already engineered the vacuum tubes to work 90% of the time, but that just wasn't good enough. If you have 4 or 5 tubes and they're all at 90%, pretty soon you have an overall functionality of the fuse that's too low. So this was a grueling statistical challenge. Brute force is how they overcame it. At their peak, they fired 800 test shells a day, and the procedure would be the same. They would shoot them up in the air. They would use pulse hole diggers. They would dig them up, and they would analyze what they thought had broke and improve on it. It's been said that the fuse shortened the war in the Pacific by a year. General Patton said that the smart fuse won the Battle of the Bulge. And I think the most dramatic sort of foe was the V1. And in the summer of 1944, the fuse went head-to-head with the V1. This was the Vergeltungswaffe 1, Revenge Weapon 1. It came out of Peenemünde. It was a 17 to 19-foot wingspan pilotless aircraft. It had an 1,800-pound warhead. It had a max speed of 408 miles per hour. The speed would increase, of course, as it lost fuel. And these were fired, 7,000 of these drones were fired from occupied France off of 150-foot rail launch systems at England, day of night, in the summer of 1944, starting a week after D-Day. An average of over 100 of these V1s were fired at London, at England, during that period. In the early attack of the V1, the Royal Air Force had priority over the skies to try to take down the V1s. Very quickly, several thousand people died, and it became clear that the RAF was not doing quite enough to take down the V1s. Most of their airplanes were not fast enough. You see reports of the RAF having to dive down over the V1s to catch up to them. And I saw one report where parts of the plane were flying off because the pilot was putting it under such stress. So Churchill decides, let's have a shift in strategy in mid-July. They had a lot of guns in what was called the Kentish gun belt between London and the coast. And Churchill said, let's move these to the coast and we can equip them with Section T smart fuses. And that's in fact what was done. They had about 700 guns, 80 of which were American. On what was called the diver coast. The V1s were also called divers because of the way that they fell from the sky. And they gave the guns air priority. Meanwhile, the Smart Fuse had been specifically calibrated to tackle the V1. Section T had a firing range in New Mexico in which they were aligning the sensitivity of the fuse, and essentially what they wanted to do was to get the shrapnel pattern of the shell to align with the vulnerabilities of the aircraft. We had a mock-up of the V1 based on human intelligence and photo reconnaissance, and we got it roughly right. In any case, we had the dimensions right. So these fuses arrive in England, and by the first week of August, the guns are equipped with Section T's fuses. Section T has a physicist there along the coast training the batteries in how to use it. And you see during the month of August 1944, one of the most, if not the most, dramatic improvements in anti-aircraft fire ever. You have a jump. When they move the guns to the coast, you see a jump from 9 to 17% immediately. In other words, 9% of the V1s engaged by Allied guns were taken down. That jumps to 17 immediately. And then you see this rapid progression. There are two other technologies also being introduced at the same time as the fuse. You get better radar, you have a better gun director, and in tandem, these three technologies really show dramatic results. 17% jumps to 24%, 24 then jumps to 46%. These are by week in August. Then it goes to 67%. Then it hits 79%. Ed Salant, who is the physicist liaison with the British from Section T, estimated that only 100 shells were needed on average to shoot a single V1 out of the sky. That was 5 or 6 times better than standard fuses could deliver. General Frederick Pyle, who was the commander of anti-aircraft command, British, noted that his best batteries were getting 1 bomb for every 40 rounds. That was 10 times better than regular fuses. And when the new radar and aiming devices could get these shells close enough, the Smart Fuses were 50 times better. And by September, the V1 attack was effectively stopped. More was learned about the potentialities of anti-aircraft work in 80 days, Pyle recalled, than had been learned in the previous 30 years. There were some straggling V1s that were still being shot in England as the months progressed, and by January of the next year, according to Pyle, his batteries were knocking down 100% of the V1s, and he writes a testimonial op-ed in the newspaper in 1946 to this point, and it reads, "It was the proximity fuse which made possible the 100% successes that AA Command was obtaining regularly in the early months of last year. American scientists gave us the final answer to the flying bomb." And Tuve's group, which had begun with only 4 physicists, was at the end of the war over 1,000. It was the 3rd largest group of American scientists after the Manhattan Project and the Radiation Lab at MIT. And I have so much more to say, but in the interest of moving things along, I will toss it back to our host.
Thank you, Jamie. I really appreciate that. I want to devote just a few moments to a few questions among us, but I want to make sure we have plenty of time as well for folks who are watching to send in questions for our 2 speakers. So, Steve, I just want to ask you real quickly and in a general sense, which weapon do you think was deadlier to enemy armor, bazookas or the anti-tank guns?
I think it was probably the bazookas. If you take a look at the actual observer reports that the U.S. Army did in the theater in the ETO in World War II, they asked a bunch of infantry commanders, and they said, which weapon did you prefer? I wouldn't say that it was universal, but some commanders came out quite bluntly and said they didn't want the towed anti-tank guns at all. They weren't powerful enough to penetrate the German tanks frontally, and they're just difficult to use. The bazookas had the most obvious shortcoming being their short range, the effective range of about 50 to 100 yards. And they had lots of other problems. Their fuses weren't particularly efficient. There were lots of occasions when bazookas would be fired and the warhead didn't go off. But they were small, easily portable, available in large numbers. There was something on the order of 1 million rounds of bazooka ammunition fired during the war. So I think the answer would clearly be the bazooka. It was just a much more practical weapon from an infantry standpoint. And I emphasize that point because the real tank killers were not the infantry weapons. The real tank killers were these separate battalions that were attached to the infantry namely the tank destroyer battalions and the tank battalions. Those units were the ones that were really responsible for defending infantry divisions. The infantry's own weapons were somewhat inefficient. The attached tank battalions and tank destroyer battalions were much more effective.
And somewhat artillery too, as at least a dissuading weapon to restrict mobility of armor and maybe motivate the crews to to leave their tanks. Yeah, great point. Jamie.
And let me add another
Yeah,
point that the artillery was especially effective immediately after amphibious landings.
mm,
If you take a look at the German armor counterattack of the Gala beachhead in Sicily in July 1943, what stops that is not the Army weapons, it's the Navy weapons, it's the naval
right.
gunfire. And likewise, if you take a look at the Normandy landings and you take a look at the various
Mhm.
German attempts to overwhelm the beachheads, especially in the British sector around Caen, the most effective anti-armor weapons is naval gunfire. They certainly stopped several of the major German attacks.
Absolutely. Great point. Jamie, I wonder if I could ask you who invented the smart fuse?
Yeah, that's a fascinating question. Normally, the way this story is framed is that the British invented the fuse, especially by British historians, and then it was delivered to the Americans to produce because they didn't have the production capacity. There's truth to that framing, but it's really misleading. Normally, when you think of invention, it's the idea that's important, and then the production of it, which is sort of a menial, trivial task. In the case of the smart fuse, the radio proximity fuse for shells, the opposite is true. The idea was really obvious to all, and it was the production, it was this military engineering challenge of getting it into the shells that was the difficult part. And only the American group succeeded at that. And most stories of the proximity fuse miss this central point. One, they sort of conflate the shell fuses, which is the important advance, with the fuses in rockets and bombs, which were less important. And then two, they miss the point that the wiring was actually quite simple. As Muraltov wrote in 1944, the one outstanding characteristic in this situation is the fact that the success of this type of fuse is not dependent on a basic technical idea. All of the ideas are simple and well known everywhere. So it's almost not quite an invention. It's a development. It was this engineering problem, and that was only accomplished by the American side.
Yeah, and you can kind of see it just evolving over time like that. Yeah, then it's quite interesting because there isn't any one eureka moment, so much as there's just a kind of an evolution of seeing how and well this weapon will work. Steve, I wanted to ask you another question that just kind of draws on your decades of experience in studying the weaponry, and to sort of give a larger opinion that you could share with us. I mean, do you think that anti-tank companies, particularly in the U.S. Army, as constituted, as organized in the typical infantry division, do you think they were successful? A good idea? Do you think they worked well? On any level?
I don't think that anti-tank companies in the U.S. Army were particularly effective during World War II. It was largely just because of the type of weapons that they had available to them. The Ordnance Department, the branch of the Army that was responsible for developing anti-tank weapons, they had traditionally worked on weapons that were aimed at soldiers and at soft targets. They were not very used to the paradigm of machine warfare. That is to say, a weapon fighting against another type of weapon. In contrast, for example, say the U.S. Army Air Force, the U.S. Navy, which developed their fighter planes or their warships to fight enemy fighter planes or enemy warships. And so there was this constant evolutionary tug between both sides developing better and better weapons. Ordnance wasn't used to that. A field gun, whether it's Civil War or World War I or World War II, the target is still the same. They didn't come up, they didn't have the paradigm of the evolution of the other weapon. And so they had a hard time looking forward, forecasting the threat, and coming up with a weapon that would deal with the threat in time. And so, you look at the history of U.S. anti-tank weapons during World War II. The U.S. Army was generally behind the curve in adapting to the threat. And so, I don't think that the the tactical doctrine behind the anti-tank companies was that much of a problem. It really was the technology. It really was the way that the Ordnance Department addressed the threat.
Okay. My last question for our roundtable here before we turn it over to public questions is for Jamie. Along the principle that even when something is great and a big success, there's often a downside. Was there any kind of unforeseen issue or consequence, even from the success of the proximity fuse?
Sure. Well, one of the things, it was used as an anti-personnel weapon in the Battle of the Bulge, which, for one, that created a danger to low-flying aircraft. That was a problem. There was, in the production early on for the fuse used by the Navy, there were problems with the battery. It was a wet paste electrolyte. It decayed a little too quickly in the hot cargo holds of the Navy ships. So that was an issue which they solved. Probably for Merle Tuve, the leader of Section T, what he didn't foresee was he didn't expect it to be used against German troops. He thought he was building something to use against aircraft, and he describes this as something tough to swallow because he wasn't obviously a pacifist, but he valued all human life, and something in his stomach. The religious man didn't like the idea that he had hurt so many young German troops. Of course, he was a patriot. But there was a moment in the book which I described where Tuve is being interviewed after the war, and he says, "I've never been to Germany. There are too many orphans over there on my account," because the fuse was really deadly in the Battle of the Bulge. And the interviewer actually had fought in the Battle of the Bulge. So Tuve is sort of saying, like, we killed, and there's a wonderful moment in the transcript of the interview where the interviewer, interrupts Tuve, and he turns off the tape recorder, and he starts to tell him about the Battle of the Bulge from his perspective and how many lives, American lives, that Tuve and Section T saved with their device.
That brings it home. Well, I want to thank both of you for sharing your outstanding expertise with us today. And now turn it over to questions from folks who are watching to get a crack at these two gentlemen.
Great conversation and great presentations, gentlemen. Thanks for getting us off to a great start to the day. I also want to give a shout out to Dr. Con Crane, who's on our committee and pushed for this session to have artillery because it is so important and often overlooked. So we have our first question coming in from Jim, and it's going to Jamie. Why were there so many issues in deploying proximity rounds into the ETO for conventional use? Jamie?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the proximity fuse was, at the time of D-Day and the time of the battle with the V-1s, earlier in 1944, was banned for use over land. For one, it could be dangerous, and also they didn't want the Germans to find a dud and to reverse engineer it. So in discussions over whether to release the fuse as an anti-personnel weapon in the European theater, the major objection was the Germans are going to find this, they're going to reverse engineer it, and I believe it was Hap Arnold, the Air Force Chief of Staff commander, who objected most strenuously. And eventually what happened was Vannevar Var Bush, who was the boss of Merle Tuve and the head of OSRD, an engineer, Office of Scientific Research and Development, he commissioned a group of scientists and technicians and experts to study how long it would take for the Germans to reverse engineer a dud. And the conclusion was that for the anti-aircraft, for the shell, for the anti-personnel weapon, it would probably take, I believe it was 12 to 16 months. And the determination was made that the war would probably be over by then, and that on that basis, it was released for use over land.
Great. Thank you very much, Jamie. Next question comes in from Max, and he has asked Steve, could you talk about the use of the M7 Priest and its effectiveness in battle? Due to its mobility, in what circumstances was it most useful?
Well, let me start with an explanation for the general audience what the M7 Priest is. And what it is it's a combination of the M4 Sherman medium tank, but instead of the usual turret, it has an open superstructure and it fits the standard U.S. Army 105 millimeter howitzer, which was the standard divisional infantry division artillery piece. What it was developed for was to provide more mobility for the 105 millimeter howitzer. The infantry divisions continued to use towed howitzers right through the war. But for the armored divisions, there was a desire for more mobility. They didn't want to have to use the usual artillery technique, which is to use a prime mover, drag the artillery piece up to a firing position, unlimber the gun, set up the firing position, et cetera, et cetera. The armor division wanted to be able to have an artillery weapon, a fire support weapon that could move quickly and fire quickly. So that's the idea. You take the howitzer, you mount it on a tank or on a tank chassis, and you use it in that fashion. So it was first put into use in British service, actually, in the North African campaign at El Alamein, and it was used by U.S. Armor divisions right through the war, starting in North Africa in late 1942, through the Italian campaign, through the European theater, and eventually it became so popular the U.S. Army actually formed separate self-propelled artillery battalions using it for the support of infantry or for the U.S. Army in general. A very, very efficient weapon. A great combination because the Sherman tank chassis was very durable. The 105 millimeter field howitzer was arguably the best divisional field gun of World War II. So it was a very effective weapon. The armor divisions really liked them. They were easy to employ, relatively speaking, certainly more mobile than a towed weapon. So generally a success and certainly a forerunner to subsequent self-propelled field artillery.
Great, thank you, Steve. We seem to have a caps issue with our question slides, but the next question comes in from Jack. It seems to be directed at Steve. The 3.5-inch Super Bazooka was designed in 1944. Why did it take until 1950, only when troops encountered the T-34s and T-34/85s in Korea, for it to be fielded en masse by the U.S. Army?
The 3.5-inch, the nickname the Super Bazooka, was developed at the very tail end of World War II. And the main reason it didn't get into service is that there wasn't a great demand for a weapon beyond the bazooka. There were obvious problems with the existing 2.36-inch bazooka, but they involved more the fuse rather than the warhead size. But the real issue here is people don't seem to realize how small the German Panzer Force was in 1945. After the Battle of the Bulge, the Panzer Force was really quite tiny. It was on the order of several hundred vehicles. By April, the Germans have on less than 100 operational tanks on the whole European theater, in the whole European theater. So there wasn't the demand for a weapon like this to rush it into production. Because that's what you have to keep in mind. You can develop a weapon and have it ready to go, but you have to manufacture it. You have to get it into the logistics line. You have to be able to start training your troops on it. And the Super Bazooka just came at that point in time where, unless it was a very, very high priority program, it would have been difficult to rush it into service. And there wasn't that sort of pressure because of the small size of the Panzer Force in the final months of the war.
Thank you, Steve. Next question is coming up, and it's from one of my dear friends over in the Netherlands, Edwin Popkin, who leads our tours over in the Market Garden areas, but throughout Europe. Jamie, this one seems to be for you. The proximity fuse is said to have been first used in the ETO during the Battle of the Bulge, arguably at Mutzenich, thank you, Edwin, Mutzenich near Monschau. How important was it in stopping the German attack in the Ardennes? So that could be for both of you. Let's start with Jamie, though.
Sure. Yeah, it was very important. General Patton told Ed Salant, who worked for Section T, that it won the Battle of the Bulge. He may have been slightly exaggerating, but it was of critical importance. The forward observers, basically the shell would come down and you'd have it over enemy troops and you'd want an airburst. And before you had to actually get the timing mechanism right to get the airburst right, with proximity fuses, you would get the perfect airburst, it's a little graphic, every time because the radio wave would bounce off the ground. So it really simplified things for the forward observers and simplified artillery. It was used, you could use it at night, you could use it at longer range. It was really good for open fields use. It was a major factor in the bulge.
The one point I would make about the use of the VT fuse, the proximity fuse in the Battle of the Bulges, it came in maybe a week or so into the start of the fighting. I did a book on the fight for Krinkel-Rochroth, the fight for Elsenborn Ridge by 2nd Infantry Division and then subsequently 1st Infantry Division. They didn't have the VT fuse available at that point in time. They were using, as Jamie described, the mechanical time fuses for air bursts. So it starts to become more commonly available around the time of Bastogne, so around Christmas of 1944, and then progressively, as the battle is fought, the VT fuses become available in larger numbers. So I would argue that the VT fuse is more important in the later part of the campaign, but I'd also argue that the important phase of the Battle of the Bulge was the first 2 weeks when the VT fuse wasn't available. And so, yes, it is important in the later part of the campaign, but the decisive events in the Ardennes campaign were in the first few weeks when it was not available, contrary to what Patton said.
Thank you both. And our next question comes from Jim. What lessons can we learn from the German development of the Panzerfaust in contrast to the British Piat or bazookas?
The Panzerfaust is a different sort of weapon from the bazooka. The Panzerfaust, to explain to the audience, the Germans had a direct equivalent of the bazooka. In fact, it was somewhat based on the bazooka. That was called the Panzerschreck. It was a tube with a separate rocket round. It was a crew-served weapon. Somebody would load the tube, and then the operator would fire it. It looked very much like a bazooka. It was a little bit larger. It was an 88 millimeter rocket weapon. At the same time, the Germans came up with another type of shaped charge weapon, the Panzerfaust, that was very much smaller, but it was a disposable weapon. It was almost more like a grenade or something. It was today they're called rocket-propelled grenades. The Panzerfaust was not actually a true rocket, but it was the same sort of concept. It was a throwaway weapon. You'd fire it once, that's it. You throw it away. The Panzerfaust is a forerunner of weapons. Anyone familiar with the U.S. Army will know the M72 law from the Vietnam period. Those type of disposable anti-tank weapons. Now, the main difference of the Panzerfaust, the bazooka, and the Panzerschreck is it was available in extremely large numbers. By 1945, the Germans are producing over 1 million rounds of Panzerfaust per month. And so they proliferate on the battlefield in 1945. And in the summer of 1944, when they were first appearing, they were maybe knocking out 5% of the Allied tanks. But by the final month of the war, the Panzerfaust is probably responsible for 30 or 40% of Allied tank casualties. And the reason was it was a super cheap weapon and it was available in extremely large numbers. The U.S. Army never adopts that type of weapon during World War II. And the U.S. Army doesn't use large numbers of captured Panzerfaust during World War II. The feeling being that it was simply too dangerous. There were a number of incidents where U.S. ordnance officers were killed trying to use Panzerfaust or training people with Panzerfaust. And so it doesn't play a role as far as the U.S. Army is concerned in World War II, except as a threat against American tanks.
Thank you very much, Steve. I'm going to slide one last question in here, and it goes to Jamie. It's about the proximity fuse, and it's about who produced it, where was it produced here in the United States, which companies and which areas?
Yeah, there were over 110 companies all across America. Sylvania and Raytheon made the tubes. Sylvania also assembled complete fuses. Hoover made the safety devices. I believe Sperry made the capacitors. So it was a lot of American companies, mostly in the eastern United States.
Great. Well, thank you very much to our chair, Dr. John McManus, who has to go run to a university committee meeting now. I also want to thank Steve and Jamie, neither of whom have been down here for a public program in person. We're delighted to have you virtually, but please rest assured and count on it that we're going to have you down here for an actual event in New Orleans. Great way to start the day. I actually got a text in the middle of it from my father saying, what a great presentation, what a great panel. So you have the Kent Collins seal of approval. I want to thank the audience for the questions. Keep them coming in. We'll get to as many of them as we can. And of course, to our sponsor, the Pritzker Military Museum and Library. Now for our first break in the day, you can find many of Steve's books on our web store and also Jamie's book. Please take a look at that. And also you can find information about our upcoming programs this fall in September with Memory Wars and in November with our 14th International Conference on World War II at WWIIconference.com. Those who do register for those programs will receive a free copy of Todd DiPastino's book on Drawing Fire, Bill Malden's World War II cartoons. And thanks again to Dr. McManus, to Steve, and to Jamie. And we will be back in 10 minutes for our next session beginning promptly at 10:15 Central. Thank you, gentlemen.
Hey y'all, I'm Amanda Shaw. We all know Louisiana is as fun as all get out. So get out, take a road trip, and explore our state. Fill her up, then try a new restaurant that's as fun-loving as it is food-loving. Grab the family and take off for monumental adventures at our 21 state parks. Or take a magical minivan tour along our 19 scenic trails and byways. Louisiana's a trip. Take one today.
This is Lieutenant Governor Billy Nungesser. Plan your road trip at LouisianaIsATrip.com.
We had donut machines, donut mix, coffee, ground coffee. So we'd go out to a base and hook up to their electrical system for the donut machine. It had a PA system, but that meant that that either they could listen with their coffee and donuts, or you could dance with them. We also, in our off time, as it were, would go over to the two Red Cross clubs in town, and help, you know, entertain and listen. I'll tell you, the first unit that we served was an artillery battery in firing position. We used to have just line up jerry cans and put a box of donuts and some cream and sugar and some coffee, you know. And the guys would come by. The guys loved it when we did stupid things. They did. And sometimes we did them purposely, but not usually. Anyway, so they're going down the line, and we're talking to them and everything, and they're wondering. Some of them stand behind and wonder, "What are you doing way up here?" And well, I don't know. We're doing our best, and so they were not firing at the time we set up. Mm-hmm. And here we are. I'm doing coffee again, and it's a big 1 pound ladle, and I've got it just about to pour into this guy. He turns out to be the commanding officer, the captain. And he's got his canteen cup out, and I'm about to pour the coffee into it when they start firing. These are 155s. These make a noise. And I go this way and pour coffee all over him. And fortunately, he had a field jacket on. And so our orders were to be among the first to cross. And we had this truck that we turned into a clubmobile and had the donut machine in it. And our GI cooks, we had two guys who had, they did the cooking while we went out and served. That was the point. Why put Red Cross women in a truck and have them cooking? What happened was when we turned up at the gates of Memmingen camp, and started in, the guys went wild. It was disbelief, it was joy. I can remember standing in an open space with just nothing but guys, you know, prisoners. And I started trying to talk to them, and hey, who's there and whatnot, and they wouldn't answer. They just stood there and looked at me. And finally, I said, I don't know what. Why won't you talk to me? And one guy, an American, stepped forward. He said, Miss Red Cross, could I touch your hand? And I said, sure. And he turned it over and just went like that. It went, I think what it meant, I hope what we meant to them, and I believe it, was that there is a normal, caring world out there.
Constance Negrado was a talented art student in New Orleans when a professor suggested she apply for a job as a draftsman.
We were supposed to bring a sample of our work. I drew a picture of a C-46, a big poster, and I got the job all right.
Negrado began her new job at Higgins Industries, working on both production and internal projects.
My aunt and my cousin worked there as riveters, and I had a job up in front. We did a lot of the charts and things for both the plant and Higgins' conference room.
When Negrado began work at another Higgins location, the Michoud Assembly Facility, wartime restrictions posed challenges for her commute.
I didn't have enough ration stamps to get gasoline for my car, so I had to go and catch a streetcar, ride to Canal Street and Broad, get off and get a ride to the Michoud plant in a horse trailer. It was kind of fun.
Draftsmen and women like Negrado were key to the productivity of wartime manufacturers like Higgins Industries. By the end of the war, Higgins employed 25,000 people and had produced over 20,000 boats and landing craft.
President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the 32nd President of the United States, died on April 12, 1945, while in office. His death was a shock to the country and dealt a blow to the morale of the American people in the waning months of the Second World War. For many Americans, especially the young men serving overseas, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt was the only president they had ever really known. Elected in 1933, when many of those fighting Germany and Japan were in grade school, Roosevelt was the epitome of the term leader. His leadership was unquestioned from his initial election through his astonishing and unprecedented 4 terms in office. Winning in a landslide victory over incumbent Herbert Hoover in 1933 during the heart of the Great Depression, FDR, as he was known, guided the country through the worst economic years in America's history. At the time of his election, more than 2 million Americans were homeless, and over a quarter of the American workforce was unemployed. Roosevelt's New Deal policy helped pull the country out of the depths of the economic depression and put people back to work. Despite his successes in his first 2 terms and into his third, Roosevelt's greatest lay in front of him, desperately trying to keep America out of the war raging in Europe while still trying to render aid to the country's besieged European allies. The president provided skilled and trusted leadership in the dark days following Japan's attack on the United States at Pearl Harbor. His trusted voice reassured, panicked, and scared Americans that the country would strike back at their attackers and gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God.
With confidence in our armed forces, with the unbounding determination of our people, we will gain the inevitable triumph, so help us God.
Throughout the war years, Roosevelt displayed great leadership, trusting his subordinates while leaning on their expert levels of dedication, ingenuity, and strategic decision-making. Roosevelt's leadership allowed for American victory to be achieved in both the European and Pacific theaters of war. His leadership on the American home front gave hope to millions who otherwise had not known opportunity. The war, which essentially ended the Depression and either employed the unemployed in defense plants and war work or enlisted them in the armed services, also provided opportunity, thanks to Roosevelt's decisions, to millions of African Americans and women, who both took a prominent role in the workforce for the first time under FDR's guidance. The Depression, war years, and ceaseless leadership of the American people and her allies took a toll on the president. With his health declining during the initial portion of his 4th term as president, Roosevelt succumbed to a massive brain hemorrhage on the afternoon of April 12, 1945. On the morning of April 13th, Roosevelt's body was placed in a flag-draped coffin and loaded onto the presidential train for the trip back to Washington. Along the route, thousands flocked to the tracks to pay their respects. Roosevelt's declining physical health had been kept secret from the general public. His death was met with shock and grief across the United States and around the world. After Germany surrendered the following month, newly sworn-in President Truman dedicated Victory in Europe Day and its celebrations to Roosevelt's memory, saying that his only wish was that Franklin Delano Roosevelt had lived to witness this day.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Dr. Tyler Bamford, the Sherry and Alan Leventhal Research Fellow at the Museum's Institute for the Study of War and Democracy. It's a pleasure to be with you all virtually to serve as co-MC. Up next is not just an important session on history, but how that history is preserved and taught in the 21st century. To chair this session, we have my colleague and good friend, Dr. Jason Dawsey. Dr. Dawsey is a research historian at the Museum's Institute for the Study of War and Democracy. A native of Columbia, Mississippi, Jason received his PhD in 2013 from the University of Chicago. Before coming to the museum, he taught at the University of Southern Mississippi and the University of Tennessee at Knoxville. He is now one of our faculty members for our Arizona State University online partnership and also a key member of our Historic Services Research Services team. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to turn it over to Dr. Jason Dawsey.
Tyler, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to this morning's session, Never Forget, Preserving and Teaching Holocaust History. As Tyler mentioned, I'm Jason Dawsey from the Museum's Institute for the Study of War and Democracy, and really delighted to be able to participate in this and to moderate this really crucial session. The term timely is a word that's used a great deal for sessions, for monographs, for articles produced by historians. It is often overused, but in this case, it's not overused really at all. It's not exaggerated at all. That the subject of teaching and preserving Holocaust history could not be more important in today's context. One can look, for example, in very different places, the reemergence of extreme right-wing politics in places as different as Hungary, right here in the United States, in Brazil, and the Philippines. One could look right here, for just taking the American case as a key example, about the history that has unfolded before our eyes since Charlottesville in August 2017, right up to the storming of the U.S. Capitol on January 6th of this year. So to talk about, consider this issue of what does it mean to teach the Holocaust in this particular period of time are present. We're really fortunate to have two excellent commentators today. I'm going to introduce them in the order they will speak. First up is Paul Sparrow. He's the director of the Franklin D. Roosevelt Presidential Library and Museum, which is part of the National Archives. Before moving to the FDR Library, he was the deputy director and senior vice president for broadcasting and new media at the museum in Washington, D.C. He was a founding partner in the University of Maryland's Future of Information Alliance and a pioneer in interactive digital media. Prior to his work at the museum, Paul was an Emmy award-winning television producer. He began, in fact, his television career at KPIX, the CBS affiliate in San Francisco. Following Paul will be a longtime friend of the museum, Dr. Alexandra Ritchie, a historian of Germany and Central and Eastern Europe who specializes in defense and security issues. She completed her BA in political science at the University of Victoria and went on to study at St. Antony's College, Oxford, where she wrote her doctoral thesis, The Political Manipulation of History in East and West Germany. She is also the author of Faust Metropolis, A History of Berlin, which was named one of the top 10 books of the year by American Publishers Weekly, and Warsaw 1944, Hitler, Himmler, and the Warsaw Uprising, which won the Newsweek Teresa Taranska Prize for Best Nonfiction Book of 2014. and the Kazimierz Moczarski Prize for Best History Book in 2015. She has contributed to many articles, documentaries, radio programs, and television programs. We're obviously delighted that she is the current convener of the presidential counselors here at the National World War II Museum. She's also a member of the Senate at the Collegium Civitas University in Warsaw, Poland, and the Władysław Bartoszewski Co-Chair of History and International Studies at the Collegium Civitas. I think by now everybody is somewhat familiar with the drill in that both Paul and Alex will have 10 minutes to present, and then we'll come back for a 15-minute roundtable and then open it up to your questions. So with that, Paul, you will go first, and then we will turn it over to Alex. So please, Paul.
Thank you very much. It really is an honor to be here today, and I'm looking forward to this conversation. It's a very important one. If we could start up with the first slide, please. The Franklin Roosevelt Presidential Library and Museum is located in Hyde Park, New York, on the property that was FDR's home growing up. The library opened in 1941 and is the only presidential library that was used by a sitting president, because he was obviously president until 1945. Next slide, please. Henry Morgenthau was a Hudson Valley neighbor of FDR, and he became the Secretary of the Treasury in 1934 and served with FDR until 1945. He played an important role in the financing of America's participation in World War II. He kept an extraordinarily detailed diary, which recorded perhaps the most detailed account of the inner workings of the Roosevelt administration. Those diaries form the foundation of what we call the Morgenthau Holocaust Collection Project. Next slide, please. The Morgenthau Project is a multi-platform initiative combining public programs, a conference, and a new online resource. The project seeks to enhance access to our records with high research value in Holocaust studies. The library has already digitized thousands of documents, and this project will create new research and engagement tools for citizen curators to use and share online. Digital curation, datafication, and digital analysis are all part of the process. Next slide, please. There are 860 volumes of these diaries containing every memo, letter, or report that crossed Morgenthau's desk, as well as transcripts of meetings and phone calls and after-event notes on important meetings. With more than 800,000 pages, these diaries are difficult to sort through, and most of the material has nothing to do with the Holocaust. However, the material that is related provides a rare insight into FDR's response to the unfolding crisis in Europe. Next slide, please. For example, in March 1938, in a cabinet meeting just days after Anschluss, when Nazi Germany took over Austria, FDR wanted to know if the U.S. could now add Austria's immigration quota to that of Germany, so more Jewish refugees could be let into the country. We know this, that a few days later, during the cabinet meeting, FDR asked Morgenthau to take the lead on this. And we've seen in the diaries that he immediately started working with Cordell Hull and the Department of State to develop an international conference to address these issues of how you can increase the number of Jewish refugees coming out of Europe by combining Austria and Germany's quotas. This led directly to the Evian Conference in July of 1938. And what the diaries reveal is FDR's deep commitment and pressure he was putting on his cabinet to come up with some solutions. And of course, even though the Evian Conference wasn't successful, it still reflects his commitment to it. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, go back one. So the Morgenthau Holocaust Collection Project is a landing page giving access to a variety of resources for scholars, teachers, students, lifelong learners. These include teacher resources and curriculum guides, public programs, and selected content and analysis from their collection created by the Morgenthau Scholar in Residence, Dr. Abby Gondek. Next slide, please. So Dr. Gondek is currently working on a study of the creation of the refugee camp in Oswego, New York in 1944. The data can be visualized for easier comprehension, such as this map illustration of where letters from the public originated, and if those letters were pro and con. There's a lot of material like this, because not only do we have Morgenthau diaries, we have the War Refugee Board papers, we have many other people's papers. So this material, particularly in correspondence, gives a direct insight into the comments and the feelings of the American public at the time. Next slide, please. Another important, I'm sorry, this is this is about the conference. Go back one slide, please. Oh, okay, go forward. We've recently announced an international virtual conference examining American responses to the Holocaust, digital possibilities, for October 2021. This will be a follow-up to a conference that was held in the FDR Library in 1993, which brought together the leading Holocaust scholars of the day and resulted in a highly respected book. This conference hopes to combine the best in recent Holocaust scholarship and new tools that are used in the digital humanities. Next slide, please. The FDR portal, the website, has a digital portal called Franklin with nearly 1 million pages of documents which are easily available online. These documents include all of the complete master speech file with essentially all of the drafts of FDR speeches going back to his high school. It also includes many significant documents and correspondence of Mrs. Roosevelt's papers, as well as the War Refugee Board and other collections. Please go to the next slide. There's perhaps no issue from the Roosevelt period that generates as much interest, research, and controversy as the Roosevelt administration's response to the systematic murder of millions of European Jews carried out by Nazi Germany. The issue is extraordinarily complicated and filled with contradictory perspectives and narratives. There is a tremendous amount of disinformation circulated online and a persistent strain of denialism that is corrosive to the field. Students today have little or no awareness or understanding of what happened. And when they do study it, they are often confused by the toxic stew of anti-Semitism and neo-Nazi propaganda which populates the web today. Next slide, please. Franklin Roosevelt's gravesite sits just a few yards from the FDR Library and is part of the home of Franklin Roosevelt National Historic Site, run by the National Park Service. Over the years, people from all over the world have come to pay their respects, including presidents and prime minister, kings and queens, and military personnel of all ranks from all military branches. Next slide, please. The library is currently closed, but it contains more than 17 million pages of documents from hundreds of different people who were involved with the Roosevelt administration or the family. The library handles thousands of research requests each year and welcomes hundreds of thousands of visitors to the museum and grounds. I hope when the current COVID shutdown ends, you will all come and visit. We have an exciting exhibit which will be opening, which is called FDR's Final Campaign, which looks at the final days of his administration. That concludes my presentation. I look forward to hearing from Alex.
Paul, thank you very much for that very interesting presentation. We'll now turn it over to Alex, please.
Thank you so much, and welcome everybody to this very strange way of doing a conference. I miss seeing all of you in person, but thank goodness we do have the tools to be able to at least do this. I'm concentrating today on the Holocaust, on history, on preservation, on education, and I'm going to focus primarily on East Central Europe. However, we'll touch on some of the subjects beforehand from the rest of the world. And of course, this is such a vast topic that I hope that there will be a lot of questions and our roundtable discussion as well. There have been just so amazing, incredible changes in Holocaust research and historiography since the war, and it's hard to believe that immediately after the war, it really was a very little interest in the subject. Of course, the Cold War very quickly kicked in, and the Soviets were now seen to be the sort of great threat to the world peace. There was focus on the reconstruction of Germany, on the regeneration of the German economy. German war criminals by the late 1940s, early 50s, who'd been involved in the Holocaust were given very short sentences, if at all. And there was really very little focus on the fate of European Jews during World War II. And this really began to change internationally with the Eichmann trial in 1961, which received widespread attention. But strangely enough, in West Germany, it was a mini-series documentary called Holocaust, which came out in 1978, which actually awakened general interest. And after this, young West Germans started to ask their parents, what did you do during the war? Did you know about the Jews? Did you know what happened? And this led to all sorts of other things, like young historians taking up an interest in Holocaust studies, things like the Historikerstreit in West Germany, which was really a debate amongst historians about how the Holocaust would fit in the effectively creation of a national identity in post-war Germany. And so it was a very interesting time. By the 1980s, the study of the Holocaust really had become an integral part of West German education, and also in the rest of the West as well, Western Europe, UK, North America, and trips to Dachau or Oranienburg or other camps was really normal for German school students. And there were other things as well which really developed interest in the Holocaust history. Yad Vashem was opened in 1953, but very quickly became a center of Holocaust studies. The United States Holocaust Memorial Museum was opened in 1980, and there were many other developments as well. However, what's little known is that the situation in Central and Eastern Europe behind the Iron Curtain was very, very different. Because under communism, there was a strict censorship of all historical topics, and particularly those to do with the Second World War. This was history of the Great Patriotic War and the Holocaust, the persecution of Roma and Sinti. Were not considered to be suitable topics because all victims were victims of fascism, and if the fact that the Jews, the Sinti and Roma were specifically targeted by the Germans and murdered in a particular way was simply ignored by Soviet historiography. True, Auschwitz was opened as a memorial site on the 2nd of July 1947, but again, the original museum did not specifically focus on Jewish victims. Again, it was just victims of fascism. It's almost unfathomable now, but when I was working way back when on my doctoral thesis in East Germany, it was astounding to see that there was really no consideration paid to the Holocaust and the unique fate of the Jews whatsoever. And this was particularly egregious in Eastern and Central Europe because by far the majority of Jewish victims died in this part of the world. I'm talking to you from Warsaw at the moment, in the ghettos, in the concentration camps, in the extermination camps in Poland, and then after the invasion of the Soviet Union, the so-called Holocaust by bullets, where well over 1 million victims were murdered over pits, over ravines, burned alive in their houses, and so on. And so the Soviet downplaying of the Holocaust was really, still is surprising. But this did persist in one form or another until the collapse of communism. Now, the collapse of the Berlin Wall led to widespread changes. There were many changes. For example, immediately the Auschwitz Museum was changed to have a suitable display and content, immediately dealing with the fate of the European Jews in Auschwitz and Auschwitz-Birkenau in particular. And there were many other things that happened because of the collapse of the Soviet Union. For example, the opening up of archives and a tremendous amount of new material which came to scholars and historians, including just one example was in 1991, the recovery from the state archives in Moscow of the volumes of the Books of the Dead, which contained actual death certificates issued at Auschwitz. And there was really a surge of interest in Holocaust studies amongst scholars in Central and Eastern Europe in the 1990s. And this was in part fueled by a political issue, which was the application for membership to various European bodies, in particular the European Union. And in order to join these new countries, effectively, we're expected to adopt the values that were espoused by Western European countries. And this included, apart from many other things, the need to understand World War II history as it was taught and seen in the West. And this included, of course, the primacy of the Holocaust. And this promise of never again, the commitment to fight against anti-Semitism, to recognize the importance of the Holocaust, of the Shoah, became very, very important. And this approach to history was broadly shared and accepted by the people of the new member states of the European Union. And then there are some examples of this. So, for example, in 2000, during the Stockholm Forum on the Holocaust, a common framework of European Holocaust remembrance research and education was agreed to. And in 2005, the European Parliament adopted its most complete resolution on the Holocaust, establishing the 27th of January, which was the day that in 1945 that Auschwitz was liberated, as the European Holocaust Memorial Day. And a new interest in the more difficult and controversial aspects arose as well, with very brave historians taking on a sort of national memory. One, for example, was Jan Gross, whose book Neighbors was about the July 1941 Jedwabne massacre committed against Polish Jews by their non-Jewish Polish neighbors. And this effectively exploded the myth that Poles were only sort of martyrs in World War II and never, ever perpetrators. And this led to a great deal of research on this subject and similar subjects as well. And there were other education initiatives that were very important and are still to this day. For example, the March of the Living, which started in 1988 and was aimed primarily at high school students, to the extent that now, I mean, COVID has obviously stopped that for last year, but often there are more than 10,000 high school students who go on this March of Remembrance to Auschwitz. And similar initiatives took place in other countries of Central and Eastern Europe, including research into crimes committed by the Germans, but also by local collaborators. One example, extraordinary example, is Krzysztof Dieckmann's work on Nazi crimes in Lithuania, which shed a huge amount of light on that very, very complex history. So by the 2000s, things seem to be going in a very positive direction for us historians in terms of studying the Holocaust. However, in recent years, with the rise of populism, there has been a backlash, and in really all the countries of the region to one extent or another. In Hungary, for example, the narrative of there's a Hungarian victimhood and innocence, and now receives much more attention from the official government history channels, as it were, than, for example, the genocide of the Hungarian Jews. And World War II is now seen much more as a sort of timeline of Hungarian victimization. The House of Terror Museum, which opened in 2002 in Budapest, narrates the story of Hungary's 20th century experience. But the bulk of the exhibition begins in 1944 with the German occupation, and not in 1940 when Hungary joined the Axis. This chronology presents communism in as a much longer and more damaging terror in Hungary than fascism. And indeed, fascism and communism are sort of seen and presented in Hungary and elsewhere now as sort of two sides of the same coin. And the theme of equating communism and fascism is becoming more common throughout the whole region. In Vilnius, in Lithuania, a top tourist destination is the Museum of the Victims of Genocide, which was opened in 1992 in the former NKVD headquarters. Now, one has to remember that 95% of the Jewish population of Lithuania was exterminated with the help of local collaborators. But this museum is not dedicated to that genocide, but rather to the victims of Soviet occupation. And again, here in Poland, after winning the election in 2015, the Law and Justice Party actively began to pursue the politics of memory. And on 26th of January 1918, amended the law on the Institute of National Remembrance, which colloquially became known as the Polish Holocaust Law, in which anybody who claimed that the Polish nation was responsible for Nazi crimes could, theoretically anyway, be imprisoned for 3 years. Now, there was an outcry, there was a backlash. However, the intention was clear, and the previous education minister said that he wanted to fight against the dictatorship of left liberal views in schools, that he would introduce more teaching about Polish 20th century history to revive patriotic attitudes while eradicating all instances of anti-Polonism, and on and on. And this has become a sort of typical of the vocabulary of governments in this region. culminating in the very recent court case against Barbara Engelking and Jan Grabowski because of an error that was found in their book Night Without Fear about the Holocaust here in Poland. Now, there are dissenting voices, a great many of them, and the governments around this region have not managed to silence scholarship. And in fact, there's a very great deal of very important work being done in Poland and elsewhere. There are institutions in Poland, for example, dedicated to the subject, the Center for Holocaust Research, founded in Warsaw in 2003, the Center for Holocaust Studies at the Jagiellonian University in Krakow, and many others as well. And in 1999, the then Minister of Education included the Holocaust as a mandatory subject of secondary school education and introduced a program for teaching the Holocaust. This includes class trips to places like Auschwitz and other concentration and extermination camps. Most of these education innovations are still in place. And indeed, before COVID hit, over 2.2 million people visit Auschwitz every year, and many of them are young people from Poland and in the region. So, these are the sorts of things that one has to keep in mind when reading the headlines, that there are a great many people here who disagree with what the government's trying to do. And there are other initiatives in the region, just very briefly, just two examples of many. In 2002, the French Catholic priest, Father Patrick Desbois, journeyed through Eastern Europe, starting in Ukraine, interviewing witnesses to the masses of shooting of Jewish victims during the Holocaust. And this resulted in the publication in 2008 of his extraordinary book, Holocaust by Bullets. And in a similar vein, Professor Caroline Sturdy-Coles of Staffordshire University in the UK has created non-invasive techniques for investigating places like Treblinka and then many of these places where Jews were murdered. And so this has led to an enormous interest in this subject. So in short, the study and education of the Holocaust in this part of the world is multifaceted. It's constantly changing. It's very, very complex, but it certainly has shown no signs of abating either. Thanks very much.
Alex, thank you very much. That was you given us, you and Paul both, so much to discuss, and we'd like to actually now push this further in our roundtable. And so what I'm going to be doing is posing questions to both of you, and this one will reverse the order and let Alex go first and then Paul. But this first question, in fact, since Paul had raised the term denialism and talked about issues about education and the like and the state of knowledge, I thought I would just raise here for both of you. What do you both make of the alarming reports about how little Americans, and we don't have to confine it to Americans, but how little Americans know currently about the Holocaust? And how do you think this is possible after decades of effort to push for greater understanding of the Nazi genocide? So, Alex, please, and then Paul.
Well, it's a very, very complex issue, of course, and the question of history and memory and what is remembered and how it's remembered covers all sorts of different fields. I think that one of the most obvious first things I would say is that this is becoming for the younger generation kind of ancient history, like Napoleon or World War I. And this is particularly true as the last survivors are very sadly now dying, and the generation that lived through the war is dying, and therefore the power of being able to sit with somebody and listen to their stories in person and say, this is what happened to me. I saw this with my own eyes. That's fading. And I think that's going to have a big effect on how we have to rethink teaching the Holocaust and how we have to rethink teaching World War II history in general. And then there are other things as well. Of course, as you mentioned, there's political elements and other reasons that some groups don't want to talk about this subject anymore. There are also Holocaust deniers who actively deny that these terrible crimes ever took place, and we face another great challenge with the internet and online, trolling and online media and abuse and so on. Whereas you mentioned earlier. Things like anti-Semitism and the rise of abuse of people who discuss these topics is on the increase. And this is, again, something that we have to guard against. We have to continue to work against every way we can.
Thank you. Paul?
I can't hear Paul.
Yeah, Paul, we can't hear you.
How's that? Is that better? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I think the key access here is that we have to present the material that we know actually happened. We have to go back to the primary source material, look at the records of what was going on at the time, use it to inform people so that we're basing our educational processes and the conversations around things that were provable. Again, I think you see in both in denialism and in this nationalist movement to try to rewrite history, what's critical is that we put forth information which is indisputable. And I think that's getting harder and harder because facts are becoming politicized. And even the very motivations of people are being politicized. I think it's important that we look at the challenges that were faced by the people during World War II, and of course after World War II with the refugee crisis, and how they tried to address them. When you take a single item like the final solution and the genocide of European Jews, outside of the bigger context of what was happening in World War II, it can be deceiving. Well, why didn't they do this? Well, because it was one of only 100 things that they were trying to deal with at any given moment. So contextualization is very important. The flow of information is important. But again, I think it's critical that we come back to primary source material that we know was true.
I appreciate that, Paul. I just would add to that that something that Alex brought up, which is that we certainly had controversies, political controversies about the teaching of the Holocaust, the teaching of the genocide, and how that relates to national identity and narratives about the war and about victimhood. But there were many survivors, Jewish survivors, Romani survivors, etc., survivors of the Nazi T4 program that were there to talk about their own experiences throughout those, but there are obviously fewer and fewer of them now. And so the loss of those witnesses is really something irreplaceable. But speaking of this issue about politics, I want to come back here to something I mentioned in my opening remarks, which is about this reemergence of far-right politics. There are different variants of this. We could talk about right-wing populist, neo-fascist, neo-Nazi politics in Europe and North America. We could also mention other cases. How do you account for this, the fact that these politics, which are so tainted with mass murder, with genocide, with war, with imperialism, and yet they have reemerged in so many different places in the last few decades? How do we make sense of this? So Paul, will let you kind of rotate again. Paul, you, and then Alex.
Well, again, I think if we take the lessons from the 1930s and look at how the fascist leaders during that time motivated their populations, and it comes down to a very simple technique that authoritarians and fascists have used throughout the ages, which is pitting us against them. And you define the them however you want. The Jews of Europe were an easy target for Hitler to use as the enemy. He could blame a lot of things on them, and over years he could build up a rage and an anti-Semitism that worked with the national consciousness at that point, which was that somehow Germany had been betrayed in World War I, and it was an unfair truce, and they had to go back in and fix the injustices that were imposed on Germany after World War I, and it was all part of this global Jewish conspiracy. And I think, again, you see that same technique being used throughout the 50, 60 years after World War II as neo-nationalists decided that they would have to define enemies. When you had the Cold War happening between the Soviet Union and the United States, there were these sort of obvious enemies. But separate from that, people were looking for someone that they can blame their problems on. And this rise allows them to define a target and attack that target. And to do that, you need to undermine the narrative that evolved after World War II about this specific genocide targeting the Jews of Europe, the horrors that were associated with it, and the creation of this Jewish state in Israel, all of which are connected. So you also see this denialism coming out of Islamic countries who are trying to undermine the role of Israel. So the complexity is almost always about opposition. Who can we demonize so that we can motivate our base to take action, to do what we want, to support us politically, to give us power? And it's a fairly effective technique.
Thank you, Paul. You kind of reminded us about the dynamics of scapegoating, and that those seem to be a kind of perpetual problem. Alex, please.
I find the denial of the Holocaust and of what happened, given that there's been so much evidence, so much research, so much material, simply baffling. I don't know where it comes from. I don't have an answer. I cannot fathom it. And having had a father-in-law who was in Auschwitz and having heard about what was done there to people, to human beings, it's simply beyond belief that anybody would deny it. And yet I think that there are some very good points made here that people look for scapegoats, people look for somebody else to blame, and we did see this in the 1930s, and and we see tendency toward it today as well. I think there's another development which is perhaps more general, but which worries me tremendously, and that is that the post-World War II world order that was set up so carefully and with such good intentions, whether it's the United Nations, NATO, the whole attempt to not punish Germany, but to try and reintegrate at least West Germany into the Western economic system to get Europe back on its feet, and all of these other things that were done, are unraveling now, and this is very, very dangerous, because anti-Semitism and the Holocaust denial is just one element of the denial of a very important world order that was put in place after 1945, when the lessons of the horror of World War II were very, very clearly in the minds of the policymakers back then. And I think that, again, it comes back to this question of understanding why these systems were put in place, understanding the world order that we have enjoyed, peacefully in most of the world. We have not had at least a world war since 1945, despite all the other conflicts that have taken place, and that we should, again, go back to the real roots of that system and why it was put in place, and look at the horrors of World War II and things like anti-Semitism, and remind ourselves constantly, and students as well, what it can lead to if you let sort of emotion of resentment take over.
If I can add one thing, if you look at what General Eisenhower did when the camps were finally liberated, he insisted that reporters and publishers and news crews came in and documented the horror that was going on. There were a number of American Office of War Information film crews that traveled throughout Europe, both collecting Nazi film and primary source material and documenting what was happening on the ground in these camps. A lot of that material was used in the Nuremberg trials as a way to prove that they wanted to set the record of what had actually happened, because Eisenhower and Roosevelt and others realized that there was going to be a whitewashing, that people were going to try to deny that this had happened. And that material is so vitally important today because it is just undeniable.
Thank you both. I mean, I would, if I could just add as well, that in addition to the resurgence of anti-Semitism and just openly fascist ideas, is that there's, of course, Islamophobia, anti-immigrant sentiment that is really, since either 9/11 and or the 2008 economic crisis, that those have also reappeared, reemerged, demonization of ethnic minorities. So a whole range of really noxious politics that have come back. With that, I think I'm going to turn it back over to my colleague Tyler to take us through the audience Q&A.
Thanks so much, Jason, and thank you so much to our panelists. As I was listening to some of these excellent points that were being raised, it occurred to me that these issues of denialism obviously go back right to 1945, and some of the Germans, when being interviewed by American journalists, even after the German citizens had witnessed the horrors of the Holocaust, they would say things like, well, Hitler couldn't have known about this, or the Jews somehow must have deserved this. And it's really just disturbing to see how persistent these myths are. And then to Alex Ritchie's point also, that it's so important that we have this connection to be able to hear survivors and witnesses speak about the horrors of the Holocaust. To that point, the World War II Museum currently is partnering with the Shoah Foundation and has a temporary exhibit pioneering new technologies that allows individuals to actually converse with recordings of Holocaust survivors and soldiers who liberated the camp. So just wanted to raise those important points as well. So we have time now for audience Q&A. So our first question comes from Jack McCall. And he asks, based on your discussion of West German DDR teaching dichotomy, does that explain, maybe in part, why the AFD has such a strong base of support in the former East Germany? And I'll throw that to Dr. Ritchie first.
Absolutely. The dichotomy is very, very important in this question because West Germany went through from 1945. There was the sort of period when the Holocaust and World War II history really wasn't discussed. But once we got into the 1970s, 1980s, 1990s, the young generation, the sort of 68 generation, really, really did start to question their parents and their grandparents. And they really started to dig down into World War II history in Germany to the extent that all of the innovations that we see after the collapse of of the Berlin Wall, many of these things were being put in place beforehand. So, for example, the topography of terror in Berlin was started in 1987 in an attempt to look at the war from the view of the perpetrators. This is very, very brave, and Germany has been magnificent in West Germany in its confronting of the Nazi past. This did not take place in East Germany. The wall collapsed in 1989, but until that point, and I lived in East Germany, as I said, my doctoral thesis was very much on the way in which the Soviets controlled World War II history. And people just simply were not taught about the Holocaust and many, many other crimes as well. In East Germany, they were told, quite literally, that Bach and Beethoven were from Eastern Germany and Hitler and Himmler were from Western Germany, and all of the Nazis and evil people from World War II had gone over to the West. And this was sort of part of the education system and so on. And not only were they told this fabrication, but they were also not taught how to incisively look at historical records, documents, do research, have discussions, have disagreements, debates, arguments about the past. You were taught a certain line and you had to stick to that line. And there were some very good historians in East Germany, but they weren't given the freedom to publish what they wanted to because they were always in fear of being punished for this. So yes, this I think has had a huge effect on the rise of the AfD in the eastern parts of Germany. There are other effects too, economic, social, and other things as well. But definitely the fact that the East Germans did not go through this long process of decades and decades of re-examining their history that happened in Western Germany, that has had a huge effect.
Tyler, if I could just jump in right here just for our audience, I don't know that the term AfD for people out there, that means alternative for Germany, Alternative für Deutschland. So that's the reference there to this right-wing political organization that's become quite strong in Germany, especially in East Germany in recent years. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you so much, both of you. And we have another question now from Tim Howland. And he says that he has toured the Jewish section of Prague, and he was struck that the Nazis stripped the synagogues of their religious artifacts while they seem to have ignored the cemeteries and left them alone. And he's wondering, was there any particular reason for that? Dr. Ritchie?
Yes, they did the same thing in Warsaw, and there are a couple of huge Jewish cemetery in Warsaw and the cemetery in Prague. And the idea behind it was that although everything else in the, for example, Warsaw Ghetto was destroyed, everything, it was supposed to become a park called Himmler Park. There was a notion that, well, if you keep this cemetery, in a way, it's a kind of relic of what we've destroyed, what a great job we've done, because the anti-Semitism amongst the Nazis was so extreme that they blamed the Jews for everything, and they they felt, they believed in their ideology that they were ridding the world or ridding Europe of this terrible evil. And this was in a way kind of a proof of what they'd done, what they'd accomplished in their very twisted worldview.
Thank you very much. It's really incredible how cemeteries can be sources of cultural memory and even, you know, in their very non-destruction can have a symbolic meaning there. So our next question comes from Shane Lind of the MacArthur Museum of Arkansas Military History. And Shane asks, do you think that museums have a greater responsibility now, more than ever, to devote more efforts in education, programming, and exhibits related to Holocaust history? And I'll throw that over to Paul. I'd really like to hear your thoughts on that, Paul.
Absolutely, and I believe that the museums and archives and libraries have an essential role to play because they're the public history, and they have some of the highest credibility of any public institutions. The public believes the things that they hear and see at museums. So it's vitally important. Also, the idea that museums are based on artifacts and narrative and objects that are real. I think in this digital world these days, when someone comes and visits, for example, the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C., or they visit Auschwitz Memorial, they see these things and they have enormous emotional impact. And we all know that, you know, emotional intensity, it dramatically increases retention. So when you see something or learn something and you're emotionally moved by it, then you keep that memory very, very vivid. And I think museums across the world have struggled in some ways in terms of how do you tell the story. It's such a horrific story, particularly if you're going to have young children coming through. What images are appropriate for young children to see? What images are appropriate for families to see? So it's vitally important that these museums, the libraries that have the records, the archives, that these take responsibility. It's one of the reasons we're hosting this conference in October, because we want people from around the world to start finding new ways of connecting our content. So much of the material has been siloed in different areas and different institutions around the world. We need to find ways to connect this content, connect the data so that people can access it from wherever they are. Until fairly recently, if you wanted to look at the Morgenthau papers or the War Refugee Board papers, you had to come to Hyde Park, New York. That's ridiculous. I mean, so we need to find ways for museums and libraries and archives to put these stories out there and to let access happen so that people everywhere can access this material and draw their own conclusions.
I couldn't agree more with you. I mean, and it's just fantastic the work that your institution is doing to make this more accessible, and future historians will undoubtedly thank you greatly for this work. And I should also mention that the World War II Museum just broke ground on its final building, the Liberation Pavilion, which will feature several galleries devoted to the Holocaust and its impact on our world today. So our next question from the audience comes.
If I jump in just for a second,
Absolutely.
just quickly on this subject, is that museums also have to be preserved. I mean, we have to protect them. And you see in Central Europe at the moment, in Poland, for example, museum heads who disagree with the government, disagrees with their point of view, are being dismissed. And so it's so very important to remember the importance of these institutions. And we are having a conference at the World War II Museum as well on memory wars, looking precisely at this subject. How have places around the world seen and projected in their museums, for example, Japanese history, Chinese history, Russian history, and how it's so important to go back, as we were saying earlier, to the original sources, and those are preserved in museums.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for adding that. It's very important also. And for more information about the conferences in September and November of this coming year at the World War II Museum, you can check out on our website, www.conferences.com. So our next question from the audience comes from Dennis, and he asks, how were captured Jewish GIs treated by the German army? I'll leave that possibly to Jason, if you want to take a stab at that one.
And that it varied a great deal, Dennis, depending on who's doing the capturing. So there certainly are cases of Jewish GIs that end up in the German Stalag system, the POW camp system, who are singled out, who are treated differently than other POWs because of their Jewishness. that's documented, but it really varied within the Stalag system itself in terms of GIs captured by the German army, and as POWs, their treatment was maintained by the army, not the SS, Gestapo, etc. That in many cases they were treated like other POWs, but we do have these instances where they are singled out because of their Jewishness. But it wasn't a kind of across the board policy in the Stalag system itself. Obviously, if they fell into the hands of the SS, Gestapo, etc., it was a totally different story.
Just to jump in, it's generally speaking true that Jewish POWs from the Western countries, Americans, Brits, and so on, were treated pretty well under the Geneva Convention, but the exception was Soviet Jewish POWs or those captured in Poland, and if they were found to be Jewish, they were murdered. And there were about 85,000 Soviet POWs who were murdered because they were Jewish. They were sent to extermination camps along with their fellow Jewish citizens from other countries as well. So it depended where you were captured and from which country.
Thank you.
You know, there's an issue also around the Americans' decision not to bomb Auschwitz and other identified death camps was because they didn't know who were being kept at these camps. There was certainly some intelligence that Polish soldiers and Soviet soldiers, prisoners of war, were being kept at these camps. Some cases they were being killed, and there was a deep concern that if they tried to bomb these camps, that they would be killing American POWs and other allied POWs in these camps, which were enormous. And of course, there was no precision bombing back then. You had no idea where the bombs were going to land. And so that there was a great fear that some of these American POWs were being kept in these concentration camps.
Thank you very much, all three of you. That's really an excellent question, too, from our audience. So our next question comes from Bobby Trottet, and they ask, there are so many excellent movies on the Holocaust. Do you feel they're helpful? And this is such an important question, too, because movies do form so much of a popular memory in many countries of historical events. So, Paula, if you would take a stab at that one first.
Absolutely. I think, popular culture and public history are vitally important. Most people don't read history books. I'm a history nerd. I always read about history books, but many people don't. And so feature films particularly, which again elicit a strong emotional response, are very important for telling these stories. And they put the stories in a context that people can relate to. They're often about individuals or families or small groups. And it's much easier to relate to these stories of individuals than it is 6 million people died. And, that's an abstract number. It's hard for people to really relate to. But when you see the personal stories and you understand the degradation, the humiliation, the horror, the terror that's happening in these camps, and few things can communicate that as effectively as film. But also, the way it's being portrayed in television shows. When the Holocaust series came out in the United States, that was, Nuremberg, that was shocking to American public. It really shifted the conversation in America. So film and television are very important in keeping this history alive and getting people engaged, and hopefully in what we call planting a seed. You can't tell the whole story in a film, but you can plant a seed, and as that seed grows, a person's interest increases, then they can pursue that story and learn more about it.
Tyler, I'll just weigh in.
I so agree with that, and film's so important. And it just as long as the fantastic films about the Holocaust, from Operation Finale, which isn't specifically about the murder of the Jews per se, but about Eichmann, about Son of Saul, Schindler's List, and my personal favorite, The Pianist, which is so accurate. And I think that's one of the things that I would always sort of encourage film directors to be as absolutely accurate as possible. The stories are so extraordinary anyway that you don't need to add, Hollywoodization to them, because, I'm not saying make documentaries per se, but it is possible to make films about the Holocaust, which are very, very powerful and yet accurate as well.
Yeah, Tyler, I just wanted to echo what Alex mentioned about, she mentioned just two of those films, Schindler's List and The Pianist. they're not only just very important films insofar as they stirred a lot of popular interest about the Holocaust, but they were, I think, for a lot of Americans who what they've been exposed to about the Nazi genocide had been the Anne Frank story. And the Anne Frank story is very important, certainly very important here at the National World War II Museum. But the stories about Polish, Eastern European, Soviet Jews, where literally millions of people were murdered, were often much less known, and films like Schindler's List and The Pianist ensured that people did see something about these stories and these histories, and had to see the these places where the Nazis had actually focused their efforts from very early on at mass killing and genocide were not left out of the popular understanding of what happened.
Thank you very much. Very excellent points. These are fantastic questions we're getting to. So we have another audience question from Joe Vargo, who asks, in your view, how could American educators improve teaching the Holocaust and increasing skepticism, cynicism, and the ability to avoid internet deniers? And I'll field that one to Dr. Ritchie first.
Well, we've touched on some of these topics already. That simply that going back to the original sources, making sure that the interaction between, even if they're no longer with us, between Holocaust survivors and their testimonies on film, for example, having teachers extremely well versed and educated, and teachers, for example, coming to these places in Poland or in Central Europe and actually seeing for themselves, so that when they go back to their classrooms, they can really see what it felt like to be in a place like Auschwitz. I think these sorts of things are very important, and yet I'm tremendously impressed by the resource materials, education resource materials that have been developed over the past decade or so, and I think that they really do make a very big difference. My number one thing is to go back to the source materials and stay accurate and stay absolutely truthful to the material and to the testimonies.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest challenge educators face are the restrictions placed on the curriculum by the testing system, the standards of learning testing system. If you look at most high school textbooks, World War II gets 2 or 3 pages in American history. Holocaust will occasionally only get a paragraph or something. It's very difficult for them when they're covering these broad scopes of history to really drill down into the reality of what these circumstances were. And you get some of the advanced placement classes in high school that you can have a much more comprehensive sort of analysis of this. But I think the most important thing for educators to do is to go back and tell those personal stories, whether they're using documentary or film or the Anne Frank story. It's one of the reasons the Anne Frank story resonates so much, particularly with students, is because they can relate to her. She's their age. She's locked up in this room. She's keeping a diary. All of those things that allow people to connect with the characters in it are vitally important, because again, that's what makes them interested and will get them through to the end. To this generation of students, World War II just seems ancient history. It's like teaching the Civil War to someone my age. They just very hard time relating it to their life today. And so I do think finding those personal characters that educators can tell their stories, and through those personal stories, the students can learn so much more.
Thank you both very much. We have time for one more quick question. It comes from Jacob Smith, and they ask, aside from Holocaust denialism, what is, in your view, the biggest myth or misconception that many people have about the Holocaust? Paul, would you like to go first?
Sure, I'll go first on that, because I've spent a lot of time on this and done documentaries and other things. Many people think that the Holocaust was a secret, that we didn't know what was happening in Germany during the war, and it wasn't until the camps were liberated that we realized the horror that was going on, and that's simply not true. We knew from very early on what was happening. The initial concentration camps were started opening in the mid-1930s. We knew that there was this plan for the extermination of European Jews. We knew that they were being moved into these camps. We knew that this was a high priority, that the Nazi regime, even at the end of the war when they were desperate, poured resources into maintaining these camps or moving people. And the idea that the American public didn't know about it is not true. It was reported in newspapers. There was a major traveling show with Hollywood entertainers and celebrities selling out Madison Square Garden, talking about the fact that the Germans were massacring these Jews. So I think that's one of the biggest fallacies, is that we didn't know. We knew, Americans knew, they just didn't really believe.
Yeah, and I think that from my perspective, living and working on this subject from here in Central Europe, one of the things that always strikes me is when I was growing up and learning first about this, we tended to think it was an Anne Frank story or German Jews trying to deal with the consequences of the Nuremberg Law or Kristallnacht or whatever. But in fact, less than 1% of the Jewish victims of the Holocaust were Germans. The most of the victims are killed, murdered in Poland, in Belarus, in the Baltic states, in Ukraine, and into the Soviet Union, to Russia, and the horror of what happened in Eastern Central Europe, the violence, is very little really understood still, which is why it's so important to have more and more research and more people coming out trying to figure out what exactly did happen out here. So that's one of the myths, I think, is that because of the Iron Curtain and because these things happened in faraway countries, over there in the East, there's been such a focus on what happened to the Jews of Western Europe and not that much real understanding of the horrors of the Eastern Front and what happened out here.
Absolutely.
Tyler, I would add to that just by saying very quickly that that speaking of a misconception, I think for so long there was just almost solely the focus on the camps, on the extermination camps, which of course are crucial, but that often meant neglecting, Alex has just pointed to it, the role of these mobile murder squads Einsatzgruppen had in killing more than 1 million Soviet Jews, face-to-face killing where people are rounded up and murdered very close to their homes, very close to their communities. And we know obviously much more about those incidents and the perpetrators and the victims, but as was pointed out, most of this has occurred since the end of the Cold War, really since the 1990s.
Thank you very much, all of you, for weighing in on such an important question. Well, that's all the time we have for this session. I wanted to thank, again, all three of our panelists for this excellent discussion on such an important topic and for a wonderful discussion. I encourage everyone to check out the resources that the FDR Library has to offer that Paul mentioned in his presentation, and also to check out the World War II Museum's website as well for educational materials related to the Holocaust. You can also find tours that Dr. Ritchie is involved in leading with the World War II Museum on our Overseas Tours page on the World War II Museum's website, and the conferences that she will be taking part in later this year. Thank you once again to our sponsor, the Pritzker Military Museum and Library, and please join us in just under 15 minutes at 11:30 Central Time for our next session, which will be about Hispanic American experiences in World War II. Thank you. Hello, my name is Tyler Bamford, Leventhal Research Fellow here at the National World War II Museum. And today joining me is Dr. Jason Dawsey, Research Historian here at the National World War II Museum. Today we're going to talk about the liberation of Dora Mittelbau by the 104th Infantry Division on April 11th. Dr. Dawsey, can you tell me what the experience of the 104th Infantry Division was leading up to their liberation of Dora Mittelbau?
So the 104th Infantry Division has a fascinating story in its own right, Tyler. It's a unit that trained mostly in the Pacific Northwest, and so it earned this nickname, the Timberwolf Division. And by the time it's ready to ship out in 1944 for combat in Western Europe, it's under the command of Major General Terry de la Mesa Allen Sr., known as Terrible Terry to many of his men. And the unit has a long history, really some 200 days of combat. It lands in early September 1944. It sees some action connected to Hürtgen Forest. fights in Belgium and the Netherlands, and part of that time it's actually fighting with British and Canadian units, and then gets pulled back to the First Army, American First Army. It does basically defensive fighting from the time of the Battle of the Bulge, late December 1944 into February 1945. And then once things go on the offensive again for the United States, it's involved in taking the great German Rhine city of Cologne. And then the following month is involved in the Ruhr Pocket offensive, where the Americans surround an entire German army group. So the division has a long record of combat before it gets to Dora Mittelbau, and then it sees something that is absolutely horrifying.
So when this veteran division comes upon Dora Mittelbau, what is the scene that greets it? What is exactly that these veterans come? What is it they see?
It's really difficult to put into words. I mean, it was an utter hell, this camp. And Americans, I think we know a lot about the Nazi camp system, but there's many of these camps we don't know so much about. I mean, we're familiar with Dachau, perhaps, maybe Buchenwald, but Dora Mittelbau was very different from those camps insofar as that it was set up really in 1943 to be a producer of the V-2 rocket, the A-4 or V-2 Vengeance Weapon 2 rocket, that the Nazi dictatorship thought would be a miracle weapon, would really change the course of the war. So they had this underground facility at Dora Mittelbau. It's north of the city of Nordhausen, in the southern part of the Harz Mountains in central Germany. And there, this gigantic facility was put into place by slave labor. And it was underground. I mean, for at least much of the time, the prisoners worked, and actually prisoners may be too generous. I mean, these are inmates, they're forced laborers they're living underground, they're working underground under the most brutal conditions. 12-hour days may be short days, they're basically being whipped, being beaten, and in many cases where the SS feels like they need to make examples out of people, they execute prisoners for what would seem to many of us to be fairly minor infractions. So it's draconian. It's absolutely a brutal place. And there's some 6,000 of these V-2 rockets were produced there during the second half of World War II. And we think that in the process, about 20,000 of these inmates perished at Dora Mittelbau. So when the 104th Infantry Division arrives there on the 11th of April, the 3rd Armored Division had already discovered the site. And the Armored Division asked for help, and understandably so. They were facing a real catastrophe. And so they found about 750 inmates that the SS had abandoned when they moved others to Bergen-Belsen, which was liberated by the British 4 days later on April 15th. But about 750 they find alive, and they find about 3,000 corpses while they're there too.
So the 104th Division comes across what is basically a humanitarian crisis, and this is a scene that they're not at all prepared to experience, and in addition to the 3rd Armored, like you mentioned. So what is it that these veterans, could have done at that time? What is it that they would have been doing?
They really do swing into action, and the first thing is to get as much medical care as possible for the survivors. Many of them are emaciated. There's disease and just maltreatment. There's really a series of factors that had added up for the men that are there. And these are men that, by the way, are from all over, from the Soviet Union, from Poland, from Czechoslovakia, from France. Some cases they had been people in the resistance. Others had people who had, quote, criminal backgrounds that are brought there. They have different backgrounds, but had come together in this sort of polyglot universe that the SS created underground there. And so the men of the 104th are just doing what they can do, and it's really on the fly. Everything they're doing is with as much urgency as they can, and it's amazing, in fact, what they're able to accomplish given the circumstances. It's also worth noting, too, that the 104th, like many American units, they do not allow Germans in the surrounding area to pretend they didn't know about the camp or that what had gone on there, that they could simply pretend or ignore it. So they forced many of them to come in and bury the dead.
Wow. It's important to remember that the Dora Mittelbau was one of thousands of concentration camps and work camps all throughout Germany, and that even though many Germans feigned ignorance, these camps were everywhere from rural isolated areas to the suburbs of major cities. Now, the 104th Infantry was one of 36 divisions that the United States Holocaust Museum has identified as liberator divisions, and it's important as we come upon the anniversary of victory in Europe that we remember these liberators and the liberated at the same time.
J.J. Whitmire was a platoon leader with the 79th Infantry Division and spent more than 200 days on the front lines battling through hedgerow country in France. After a particularly brutal day, Whitmire and his platoon were dispatched to track down a German machine gun unit responsible for killing a company commander the previous day.
I had 3 other people with me, and I had a little fellow named Ferriola. I took care of him like he was my son. I really took good care of him. So we crawled along behind this brick wall, and I'm the first one in. And I guess the other guys were pretty much smeared up too.
The company commander called for Whitmire's platoon to rejoin the unit on the other side of the wall.
I took this Ferriola by the hand, and I got up on the wall, and I pulled him up on the wall, and that machine gun cut loose, and it hit this boy through the neck right in its V. I was sitting on the ground and had him cradled in my arms, and he was squirting blood all over me, and he died. This was like my kid. Lepley told me afterward, he said, everybody around you took your rifle and fired every round they had in their rifle. I know that's where I changed from. First I had to change from a civilian to a soldier. Then I had to change from a soldier to a killer.
Whitmire later fought in the port city of Cherbourg, France, and moved with the unit to Haguenau, where he was wounded in combat. In June 1943, Charles McGee was one of the first graduates of an experimental Army pilot training program at the Tuskegee Institute in Alabama. It was the first time in American history that African Americans were allowed to fly military aircraft. After graduation, McGee was assigned to the 332nd Fighter Group, where he escorted heavy bombers from the 15th Air Force over targets in occupied Europe.
I ended up in one dogfight and shooting down a Focke-Wulf 190, and we provided our escort, and only if the bombers were attacked did we dispatch a flight to fight off that attack, and I was dispatched and fortunately was able to get a bead on the Focke-Wulf over the aerodrome. The dogfights take place pretty quickly, and in a few minutes it's over and you're climbing back up to join back in or head back home yourself.
After 137 combat missions, the reality of war sinks in.
When you realize that, first of all, that fire they're putting up was meant to knock you out of the sky, it gets your attention, and the idea is not to kill the other pilots. You don't go in it with that, but to destroy their aircraft, and hopefully they bailed out. I'm not so sure in the case of mine that the pilot got out, but it was one or the other, and so you do your job.
After the war, McGee remained in the Air Force until 1973, retiring as a colonel. Charles McGee flew more combat missions in World War II, Korea, and Vietnam than any other Air Force pilot.
Welcome back, everyone. Up next, we have another one-on-one conversation. I had the pleasure of interviewing our next author, Dave Gutierrez, this past year for a webinar on his book, Patriots from the Barrio. Interviewing Dave this time is my friend and colleague, Dr. Adam Givens. Adam joined us last year as the Special Projects Historian for our partnered program with the Defense POW MIA Accounting Agency, or DPAA. The DPAA is the federal organization whose mission is to locate and identify some 81,000 Americans that are still missing in action, 72,000 of whom are from World War II. Adam came to us from the University of Ohio, where he received his PhD, and is already making big impacts on both our museum and the DPAA's work. He's truly a great addition, and it's my pleasure to pass the program to him. Dr. Givens?
Thanks, Jeremy, and welcome everybody to another great session discussing a very important topic. Our speaker is Mr. Dave Gutierrez. He's joining us from what I'm sure is a very sunny and beautiful San Jose, California this morning. And since we have just the one speaker, Dave and I will be having a conversation for about 40 minutes. And then with the remainder of our time, we'll go to the public questions. So please, while we're speaking, feel free to post questions on our streaming platforms. We'll then try to get to those questions and in the Q&A period at the end. But for the time being, I have the pleasure of talking to Dave one-on-one, just the two of us. Dave Gutierrez is a speaker, writer, and author. His book, Patriots from the Barrio, tells the true story of the men of Company E of the 141st Infantry, the U.S. Army's only all Mexican-American combat unit in World War II. Dave has a quick pen and apparently has a lot of energy as well. He's writing another book right now. He's also published widely in newsletters and magazines, newspapers, and online publications. And when he's not writing, he's staying busy as the president of the Nuevo Mundo Historical and Genealogical Society of Silicon Valley. Dave, welcome to the National Conference.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I want to jump right in by discussing the theme of your talk today. The title of your presentation is, it's evocative, breaking through the shadows of World War II history. That suggests overcoming something of a barrier, maybe even completing something that's been left unfinished. So I'm wondering, what does breaking through the shadows mean to you, and how have we failed to adequately tell the story of Hispanic Americans during World War II?
Well, Adam, thank you for the introduction. Breaking through the shadows of World War II history, yes. For decades, Hispanic Americans have been asking that one question. Where are the stories of Hispanic American contributions to World War II? In 2007, Ken Burns produced a 14-hour documentary on World War II. And during that 14 hours, not 1 second was dedicated to Hispanic American contributions in World War II, as if Hispanic Americans weren't even part of World War II. And we, of course, know that that's not true. And our biggest fear is that educators are going to be using these types of documentaries as their bases to teach our future students on World War II. And if that happens, they're going to say, well, I guess Hispanics weren't part of World War II. And we know that's not true. And it takes places like the National World War II Museum we're having a conversation about Hispanic Americans today. And that's groundbreaking for me to be able to do that on a national platform such as this. So we're looking for other organizations to follow the lead of the National World War II Museum and not only just include Hispanic Americans, but to actually feature Hispanic Americans in whatever their organizations handle.
Great. Let's turn to your book, Patriots from the Barrio. We often see a bit of the author in what they write, and a book is something of a conversation between the author and the reader. So the more the reader knows about how an author came to write a book, that's important information. So I'm wondering, what was the genesis of Patriots from the Barrio? What drew you to the story of Company E, and how did that interest evolve into a book?
Yeah. Yeah, well, the slide here is my cousin Ramon Gutierrez from Del Rio, Texas. Now, I grew up listening to my dad tell stories of our cousin Ramon, and let me say a quick hello to my parents who are in Ceres, California, listening today. My dad was always talking about World War II, and in particular, his cousin of his, Ramon Gutierrez. Ramon had served with the 36th Infantry Division in World War II, and from what I heard as a child growing up, is that he'd fought with the U.S. Army, had been awarded the Silver Star at Salerno, and had been captured twice by the German Army, escaped both times to make it back across Allied lines. Ramon became one of only a few Americans to be decorated for valor on the battlefield by the Soviet Union during World War II. So as I'm hearing all these stories and I started doing research, I thought that this would be an excellent topic for a book. I always wondered, why isn't his story out there? So originally, I was just looking to tell his story, and Ramon's to tell his story. And then I realized through research that Ramon had served in all Mexican American U.S. Army unit. Well, the focus shifted from just telling one man's story to the entire unit story. If I can have the next slide, please. So through research, I found out that Ramon had served, again, in 2nd Battalion Company E, 141st Infantry Regiment of the 36th Division. It was an original Texas National Guard unit out of El Paso, Texas. Next slide, please. So here's a photo of Company E in Brownwood, Texas, in early October of 1941. The unit was, again, a Texas National Guard unit out of El Paso. All of the men from Company E came from the barrios of El Paso, Texas, originally. Now, they were federalized in November of 1940 and moved to Brownwood, Texas. And as more Mexican Americans arrived in the 36th Division, they were placed into Company E, and they maintained a 100% all Mexican American unit all the way until they started taking casualties in World War II. Next slide, please. Here's a roster of the men. Now, I'm not sure if we can zoom in or not, but all of the officers in Company E were Anglo, and every enlisted man was of Mexican American descent. Next slide. So here's a photo that was sent to me by Ruth Romo. Her father, Eduardo Romo, was a sergeant in the unit, and here's just a photo of them training also in Brownwood, Texas. Next slide, please. The unit continued to train in the States. They were at Camp Landing, Florida. They were taking part in the Carolina maneuvers. They went to Camp Edwards. They trained at Camp Edwards. And eventually they would make it to North Africa in April of 1943. And while they were at North Africa training, they were placed under the 5th Army Command under Lieutenant General Mark Clark. Next slide. After Patton had raced across the island of Sicily and Italy was the next target, the 36th Division would go ahead and make the landing at Salerno, Italy. So they became one of the first units to oppose Hitler's forces on the European continent when they made the landing at Salerno, Italy. If I could have the next slide. Here's an actual photo of the 36th Division making the Allied landing on September 9th, 1943 on the Pastium beaches of Salerno. Next slide. So my cousin Ramon was part of an advanced squad, carried the Browning automatic rifle. And here's his Silver Star citation during that early battle. They had come onto the beachhead and were halted by 5 enemy tanks and a machine gun nest that was behind the tanks. My cousin Ramon sees a few of the men of Company E killed right in front of him. And he would later say that he didn't think it was going to make it that day. And he charges the machine gun nest, gets his Browning automatic rifle knocked out of his hands. He's shot in one of the arms. And he continued to charge a machine gun nest with just hand grenades. He took out the machine gun nest with a hand grenade and then jumps into the foxhole and kills the last German soldier in hand-to-hand combat. And for that action, he's awarded the Silver Star. Next slide, please. The 36th Division would, after Salerno, would continue to fight at Mount Rotundo, the village of San Pietro, and came within about a mile of the Rapido River, where the Germans had put up a huge line of defense at Monte Cassino, using the Rapido River as a main line of defense. Well, in a span of 48 hours, the 36th Division would lose nearly 2,000 men in its attempt to cross the Rapido River. Ramon taken prisoner on the other end, on the other side of the German side of the river. He managed to escape and make it back. When Company E crossed the Rapido River, they crossed with about 137 men. And after the battle, only 27 of them would come back. Again, the 36th Division would lose nearly 2,000 men in its attempt to cross the Rapido River. Next slide. So I originally wrote Patriots from the Barrio in 2014. I self-published the book. And in 2017, Hollywood actor-producer Wilmer Valderrama obtained the film rights to the book. And just recently, in May of 2020, just May of last year, Wilmer's production team signed a deal with CBS TV Studios, and part of that deal was my book, Patriots from the Barrio. Now, Wilmer and CBS TV Studios are looking to produce a television series based on the true story of Company E. Next slide. And there's Wilmer there holding up my original book, a self-published book. And again, they're looking to produce a television series based on the book.
Exciting news, Dave. The idea of Patriots in the Barrio being on our screens is very exciting. Let's expand our lens beyond Company E now, and let's consider Hispanic Americans and other areas of World War II. Unfortunately, due to the scale of the war and the nature of the fighting, there are countless men who sacrificed their lives during the fighting who we'll never know about. In an attempt to try to bring some of those stories to light, though, let's discuss some representative figures who you think illustrate Hispanic American service across the war. From the very start of the war, Hispanic Americans were involved. So can you share an example maybe of someone who stands out to you from early in the war?
Sure. As you mentioned, from the very beginning of World War II, Hispanic Americans have been involved. Next slide. Guadalupe Agustin Rico of my hometown, San Jose, California. He was known as Gus to his family and friends. Gus was serving on the USS Arizona. And he had written to his family to tell them that he was going to be able to send extra money to them because Gus had went ahead and volunteered for extra duty. And part of that extra duty was working in the galley. And on December 7th, 1941, on that Sunday morning, Gus was working in the galley on board the USS Arizona. Next slide. And of course, the USS Arizona was sunk, and he was listed as one of the men killed in action. So from the very beginning of World War II, we see Hispanic Americans not only serving, but actually making the ultimate sacrifice there. Next slide. D-Day, one of the most infamous Allied invasions on the Normandy. Next slide. Frutoso Chavez was from Paco, Texas. Frutoso had just recently been married, and you see a photo of him with his wife Maria. They had a child together in early of 1943, and Frutoso was already part of the 29th Infantry Division that actually made the landing at Omaha Beach. The 29th Infantry Division was one of the first to hit the beaches. And I was listening earlier to, as the early part of the conference, when they were talking about Omaha Beach and the artillery that was going on in there. Frutoso Chavez became one of the casualties on Omaha Beach. And of course, his son Jesse, who had left behind, never really got to meet his father. Next slide. Iwo Jima, the symbol of the Marines raising the flag on Iwo Jima has become a symbol of American fortitude, sacrifice. Next slide. That symbol also is a little different for other families, especially to those that had relatives who perished, who were killed in action on Iwo Jima. And one in particular that came in my mind as the 75th anniversary of Iwo Jima was coming up. I started to think about all of those soldiers that we would never hear of that were killed in action. And PFC Hilario Garcia was from San Diego, right out of the Logan Heights barrio of San Diego. You see a photo of him in the slide, and Hilario is the one carrying one of his younger brothers. I believe that's Albert that he's carrying. So he had a lot of brothers. They all looked up to Hilario, especially when he was in the Marine Corps. He came home wearing his dress blues. So everyone was really excited about him being part of the United States Marine Corps. And of course, Hilario was with Company F, 26th Infantry Regiment of the 5th Marine Division that made the landing at Iwo Jima. And during the Battle of Iwo Jima, PFC Hilario Garcia also was killed in action. Next slide.
Yeah, this leads us into a good topic. You know, when the United States joined the war, they joined a total war, and that meant total mobilization as well. I mean, 350,000 Hispanic Americans joined the U.S. military during the war, served in the U.S. military during the war. And through your research and writing, you were bringing in light some of these figures who we otherwise would not have known about. But there were some Hispanic Americans who were recognized by the U.S. government during the war. 472 Medal of Honor recipients in total during the war. Of that number, 13 were Hispanic Americans. So could you profile maybe a few of these Hispanic Americans who won the Medal of Honor and their actions that led to them receiving it?
Sure. You mentioned that there were 13, and I believe in 2002, during George W. Bush's administration, that they had started to look into wanting to upgrade any of those medals. And then additionally, I believe it was 2012, 4 other Hispanic Americans that had served in World War II were awarded the Medal of Honor as well. If we can go to the next slide. One of the ones that really caught my attention from my research is that of Joseph Martinez. Joseph was born in 1920 in Taos, New Mexico, and raised in Colorado. He was serving in the 7th Infantry Division. And now in June of 1942, many people don't realize that the Japanese had actually invaded American soil in the Aleutian Islands. And they had landed on the little island of Attu there. And in early May of 1943, the U.S. Army sent the 7th Infantry Division to get out the remains of the Japanese that were held up on those islands. During the battle of trying to expel the Japanese forces from on American soil, PFC Joseph Martinez was killed in action while charging machine gun nests. PFC Martinez was actually was Private Martinez, was fighting with his unit, and they were held up by Japanese machine gun fire. He had been taking out machine gun nests until his Browning automatic rifle was emptied out. He picked up an M1 Grand rifle and continued charging another machine gun nest until he was killed in action. But he was the first Hispanic American to be awarded the Medal of Honor during World War II. And I find it intriguing that his story is a little bit more intriguing because he was defending an actual American soil where the Japanese had actually made landing. The next slide. Silvestre Herrera was also part of the 36th Infantry Division. Born in 1916, Silvestre was born in Chihuahua, Mexico, and was serving in the U.S. Army. During the battles in France, again, machine gun nests had pinned down his unit, and he had charged machine gun nests and was able to silence out a machine gun nest in France and had taken German prisoners. That was early in the day, and then further on during as the unit continued to move forward, they ran across other machine gun nests, and Silvestre was running through a minefield, and when he hit a mine, he survived the battle, was still firing when his legs were pretty much blown up by the mines, and he was still firing and silenced a machine gun nest. Silvestre was awarded the Medal of Honor as well, and he came back, and I believe he lived in Glendale, Arizona. Next slide.
Yeah, this brings us to an interesting topic. You know, so far our discussion's been confined to the ground war. Of course, Hispanic Americans were involved very much in the air war as well. So publishers like to advertise their products as telling an untold story when, you know, in actuality, sometimes library shelves bow under the weight of the monographs that have been written about this topic. So I understand you've been working recently on an actually somewhat unknown story of a B-25 crew who went down over Vietnam, and the crew is still missing today. So could you please tell us about what you've uncovered about this crew and the mission?
Sure. Sergeant Alfredo Paredes from Del Rio, Texas, you see them there on the right, was, again, born and raised in the San Felipe barrio of Del Rio, Texas, where my family had came across. And I came across his story through old newspaper articles. And what really intrigued me, Adam, was you just mentioned that his plane went down. He's still missing in action over Vietnam. And, you know, as a big World War II buff, I didn't even realize we were the U.S. Army was U.S. Army Air Corps was making bomb runs near Vietnam like that. But his story really intrigued me. And Sergeant Paredes had graduated from San Felipe High School in 1941. And by July of 41, he was already in the U.S. Army Air Corps and was stationed nearby in Eagle Pass, Texas, when World War II broke out. So he's training as a mechanic in Eagle Pass, and he goes ahead and applies for engineer gunner school, and he gets accepted. He goes ahead and graduates from engineer gunner school, and then he heads to South Carolina to train with a B-25 crew. And the crew is the photo on the left there. The gentleman in the middle, in the back, is the pilot. Yeah, it's the pilot. And that is Andrew Johnson from Cadillac, Michigan. Andrew was, again, he was the pilot of the B-25 crew, and Alfredo is sitting in the middle there. That's the original crew that trained together, and then they were assigned to the 345th Bomb Group. I think I have a slide on that. The next slide, please. Yeah, they were assigned to the Air Apaches of the 345th Bomb Group. And you see the Air Apache symbol there that was on the tails of their B-25s. The next patch you see there on the right is the 501st Bomb Squadron, and they were attached to the 5th Army. Now, the Air Apaches had modified their B-25s and added additional 50 cal machine guns to the nose of the aircraft. And what they did is they found out that they were more effective as strafing enemy targets in the Pacific. So Japanese targets in the Pacific. So they're in the Philippines in early of 1945. And one of the missions is to take out Japanese freighters that were sitting on the river in Saigon, in basically Saigon Bay. So the B-25s take off and make the bombing run. And the plane that Andrew Johnson that was flying, Alfredo Paredes, was part of that crew that went on. And that plane was lost over Saigon Bay, the Saigon River. The 345th Bomb Group would lose 3 B-25s that day. And Alfredo, of course, perishes in that. And as you can see, that not only that Hispanic Americans were just soldiers, they were part of all facets of World War II.
This is a good opportunity, I think, to discuss research methods, to try to get into the nitty-gritty of being a historian. Functionally, my work as a DPAA historian in residence here at the National World War II Museum is much like yours. We're both trying to piece together historical narratives, and a lot of times the historical record is frustratingly spotty. You're left with many questions you can't answer. But Cactus Kitten was one B-25 on one mission out of a war where there were many aircraft, many missions flown. So I'm wondering, how did you come across this story? And also, is this typically how a research project for you begins? And was the research that you conducted similar to the other projects?
Yeah. So again, Alfredo's story really resonated with me. Again, he was missing in action. I came across a newspaper article from the old Del Rio News Herald that really it caught my attention. And once I started doing research, I started finding not only military records, but I went ahead and found the 345th Bomb Group Association, who does a great job of continually, to make sure that their history is not forgotten. So they were wonderful. And another piece, I'm a writer and a historian today because of genealogy research. Genealogy research played a huge role in me being able to put together. You can find all of the military records, but to get the individual stories, you really need to talk to the relatives of these people. And for me, I wouldn't have been able to do that without genealogy research. Let's take, for instance, the Cactus Kitten. group that Alfredo was a part of. Now, I found out through research that the pilot, Andrew Johnson from Cadillac, Michigan, had been married very recently in 19, I say recently, it's 1942. So he's married in 1942. He's basically a newlywed when he's out there training. And he leaves behind a widow now because he's missing in action. She went ahead and remarried. I realized through research that she remarried and had 3 daughters. And one of the daughters I was able to connect with because of genealogy research and the 345th Bomb Group Association. And those 3 daughters knew all about Andrew Johnson, their mother's first husband, and really continue to honor him to this day. So for me to be able to tell those type of stories, it's really genealogy research. In this case, we have a missing aircraft. So the missing air crew reports were vital for me to be able to get all the information. But really, genealogy research. I'm a writer and a historian today because of genealogy research.
Great. Let's stick with the air war theme. I understand you're writing a book on a history-making Hispanic American P-47 pilot, Oscar Perdomo. So can you tell us a bit about the book and what makes Perdomo's career and his life so remarkable?
Yeah. So this is another story that caught my attention. And just like Patriots from the Barrio, I scratch my head and say, how is this man's story not out there? Oscar Perdomo was born in El Paso, Texas, and raised in East LA. So he's raised in the Boyle Heights area of East Los Angeles. His family didn't have a lot of money, but yet somehow Oscar overcomes all of that and becomes an officer in the United States Army Air Corps. He's always wanted to be a pilot, and he goes through flight school, and he becomes a P-47 pilot with the 464th Fighter Squadron, which was attached to the 507th Fighter Group. They go over into the Pacific and are flying their P-47s out of Lashima, the same place where Ernie Pyle was tragically killed. So they take this airfield in Lashima. The 464th Fighter Squadron and this is almost towards the end of the war now. On August 13th, 1945, two bombs had already been dropped on Japan, and the Japanese had yet to surrender. So they're still flying missions. And on August 13th, Oscar Perdomo goes up on a mission near Seoul, Korea, because they're still the Japanese had not surrendered. They're still flying missions, and their group gets attacked by a bunch of Japanese fighters, Zeros. Oscar Perdomo in this mission shoots down 5 enemy planes in one mission. He becomes an ace in a day of World War II. He becomes the last American ace in a day of World War II. And for some who are not familiar with that term, in order to be recognized as an ace, you would have to shoot down 5 enemy planes in your career. And Oscar does it in one day. He becomes the last American to do so. I thought his story was intriguing, and I reached out to his family and through genealogy research again, and I connected with them, and they were able to help me piece together his personal story. And again, using genealogy research, I then connected with a lot of the families of the 464th Fighter Squadron to be able to tell the entire unit story, because I can't just, pinpoint and just focus on one. I needed to be able to tell the entire story of the 464th Fighter Squadron. So that book is coming out shortly. I'm really excited to get that out there and introduce the world to the last American ace in a day of World War II, Oscar Francis Perdomo.
Let's double back here toward the end to the Medal of Honor recipients issue. You mentioned that in 2014, 4 Hispanic Americans had their Distinguished Service Crosses posthumously upgraded to Medal of Honors. I'm wondering, what does that say to you about how America remembers and recognizes the valor and wartime contributions of Hispanic Americans today as compared to how it did during the war?
Well, that's a good point, because I think we're making strides. We're making huge strides in that direction. The fact that we're here today and we're discussing Hispanic American contributions in World War II, to me is groundbreaking, because we didn't have that a few years ago. So again, if we have other organizations take the lead of the National World War II Museum, or follow in the footsteps of the National World War II Museum, I think we can even get better.
Your work on Hispanic Americans in World War II has made you pretty much the authority on the subject, and despite your impressive research and writing record, you can only document so many stories. There are only so many hours in a day, of course. So it's kind of a two-part question. What advice do you have for young writers and scholars who might be interested in researching and writing about Hispanic Americans in the war? And how do we begin encouraging researchers to look into this history, to bring more of these stories to the light?
Yeah, well, it took me 5 years to write the book, Patriots from the Barrio. Oscar's story is gone a lot faster because I've now done it before. But the one thing that got me over the hump with Patriots from the Barrio is that it was something I was very passionate about. So for those of you who are looking to write, you have to find something that you're very passionate about, because I tell you, you're going to be told no so many times. You're going to have publishers tell you no. You're going to have marketing people tell you no. I've had World War II magazines tell me, no, we're not interested in that article. But it's the passion that you have for the story that's going to have you overcome those obstacles. I think it's very important that you write about something you're very passionate about. Again, you're going to be able to overcome any of those obstacles that come your way. And believe me, you'll have obstacles.
As we've mentioned, in World War II, there were 350,000 Hispanic Americans who served the country. Today, Hispanic Americans are the fastest growing population in the U.S. military. In what ways do you think the World War II generation and the current generations share that same readiness to serve their nation?
I think that they've always been ready to serve their nation. I think you'll find that Hispanic Americans are very patriotic. Hispanic Americans have been serving this country even before it wasn't the United States of America. They were fighting in the American Revolution. So I think Hispanic Americans have always had that patriotic, but as we start to record and document our history, and people realize that, oh, they weren't just a part of the Bracero program during World War II. No, they actually fought. And as we've learned today, many of them made the ultimate sacrifice for this country and for the freedoms we enjoy today. I just wanted to make sure that we don't forget that, and that we honor these men that went ahead and not only served, but many of them are buried still on foreign soil and made the ultimate sacrifice. And if I'll just name a few: Pedro T. Soto, who was part of Company E. He was from Kingsville, Texas. He's still buried in Italy. Juan Padilla, Del Rio, Texas, was killed in action at San Pedro, still buried in Italy. And we know the story of Alfredo Paredes, who's on the missing tablets on the monuments in the Philippines for those that are missing in action in the Pacific. And I'm just hoping that we continue to record and document Hispanic Americans that have served this country.
Thanks very much, Dave. It's been a wonderful conversation. It's been very enlightening. You're doing very important work, and hopefully this discussion threw some light onto those shadows. I'm going to throw it back now to my colleague and friend, apparently, Jeremy Collins, who's going to moderate the question and answer period.
Well, thank you, Dave, and thank you, Adam. Just because a colleague doesn't always mean a friend, so I appreciate you saying that. Dave, it's a pleasure to hear from you again. I want to tell the audience about the fact that you've written a special article for us that we will be posting later next week to highlight your DPAA case, your B-25 crew, and the work on that. And we thank you for providing the museum with that exclusive. We're honored. And your statement about the Manila American Cemetery leads very well into our first question from the audience, and it comes from Stacy. And the question is, were Hispanic soldiers utilized in the Pacific Theater, especially in the Philippines, since many of the citizens were Spanish-speaking?
Yeah, so I believe there's a unit from Arizona that served, and many of them were of Hispanic descent. As we learned, Oscar Perdomo served in the Pacific with the 464th Fighter Squadron, becoming the last American ace in a day of World War II. And we've also learned about Alfredo Paredes, who was an engineer gunner aboard the B-25 of the 344th, 5th Bomb Group, the Air Apaches. So Hispanic Americans served in all theaters of World War II.
And
if I could jump in as well, I'll say
Adam.
that individual Hispanic Americans served with distinction. Coming to mind automatically is Cleto Rodriguez of the 37th Infantry Division, who received the Medal of Honor for his actions in Manila, liberating the city from the Japanese. So there are many, many examples of Hispanic Americans in the Pacific Theater.
And perhaps that's the subject of your next book, Dave, looking at some of these in the warmer locales of the Pacific Theater. So our next question comes from a longtime friend and somebody that we all saw yesterday, Rich Frank. Dave, can you speak of Marine Corps General Pedro de Valle, commander of the 1st Marine Division Artillery at Guadalcanal, and later commanded the division in combat in 1945? Do you know anything about the general?
Well, I haven't done research on him, but he is on my list of things to look into. I mean, again, here was a general with the United States Marine Corps that was of a Hispanic descent. But yeah, I wish I could talk a little bit more about him. But let's look at that in the future. But yeah.
And one of the side effects of being virtual, I can guarantee you that Rich could probably speak at length about the question he asked. So our next question from Gene: can you discuss treatment Hispanic Americans faced while in the service as compared to the treatment of African American soldiers?
Yeah, so in my book, I do detail some of the discrimination that Company E faced. One in particular is Gabriel Navarrete from El Paso, Texas. Gabriel had been serving in the Texas National Guard since about 1939. And a lot of the officers in Company E said, well, you know, Gabriel, we think your officer material, you should go ahead and apply to officers candidate school. Gabriel goes and takes the test, the written test, and then takes an oral test, which is part of going to officers candidate school. And after the oral test, Gabriel's told, "I'm sorry, we're not going to allow you to go to officers candidate school because you have too much of an accent." That was the reason why he was not allowed to go to officers candidate school. 3 times Gabriel Navarrete took that test, the written test, and 3 times after the oral, he was denied because he was told he had too much of an accent. Gabriel Navarrete was leading the advanced squad, my cousin's squad, on Salerno during the invasion at Salerno, and was wounded. And when he came back from North Africa after being wounded and brought back to the front lines, he was commissioned an officer in the United States Army. But it was not until he proved his bravery on the battlefield did Gabriel become an officer. Gabriel ended up becoming the commanding officer of Company E before he left.
And if I can add a bit here, I've found that perhaps because there was no classification for Hispanic Americans, whereas there was for what was at the time Negro troops, it was segregated that way. The same for Native Americans or Jewish Americans. Those stories have often been folded into the Caucasian story or completely forgotten, as you two gentlemen have pointed out. Whereas the African American troops, not that they had it easier by any means, but their story was segregated because they were segregated, and it allows for those units to be focused on a bit more. The bomber crew is a prime example. He was one Hispanic American with white Americans. So our next question is from Tammy. Why do we know so little about these men? Why have they not been covered as part of the history of World War II? And I didn't read her question before I just chimed in there, but Dave, would you like to comment?
Sure. I think the biggest thing about that is that there's very little that's been recorded and documented by historians. And one of the things that Hispanics have to do, instead of, we could put the blame on, okay, so Ken Burns spent 14 hours on a documentary and didn't include us in there. Where is Ken Burns and people that are making documentaries going to get information if we don't put it out there ourselves? So for Hispanic Americans, I say that we have to look in the mirror and find out how can we get better at recording and documenting our own history. And one of the things that really has come to light with Patriots from the Barrio is that we have educators who are willing to get into this. And one in particular that I'm gonna highlight is Scott Petrie, who in Southern California. Scott teaches he said, "Dave, I walked into Barnes and Noble and your book just jumps out at me, because I teach at a high school where 85% of my students are of Hispanic descent, and I want something that's relevant to them." Scott went ahead and made sure that they had books, and his school, John F. Kennedy High School, became the first high school in the nation to use Patriots from the Barrio as part of their World War II lessons. So that is what we're looking at. That's what we're looking for educators to start using what's out there to teach.
Thank you, David. The point you bring up is one that you've talked to me privately about. Nobody's done it for us. We've got to do it for ourselves in a way. And there's a wonderful resource with Maggie Rivas Rodriguez. Would you mind talking a little bit about her organization?
Sure. Maggie Rivas Rodriguez started an oral history project at the University of Texas. And when I was first researching this, I reached out to Maggie and spoke to her and told her where I was going with my project of Patriots from the Barrio. And it was through some of her oral histories that I was able to find some that were actually served in Company E. Rafael Torres had done an oral history with Maggie Rivas Rodriguez's group with the University of Texas. So I learned a lot of that, a lot from Rafael Torres, who served in Company E. It was through that oral history that I found out Rafael Torres was one of 6 brothers who was serving in the U.S. Army during World War II. And then I was able to connect with a lot of his relatives. But yeah, Maggie has, and you could probably count on one hand those that are writing and documenting about Hispanic Americans, and I would put Maggie right there up front.
She was one of our original presidential counselors, this advisory board, due to the wonderful work she's done that's so close to our heart in the personal accounts and oral histories of the veterans. So the next question comes from Joe Vargo, and his question is, what happened to Ramon after the war? Did he have a family? Did he ever talk about his experiences or suffer effects from the trauma he endured? What was his post-war career? Is he still alive? Lots of questions from Joe, but they're all great.
Great. Thanks, Joe, for that question. Ramon did survive World War II. So I did mention briefly that he was captured at the Rapido River and escaped. He was also captured at the Battle of Vellatri, was held for many days in German captivity until he was able to escape when an Allied bomb hit the building that he was in. He was being tortured at that time for information. He had suffered with PTSD when he arrived back throughout his entire life. But when Ramon was serving in the 36th Division, his girlfriend at the time and later became his wife, Connie was also serving as a U.S. Navy WASP during this time. And the reason Connie says that, Connie used to say that the reason why she joined the U.S. Navy WASP is to try to run into Ramon somewhere. But they married when they both were back in Texas and raised a family in Wichita Falls, Texas. And it was through their family, really, Ramon's children, Roberta Gutierrez from Wichita Falls, and their grandchildren, that I learned a lot about Ramon. But Ramon lived until 1993. He died in 1993 when he suffered a heart attack. But he did suffer with PTSD his entire life.
Thank you. One question I want to throw in here with the MC's prerogative. One of the more famous commanders of World War II, U.S. commanders, who led one of the most famous divisions, Terry Allen of the 1st Infantry Division. He was Terry de la Mesa Allen. Have you found in your research any attempts to hide their heritage, hide Hispanic heritage that may help them move up if they had a mother who was Hispanic, but they didn't want to highlight that?
Yeah, I really didn't find that that they were trying to hide their heritage. And interesting that you brought up Terry de la Mesa. He was actually serving with the 36th Division. He was the assistant commander of the 36th Division when they were training at Camp Landing, Florida. This was prior to him taking over the Big Red One in World War II. Now, Terry de la Mesa had served with the unit, and he was in the El Paso area and knew a lot of the men from Company E. One in particular was Manuel Ornelas, who was not only serving in Company E, the Texas National Guard, but Terry knew Manuel Ornelas because he was the high school quarterback at Austin High in El Paso. Everybody knew who he was, that Manuel Ornelas was, because he was the star quarterback at Austin High. And when General Terry de la Mesa ran into Manuel, he goes, "Wait a minute, what are you doing here?" And Manuel turned around and told him, "Well, sir, my last name's Ornelas. What else can I do?" Terry de la Mesa cut through some red tape, and before Manuel Ornelas could blink, he was at officers candidate school. Manuel Ornelas ended up leaving Company E and going to officers candidate school and commanded a tank unit at Bastogne in the Battle of the Bulge. Manuel Ornelas would lose an arm during that battle, and Manuel was one of maybe 8 men that were still alive of Company E when the original Company E, when I first started writing the book.
Great. Well, I'm glad I stepped in there. Our next question comes from Ella. Were Hispanic service members barred from serving in any specific roles in the military?
No, I don't think that they were barred at all. And I did talk a little bit about Gabriel Navarrete not being allowed to go to officers candidate school. You had individual incidences like that. But I don't see that they were barred at all. We have to remember that Hispanics were not classified as, oh, he's Hispanic. They were classified as white. And when we look at the numbers of Hispanic Americans that had served in World War II, I wonder how many of them were not counted properly because they were classified as white.
Yeah, it's something that the future historians will have to keep digging deeper and deeper on. We've got a great final question here to wrap up this wonderful session as we're discussing one unrepresented community. We are not talking about any of the Hispanic women. So the question from Zachary comes in, were there Hispanic American women that served in the WACs, WAVES, WASPs, etc.?
Yeah, and I just mentioned Connie, Ramon's wife, Consuelo, had served as a U.S. Navy WAVE. So I know many of them did. A lot of them, of course, were nurses. I know that one of the men of Company E, Lorenzo Macias, who was killed in action at the battle after the Battle of San Pedro, his sister was a U.S. Army nurse. It was stationed at Fort Sam Houston.
Great. Another topic for future authors and writers to dig into. This has truly been a great and wide-ranging discussion. Thank you, Dave, for giving us 3 of your works in one presentation. Adam, thank you for doing a great job of leading the conversation. We're looking forward to your next book. And speaking of books, we have all of our speakers' books available on the web store. So check them out and buy them. Every purchase supports the educational mission of the museum. Also, as I mentioned, be on the lookout on our website for Dave's article on the B-25 crew. Thank you for those great questions, audience members. Of course, thank you to our sponsor, Pritzker Military Museum and Library. They actually have a great program coming up May 3rd and 4th. Their On-War Military History Symposium will feature Colonel David Glantz, who is one of the towering figures on Eastern Front history in the Soviet Red Army. He'll be joined by other featured historians for a 2-day program, so check out their website and tune into that, register for it. We now have a 15-minute break before the start of our next session at 12:45 Central. 12:45 Central. Thank you to Adam, Dave, and all of you.
I knew that something was going on because now I could feel the ship begin to quiver. So I knew that the screws were turning over faster. Actually, we were making 25 knots. And we steamed right into a mess. This guy went in and laid closer inshore so the radar wouldn't pick him up. And he opened fire once we got past that point. And so we were in the middle of this terrible exchange of fire from 3 points. All I know was, terrible battle going on, things are happening, and shells are hitting us, and the guns are constantly firing, and the ship is shaking and shuddering, still making 25 knots. And all of a sudden, bang, I go flying off the ladder, and I wind up on my back on the deck. It was a nasty, nasty scrap. And everybody on the bridge and on the flag bridge, pretty much all of them were killed. The navigation bridge, we lost the skipper, we lost the officer of the deck, we lost the junior officer of the deck, we lost the quartermasters with that. We lost everybody that was up there on the nav bridge, practically. We had so many wounded, so many. We lost between the aircraft strike of the day before and the battle of the night action. We lost almost 100 people. We're somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 people overall. You're just listening to all this noise and waiting to be called upon to do what they have taught you to do, and that's it. There's no, it's not like the movies or TV or whatever. You're not sitting around thinking about what am I gonna do and am I gonna die and blah, blah, blah. All you're thinking of is, Christ, I hope they don't sink this son of a bitch because I can't get out of here. This is what you're really thinking is, hope your gunnery and your maneuvers are proper so you can get the hell out of there without having to swim.
Florence Reynolds was one of about 1,100 women Air Force service pilots known as WASPs. These all-civilian volunteers were employed to fly almost every type of military aircraft, thereby freeing up male pilots for combat services overseas. But gender as well as civilian status presented some significant challenges.
They didn't know how to treat us. We were in uniform, but we didn't show any rank. We were entitled to go to the officers' club, and some of them felt we shouldn't be there. So we were neither fish nor fowl.
Reynolds was confronted with prejudice head-on when she raised questions about the stability of a plane she was to fly.
It said on here, main left wing spar cracked. And I thought, that could be serious. So I went to the officer in charge, the maintenance officer, and I showed it to him. And I said, how severe is this crack? His answer to me was, WASP are expendable. It's cheaper to send you than to take the airplane apart and ship it down. And he says that if you don't want to fly it, you'll have to pack your bags and leave the base. I had no intention of quitting. I just wanted to know how serious was the crack. And he said, well, you can't refuse it. If you refuse, you're out. So I grabbed my chute and I flew it. They have denied saying that the WASP were expendable, but I personally heard it, so. The gods of aviation are going to test you one way or another, and if you chicken out, then you're not showing much courage. Besides, I just didn't have the heart to quit.
During their service, WASPs were stationed at 122 air bases across the U.S. and logged more than 60 million miles in the air. Disbanded in 1944, WASPs were finally recognized with military status in the 1970s, and in 2009 were awarded the Congressional Gold Medal in recognition of their service.
In This Week in Military History, we look at the US air campaign against the Japanese mainland in 1945 that helped force the surrender of Japan in World War II. The American decision to begin strategic bombing against the Japanese mainland began in mid-1944 as part of the Marianas Campaign. General Henry Hap Arnold and Admiral Chester Nimitz planned a campaign to destroy military-industrial targets, to weaken Japanese morale, and aid in the planned invasion of the Japanese mainland. To further that mission, General Curtis LeMay, commander of the 21st Bomber Command, made the decision to move from high-altitude precision bombing to low-altitude incendiary bombing. The 21st Bomber Command, after supporting the Okinawa campaign, began firebombing Japan's main cities in mid-May. Nagoya was hit on May 13th and 16th by over 400 B-29s, destroying miles of infrastructure and killing over 3,800 Japanese, as well as leaving nearly 500,000 homeless. On the nights of the 23rd and the 25th, over 500 B-29s hit Tokyo, destroying over half of the city and thereby removing it from the 21st Bomber Command's hit list. Despite the bombers being briefed and told to avoid the Imperial Palace if possible, several government ministries were hit and a majority of the palace itself was also damaged. The command's last major raid of May was Yokohama on May 29th, killing over 1,000 Japanese. Overall, the attacks in late May destroyed 94 square miles of buildings, equal to 1/7 of Japan's total urban area. While the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were singularly more destructive, the firebombing of Tokyo was cumulatively far more devastating. Join us next time for another segment of This Week in Military History with the Pritzker Military Museum and Library.
I have received this afternoon a message from the Japanese government in reply to the message forwarded to that government by the Secretary of State on August 11th. I deem this reply a full acceptance of the Potsdam Declaration, which specifies the unconditional surrender of Japan. In the reply, there is no qualification. Arrangements are now being made for the formal signing of the surrender terms at the earliest possible moment. General Douglas MacArthur has been appointed the Supreme Allied Commander to receive the Japanese surrender. Great Britain, Russia, and China will be represented by high-ranking officers. Meantime, the Allied armed forces have been ordered to suspend offensive action. The proclamation of VJ Day must await upon the formal signing of the surrender terms by Japan.
We are gathered here, representatives of the major warring powers, to conclude a solemn agreement whereby peace may be restored. The issues involving divergent ideals and ideologies have been determined on the battlefields of the world, and hence are not for our discussion or debate. The terms and conditions upon which surrender of the Japanese imperial forces is here to be given and accepted are contained in the instrument of surrender now before you. As Supreme Commander for the Allied Powers, I announce it my firm purpose, in the tradition of the countries I represent, to proceed in the discharge of my responsibilities with justice and tolerance, while taking all necessary dispositions to ensure that the terms of surrender are fully, promptly, and faithfully complied with. Let us pray that peace be now restored to the world, and that God will preserve it always. These proceedings are closed.
Theodore Dutch Van Kirk was a navigator with the 509th Composite Group, United States Army Air Forces. This special group, headed by Lieutenant Colonel Paul Tibbets, was the weapon delivery arm of the Manhattan Project.
Paul Tibbets told me that we're going to be doing something special, that if it works, it's either going to significantly shorten or end the war. Now, if you get out to Wendover and you saw a bunch of people running around that you knew were atomic physicists, if you could not put two and two together and know that we were going to drop an atomic bomb, you were pretty damn stupid. But if you ever talked about it, you were even more stupid. You never heard the word atomic used in our group. You never heard the word nuclear. If you ever talked about anything nuclear or anything of this type, Paul would probably send you up to the Aleutian Islands.
Van Kirk and the crew faced some unique challenges as they prepared for a bombing mission unlike any previously undertaken.
We were talking to one of the atomic physicists working on the bomb, and he looked at us and said, we think the airplane will be okay if you're 9 miles away when the bomb explodes. And I can remember looking at the guy and I said, what the hell do you mean you think? He says, I don't know. That's our best guess. He says, there are some people betting that'll have to be 50 miles away. He says, some people are betting you can't get far enough away. He said, in which case you guys are dead. Made us feel real good, you know. After that, everything was aimed at getting 9 miles away. So you had to strip the airplanes. Anything we did not need in order to complete this mission, we took out and threw away. The turrets were all out, for example. Top turret, ball turret, all the turrets were out. The airplane was about 6,000 pounds lighter because of that. But we had the best airplanes, I'm sure, in existence, best bombers in existence in the Air Force.
As evidenced by the work of the 509th Composite Group, the success of the Manhattan Project hinged not only on the innovation of the scientists, but also on the discretion and commitment of servicemen and women.
About Hello again, everyone, and welcome to our next session for the International Conference on World War II. Most of our sessions in the program have involved warfighting, but it's important to remember that it took a lot of war-making material for the war to take place in the first instance. For this session, we have two of the country's leading military historians, Dr. Alan Millett and Dr. Tammy Biddle. Before I introduce Dr. Millett, I wanted to add what a privilege it is for me personally to introduce the session featuring Dr. Biddle, as she sat on my dissertation committee when I was pursuing my own PhD at Temple University. Now, the chair of this session, Dr. Alan Millett, has many connections to the World War II Museum. He is an original member of our presidential counselors. He sits on our conference planning committee, and he is the senior military advisor to the museum's president. Dr. Millett is also the director of the Eisenhower Center at the University of New Orleans. Many of you know the Eisenhower Center was founded by Dr. Stephen Ambrose, and it served as the starting point of what is now the National World War II Museum. He has authored and co-authored more than a dozen books on American military history, including A War to be Won, Fighting the Second World War. In 2008, the Pritzker Military Library awarded him its Award for Lifetime Achievement in Military Writing. Here to discuss and share the arsenal of democracy is Dr. Alan Millett.
Thank you very much for that generous introduction. I'm pleased to share this program with Tammy Davis Biddle, whom I've known some time and admired her work on bomber development, strategic thought, up to and including the Second World War, and I'm sure that her presentation will be quite illuminating, as she's always been both educational and entertaining. First slide, please, Tyler. Yeah. I don't know who said this. I made it up. Send me more trucks. It could be attributed to almost any general officer in the U.S. Army in the Second World War, but no one ever seemed to have enough trucks. The success story, many of them, of the War Department in the Second World War certainly can focus upon automotive vehicular development, the use of the internal combustion engine to fight wars. It really is the big development of the 20th century when it comes to mobility. Second slide, please. United States Army in its 19th century existence was faced with fundamentally a strategic mobility problem, that is to protect oceanic and territorial frontiers, usually by extending the presence on rivers and railroads. The internal combustion engine, however, made continental defense somewhat easier because it made it available to fill a gap between the place where the railroads and the rivers ended and whatever the front might be. This was particularly obvious in Army operations along the border with Mexico between 1910 and 1916, which was really the first time the Army attempted to use motor vehicles in the field. It had discussed development of motor vehicles with the automotive industry as early as 1904, but the question was at what point did motor vehicles really offer an alternative to horse and mule drawn transportation? Next slide. The vehicles that were available were pretty primitive and not really designed for field conditions. And one of the things that the Army learned very rapidly along the Mexican border or into Mexico was that it was extremely difficult to keep any kind of standard commercial truck operating under very, very extreme conditions. On the other hand, they recognized the potential of having motor vehicles available to move troops, supplies, and munitions to the points of contact with the enemy. This became really obvious when the Army found itself committed to oceanic expeditionary warfare, first planning to defend new territories like the Philippines and the Canal Zone, and then projecting military power to Europe. Next slide. The war in Europe provided a real test for Army mobility. Just so to calculate this, the Army had 90,000 horse-drawn vehicles, about half of whom actually went to France. To move one artillery piece required 24 horses who ate at least 12 pounds of fodder a day. I can assure you that Army horses were not thoroughbreds for the Kentucky Derby. They were more like plow horses available to pull heavy loads. Many of you have seen the movie War Horse. It's a fair representation of that effort. The Army actually sent almost 70,000 horses and mules to France, and I might say that the horse and mule business in the United States was supporting the Allies as well, so that doesn't represent all the American horses and mules that actually showed up. Motor vehicles went to France as well. There were only 4,000 vehicles in the Army inventory in 1917. A year later, there were 85,000 vehicles, 47,000 of which were in France. Next slide, please. This represents a pretty standard Army truck of the World War I era. You can see, obviously, that it begins to look sturdier and bigger, but it was a long way from being really dependable. Next slide. In the 1920s and 30s, the Army began to take motorization quite seriously. In fact, they made a choice about 1937 to stress motorization over mechanization. The concept was to make more mobile an Army mobilized first for continental defense and later for expeditionary duty abroad. It was going to be a big Army. Plans were to go from 400,000 in 1 month to 1 million when mobilized. The trucking industry, of course, was interested in any kinds of development of this size, and the industrial mobilization plan, which was a home front mobilization component of this planning, certainly stressed the development of motor vehicles as an American advantage if could be adjusted to military use. Endurance and the like was a serious problem. General Motors Corporation, Packard, White, Dodge, Diamond T, there are about 9 or 10 very large motor industry corporations interested and worked very closely with the Army in the 1930s. One difficulty, however, was the motorization almost went berserk to the point where 5 different Army departments were procuring vehicles to their own specifications. Standardization was unknown. Nobody had a good inventory of spare parts. It was pretty awful. By 1940, however, the War Department had more or less settled on the fact that they would get vehicles in 3 categories. One sort of medium to heavy would be vehicles with a 2.5 ton to 4 ton load. Then there'd be an intermediate 1/4, 1/3 ton vehicles up 2 tons, maybe. That's the load, not the weight of the vehicle. And then there would be some light vehicle. It would be about 2 tons in weight and carry maybe 1.5 tons in supplies. To indicate just how devoted or dedicated the Army was to motorization, in 1941, the Victory program was designed, as a sort of astounding program that had the numbers right, 8.7 million relatively, in 213 divisions, which of course proved to be very unrealistic. But I find interesting that the plans call for 61 of those divisions to be motorized, which meant basically that everybody had a ride. The infantry regiments, roughly 3,000 officers and men, would have some kind of vehicle. That proved to be far too optimistic. In World War II, for example, only one infantry division, the 4th Division, actually was motorized, and it turned out that it had plenty of vehicles but not much firepower. So eventually, plans to have motorized divisions were scrapped. Next slide, please. In the interim, the Army experimented with different kinds of vehicles. This is, I think, a Chevy that's been, or Dodge rather, that's been converted. It's a real effort to sort of take commercial vehicles and strengthen them, build them up for military use. And it turned out that this was not a really good idea, that military vehicles needed to be designed from the bottom up or the axle up for service in the field. Next slide, please. Motorization, of course, became a key part of the mobilization and the waging of World War II by the United States. By the time the war ended, the Army had taken custody of 2.3 million trucks, basically falling into three categories. One was the 6x, 6x6 dual drive, 2.5-ton load. I think anybody that's been in the military has ridden in a 6x at one time or another. I can remember driving one once and deciding that somebody else should do it. Then you have the weapons carrier, which was often used by light, heavy infantry weapons, light artillery as a carrier. The Jeep was the light utility vehicle with a load capacity of about 1/4 of a ton. It had a trailer, which they did. At one time, the plan was for every company to have 2 Jeeps. That turned out to be a little illusory, but the company Jeep was a standard feature of virtually every unit. 600,000 of them went into service. Over the course of the war, different corporations became specialists in different types of vehicles. Dodge did ambulances, Jeep done by Willys, GMC and White did trucks and half-tracks. The reason the War Department was successful in becoming so motorized was that the automotive industry had been fallow during the Depression, actually created 4 million automobiles in 1941, and that was using only half of their capacity. In the first quarter of 1942, they produced 3.4 million tons of military vehicles, and that soared to more than 200 million tons of vehicles just 2 years later. Infantry regiments did not have as many trucks as they sometimes wished they had. Usually about 75 trucks per regiment, which meant they could probably move about 1 battalion at a time. The Division Artillery Group, which would be 4 artillery battalions plus all of the supporting vehicles, would take 360 trucks. I took a look at the TO&E of an infantry division, and it sort of topped out around 1,200 vehicles of all kinds, mostly Jeeps and trucks. Now, the way the Army handled these problems, particularly in the European theater, where trucks became very important, was to pool truck battalions at the Corps or Army level and then apportion them out. In a real crisis, the Army can move a couple of divisions by trucks, as it did during the Battle of the Bulge, for example. Next slide. This is the old standard 6x6. All of the tires can be engaged with the powertrain, so that you have 8 wheels to the rear, 2 to the front, and all could be used to give traction in rough terrain. 6x became really the ubiquitous vehicle on practically every front. We sent 350,000 to the Russians, and I suspect there's still 6x's around the world in operation. Okay, next slide. Okay, now the problem with becoming an iconic vehicle, however, is that the Jeep became even more iconic. I don't think there's anybody that served in the military since World War II and through the 1990s, or at least the 1980s, that didn't learn how to drive a Jeep. It was sort of a requirement. I don't think we quite cried like cavalrymen are supposed to when the horses went away, but the model Jeep you see here, which was standard model from World War II for the next 30 years, was replaced by a horror called the Mighty Mite, and then eventually, of course, the Humvee. But this is the Jeep that one now sees restored in Veterans Day parades and the like, and is still fondly maintained as this one is throughout the world. I certainly drove Jeeps many times and enjoyed it immensely. Next slide. Some 10 years ago, I was involved in a project with the Imperial War Museum to create a book that would catch World War II through iconic things, from helmets to weapons and the like. And I realized when I was preparing this presentation that I had made a horrible mistake, which is that I had put a Jeep in the book, but I had not put a 6x. So I hereby confess that if we ever do a revision of this particular book, I will certainly put a 6x in there, because that really is the vehicle. May not have won the war by itself, but it certainly was a big contributor. It's still amazing when we think about just how large the motor vehicle component of the U.S. Army was during the Second World War. I'm always struck by one fact, which is that the United States Army had more people who knew how to drive and maintain vehicles than any other of the belligerents. Somebody did a count and estimated that probably 7 out of 10 American enlisted men either had driven farm vehicles or family cars or commercial vehicles at some time before they entered the service. No one in the European theater had anything like that kind of experience with motor vehicles. I think the Germans and the British ran about 3 proven drivers to every 10 soldiers. It meant that the United States could certainly deploy motor vehicles and be relatively confident that the people driving them could maintain them and keep them operating, as certainly was the case. Okay, thank you. I think we'll stop there, and I'll pass the baton to Tammy, who is certainly an expert on bombers and bomber warfare. Tammy has a PhD from Yale, teaching experience at Duke and down at the Army War College, and certainly one of the leaders in military history, focusing on American and British participation in the Second World War. Tammy, it's all yours.
Thank you, Alan. I'm delighted to be here, everyone. Welcome to my kitchen. This is where we have the hardwired computers, so I'm afraid it's a little bit of a different look. I wish I were in New Orleans with you. I think we all do, but we have to pull together, get through this, and I think it'll make us all appreciate New Orleans the next time we can get down there, which hopefully will be very soon. I am delighted to be on this panel. I'm delighted to be with Alan, who I admire immensely. So let me move right into it. Aircraft production in the Second World War. It's really a pleasure for me to talk with you about this fascinating topic. The history of industrial production is relatively new to me as a scholar, but it's part of the work I'm doing for an upcoming book. So it's a privilege to have a chance to dive in. Like all stories from the Second World War, this story is remarkable. Industrial procurement and industrial production may seem like dry topics, but they're not. I was astounded by the array of challenges the U.S. faced, especially from 1940 to 1942, And I was equally astounded by the ingenuity and adaptability we demonstrated as a nation. Getting the right weapons into the hands of people trained to use them and to use them effectively is no less a part of victory than having great captains on the battlefield. In its exhibits and its programming, the National World War II Museum has dedicated a lot of effort to the home front, and that's appropriate. I cannot stress enough that this front was absolutely critical to our success in the war. Next slide. So the bottom line up front, U.S. aircraft production in World War II was a staggering success. During the war, we produced nearly 300,000 airplanes. We produced nearly 80,000 more aircraft than Germany and Japan combined. But this outcome was not achieved easily or without blood, sweat, and tears. We had many trials to overcome, and the coordination effort required in this work was no less than mind-boggling. I have no doubt that many people, had sleepless nights as they sought to find ways to find solutions to the problems of allocation and coordination required by a dramatic expansion of aircraft production. Next slide. So I found this quote in the official history of the U.S. Army Air Forces in World War II. It's by Wesley Craven and James Lee Cate, and it just seemed to me to sum up so much that's important. There were lots of people on the home front who were under tremendous strain in the Second World War, but I would put the industrial group that was under the most strain, I would rank them as the aircraft manufacturers. And I'm going to explain why this was the case in just a couple of minutes, but boy, they had a major task, and they really met it brilliantly, but as I said before, there were lots of struggles, lots of false starts, lots of problems we had to overcome. But with a lot of American determination and grit and energy, blood, sweat, and tears, we moved forward. Next slide, please. So first, a bit of context. Aircraft had an early but very important trial in the First World War. The war began only 11 years after the Wright brothers had lifted their flyer off the Earth for less than a minute. But between 1914 and 1918, aircraft moved from flimsy, short-range machines made of wood and wire to sophisticated long-range bombers, four-engine bombers. The lessons of the war were important. We discovered that air power was going to play a central role in modern war. No state that was going to win a war in the future was going to do without airplanes playing many roles. But it remained a new instrument, and some of the lessons of the war were partial and subject to misinterpretation. The war and its aftermath had been bitter for Americans, and during the 1920s, we were quite ready to turn away from war altogether. When the stock market crashed in 1929 and the Great Depression set upon us, this tendency intensified, despite disturbing world trends. Next slide. Overall, the 1930s brought a paradoxical mixture of developments. Congressional investment in the U.S. military remained very modest indeed. The military services in the U.S. were small and underfunded, and the air arm had not gained independence from the Army, despite the efforts of Billy Mitchell, which were considerable efforts. At the same time, though, Americans were deeply interested in aviation. Lindbergh's 1925 flight had fired the American imagination. Barnstormers crisscrossed the country performing aerial feats, and U.S. pilots set and reset distance and speed records in competitions that took place all around the world. In the 1930s, vast technological progress was made in airframe design, and it was possible to produce large aircraft that could achieve high speeds. Between 1934 and 1938, for instance, the average speed of airliners increased from 127 miles per hour to 163 miles per hour. Commercial airlines were on track to become big business in the United States. The United States government had made important investments in aeronautical research, in particular through the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics, or NACA. The government also aided with investments in key infrastructure, such as beacons and emergency landing fields. But orders for aircraft tend to be placed in small numbers or limited numbers. Most planes were still handcrafted, and the industry was not using the assembly line methods that the automobile industry had by then embraced. But there were bold thinkers out there. At the Air Corps Tactical School at Maxwell Field, Alabama, forward-looking airmen envisioned attacks on enemy industrial Keynote targets with long-range precision bombers. Theory seemed to be backed by reality, as new Boeing B-17 bombers were loaded with armament and advanced bomb sights. The B-17, of course, was called the Flying Fortress, and for a reason. It was meant to be loaded up with armament so that it could penetrate its way into enemy airspace. But there was no consensus within the Army about the proper role for aircraft, and we had only a very limited number of long-range bombers in the late 1930s. The Army, of course, was focused on the ground war and was looking to have aircraft support the infantry and the ground war. The insurgents, the folks who were leaning in the direction of future air war, were thinking about using bombers for strategic bombardment. As war approached, the nation was divided over how to handle the rising threats around the world, and the U.S. military was divided about how it might best deter and defend its national interests. Next slide. Actually, no, go back to the previous slide. Yeah, this is where we want to be. Then a powerful signal arrived. In November 1938, soon after the Munich crisis, President Franklin Roosevelt argued for a dramatic buildup of the Air Corps. He wanted to see 20,000 aircraft backed up by an annual production capacity of 24,000. If this seems surprising, the reasons for his choice aren't too hard to discern. National preferences for defense and security and strategy depend a lot on history, geography, and culture. The United States had the great benefit or blessing of relatively benign borders to its north and south and vast moats to its east and west. No nation that is not forced by circumstance to maintain a large standing army will tend to do so, because large standing armies are terrifically expensive and are also socially and politically disruptive. So it shouldn't be surprising to us that Britain had come to rely heavily on its Royal Navy, or that the US had turned to sea power in the late 19th century and would become attracted to air power in the 1930s. Aircraft, the president believed, would offer a powerful tool of intimidation to serve US interests. It might make the Japanese think twice before making moves in the Pacific, and sales of aircraft to France and Britain might help those nations stare down or defend themselves against the rising German threat. FDR had been impressed by a statement made by Ambassador William Bullitt, who said, "With enough aircraft, you don't have to go to Berchtesgaden." Here he was referring directly to Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain going to meet Hitler at Berchtesgaden near Munich during the Munich crisis. And of course, FDR realized that aircraft production would put Americans back to work. which was, of course, terribly important in the late 1930s. And other powerful men around the president, you see them to the lower left in this slide, would also get on board and make the case for aircraft and the prioritization of aircraft in military production. And these included Harry Hopkins to the right, who was the president's closest advisor and a very important man in all decisions regarding the Second World War. We have Robert Lovett in the center. He was Assistant Secretary of War for Air and very important and very influential. And then, of course, we have Henry Stimson, Secretary of War, and George C. Marshall of the U.S. Army. Next slide, please. The U.S. aircraft industry was fortunate. It would not have to build from a standing start right after Pearl Harbor. Foreign orders placed urgently by France and Britain in 1938 to 1940 pumped millions of dollars into U.S. factories, and many U.S. companies made their own investments to expand production. As one scholar put it, the British and French acted not unlike venture capitalists who financed the designs, machine tools, equipment, and preparation needed in advance of mass production. The momentum towards accelerated aircraft production got an even bigger shot in the arm in May of 1940, while Hitler was overrunning the Low Countries and shocking France. FDR called for a standing force of 50,000 aircraft and a production capacity of 50,000 more. That number, which was big, had both psychological and political power, and it spurred a wide array of important actions. This was truly a green light for the U.S. Air Arm, who took it as a signal to go forward and press and lean in on aircraft production and the role of aircraft in the Second World War. This also catalyzed serious thinking about mobilization and the kind of public-private partnerships that would be required for success in war. General Arnold, head of the Air Corps, took his own great leap forward in 1940 when he envisioned a truly revolutionary airplane, a giant bomber with a range of more than 5,000 miles. The design challenges for it were mind-boggling. In addition to unmatched speed, range, lift, the airmen wanted armor, the most sophisticated armaments, pressurization, self-sealing fuel tanks, and in general, the most modern technology possible. Boeing responded, and the result ultimately was the revolutionary B-29. It was a giant leap into the future, and it was something of a blind leap as well, because the normal design and production process for this airplane was very telescoped, dramatically telescoped. It had its shakedown period under combat conditions, which is not what you really want, but Arnold wanted this airplane fast. Next slide, please. Of course, there's a big difference between an aspirational number floated by a president and a capable Air Force. During the summer and fall of 1940, procurement officers were signing up to 1,000 contracts a day out at Wright Field in Dayton. But the actual production was only a trickle at first. During 1 week in November of 1940, the Air Arm received only 2 tactical aircraft. A slew of problems had to be solved. In previous research, when I was studying air doctrine and strategic bombing strategy, I would often wonder why it took such a long time to get air production fully up to speed. But now, having done this presentation for you, I fully understand why. First of all, every firm is going to have an immediate need for a finite supply of raw materials, leading to a scramble for those materials and inevitable shortages. Aluminum, in particular, was in great demand, and there just wasn't enough to go around to everyone who needed it immediately. If expanded production requires the construction of new factories, which it will, Do you prioritize the materials needed for the planes being built in existing factories? Or do you send materials to construction sites in order to raise the volume of future production? Which airplanes do you prioritize? During the Battle of Britain, we began to think very seriously about fighter aircraft again. Some airplanes were going to be ready far ahead of their propellers or their radios or their guns. Producing more guns might mean producing fewer airplanes, but what good is a combat airplane if you don't have guns or radios or propellers? Do you produce aircraft and then the spare parts, so essential to their operation, or do you produce them simultaneously? What replacement rate do you demand for your spare parts? No one flies for long without spare parts, but there's a terribly difficult decision between how you make that choice between what you're going to produce and roll off the production line, and then how much you're going to invest in spare parts to keep it flying. And what good is an airplane without the infrastructure needed to support it? The trucks, for instance, that deliver its fuel. So this takes us back to Alan's presentation on the role of trucks. And of course, trucks were competing for materials as well. But this wasn't all. Next slide, please. The great scholar Bill Holly identifies perhaps the hardest challenge of all. And the quote is on the right of the slide, which you can read there. Combat conveys vital information about our strength and capability versus the enemy's strength and capability. If you have an adaptive, powerful enemy, keeping up will be essential. And this will necessitate change when the scales shift in the enemy's favor. You must adapt. Sometimes quantity can make up for quality, but not always. It was no small thing to decide between continuing production of an existing airplane and trying to produce it in numbers, and deciding that you needed to stop production and make major changes. Change always costs you time, though. You must create or bring in new tools, perhaps reconfigure your factory, retrain your workers, write and distribute new technical and tactical manuals, retrain pilots and crews. And airframe changes have big ripple effects out to all of your subcontractors. And of course, then you must change your spare parts also. Procurement officials, designers, and engineers constantly walked a knife edge as they made these hard decisions between quantity versus quality. One high official in the British Ministry of Aircraft Production likened the atmosphere there to a casino. Men were trying to stay on top of so much uncertainty and chance and change. To top it all off, the statistical tools were not so nearly sophisticated as they are today. And there was no modern computing to help out. Today, we have statistical and computational tools undreamt of by the slide rule and mimeograph warriors of the 1930s and 40s. Next slide, please. So here are some additional challenges that needed to be solved. We had to work out how to distribute raw materials. Everybody needed lots of raw materials all the time. So some mechanism for distributing them, prioritizing, allocating them to factories had to be devised. And we didn't really have a great solution until the Controlled Materials Plan that came in the second quarter of 1943. There was a shortage of managerial and engineering talent. We just needed more managers and more engineers. We trained a lot of them, and we trained a lot of people in schools at night. One thing that we don't often recognize about World War II is that so many people were being trained and educated in those years. We needed folks, and so industry and the government trained them. There was a shortage of skilled labor. At one point, the Army Air Forces moved men out of the military and into an engine factory where they needed them even more. There was a very serious shortage of machine tools early in the war. And actually, we had a shortage throughout the war, but it got better. We closed the gap fairly soon and managed to keep up. But we always needed machine tools. And with the constant changes in frame design, we were always having to build new machine tools. We had a need for satellite plants. You have to be able to bring in workers, and you can't have all your workers in the same place because there isn't enough housing, and you have to go out to where workers are. So that meant satellite factories, but that increased the challenges of communication and coordination. And then, of course, there's always government red tape. I work for the Army, so I know a little bit about Army bureaucracy. It was there, and it was a challenge. And the Army and all of the government were trying to work out all of these methods in real time. So there were just going to be fits and starts. It was inevitable. Next slide, please. Okay, the solutions. Through extraordinary ingenuity and dedication and workable government industry cooperation, U.S. aircraft production gathered momentum, and by 1942-43 had developed an impressive head of steam. And all the elements on this slide contributed to the positive outcome. And that outcome, as I said at the start of the presentation, was remarkable. So just a few examples of some of the things that are here on the slide. Curtiss, which built the P-40, shared important technical information with North American to help them build or design and build the P-51 fighter very quickly. That would never have happened under normal circumstances, but in the cauldron of war, that kind of cooperation and sharing became possible. War production councils of manufacturers on the East and West coasts pooled their expertise and resources to help one another solve problems and to share materials and swap materials and just come up with solutions to problems. So there was real cooperation. It started on the West Coast. It was so successful, it moved to the East Coast. And of course, there's the immense contribution can't be overstated, of the auto industry in Detroit, which, working closely with aircraft firms, took on a heavy burden of manufacture for both aircraft frames and engines. Detroit was truly the furnace of the American arsenal of war. By 1944, our aircraft production was dwarfing the efforts of all of our enemies. And next and final slide. So U.S. aircraft production went from 6,806 in 1940 to a peak of 96,318 in 1944. Just a staggering change. And the slide at right, which tracks the output of major powers, does not really do justice to the magnitude of the American accomplishment. By the end of the war, the U.S. was building mainly very big and sophisticated bombers, while Germany and Japan were building much smaller fighters. The Germans and the Japanese had been pushed onto the defensive, so they were shifting over to smaller fighters. So the size of the airplanes that the Americans were building was much greater, which really makes the achievement all that more impressive. This was a story of incredible success, but it demanded a monumental effort from everyone involved. Not just designers and engineers, but also welders and riveters and all sorts of folks doing a huge array of different kinds of jobs on the assembly line floor. At the Ford plant at Willow Run outside Detroit, that assembly line was a mile long. But we can't overlook either the statisticians, the contract writers, the draftsmen, the auditors, the stenographers, and the typists, all of whom had a role and a major role in making all this work in the end. And finally, there were the pilots and the crews and the maintenance crews on the ground who had to go through training and retraining every time an airplane was modified to keep pace in the never-ending contest of technology that is modern warfare. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Tammy. Let's move directly to questions from the audience. Jeremy, if you all take charge there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Millett and Dr. Biddle, for those enlightening presentations. And so we do have our first question from the audience all ready and set to go. The first question comes from Karen and David, who ask, how were vehicles maintained and, just as importantly, fueled, and how did logisticians determine the types and numbers of spare parts needed for vehicle maintenance? Dr. Millett, can we direct that to you?
Yeah, sure. That's a very good question. I think by experience, mostly, quartermaster department evolved into an offshoot command called Transportation Command, and most of the work on trucks was done collaboratively between the manufacturers and the Army. The manufacturers helped run courses for maintenance, driving. Industry was very, very cooperative, largely because they expected to do big business with the trucking after the war was over, and some of that with the Army as well. There were elaborate schools of all kinds to train people to be not just drivers, but to do first echelon maintenance. Sometimes that became second echelon maintenance. They had a tremendously large infrastructure to support all this commitment to motor transport, and it helped sort of create these kind of mythical large tales that we read about now in terms of the service forces providing, 4 times more people in uniform than the fighting forces did. But if you emphasize firepower, you need somebody to make that possible. That was vehicular traffic, certainly. Lots of extemporized activities, building pipelines, for example, to move motor vehicle gasoline to places where the trucks could reach it. It was a very arduous and very demanding operation, particularly in Europe in 1944-45.
Thank you very much, Dr. Millett. That was a great question from our audience member, and it really, one historian has estimated that about 60% of the U.S. Army's manpower in Europe during World War II was rear echelon support forces, but that gives no indication, as Dr. Biddle's presentation indicated, to the amount of workers working in the home fronts and other industries to support those soldiers abroad. So our next question comes from David Bergeron, who asks, can you explain the significance of part standardization, production engineering, and manufacturing accuracy control played in the success of the arsenal of democracy? Dr. Biddle, would you take that one?
Sure. Standardization and production, all of these things, this is a great question. This had to be worked out. And it wasn't worked out without trouble at first. Because every manufacturer was doing its own thing, and we had to really standardize parts, and we had to standardize procedures and processes so that they could be efficient on the assembly line, and also so that when aircraft arrived in the theater, they could be maintained efficiently and according to the manuals that we produced, so that people would recognize the parts and be able to put them in the right place. So standardization was very important. And it, again, for airplanes that are all doing different tasks, attack, bomber, transport, photographic, you had to have a lot of different parts, a lot of different pieces that were going into these airplanes, but to the greatest extent possible, you had to then come up with control mechanisms and procedures and processes that allowed you to standardize so that when they went out into the field, everything was going to be as smooth as possible. As Alan has said, we learn by experience. And often, you know, it was trial and error, and we would get things wrong, and then we would realize that we had to standardize even more, create procedures that allowed for this. And this meant engineers had to do this. So this goes all the way back to the home front. It's not just the maintenance crews out on the front lines. It's working back on the home front to get things as standardized as possible. Ford, for instance, was very anxious to do this with all of the B-24s that it produced. And it produced, of course, at the Willow Run huge facility. And they were very proud of the fact that they produced standardized pieces for every one of those B-24s so that when they went out into the field, they could be fixed and be dealt with quite easily.
Thank you very much, Dr. Biddle. It really gives you an appreciation when you start thinking about the number of planes and the number of individual parts that goes into so many of these items of equipment, you know, just how many contracts the U.S. military had to oversee during the war, and the huge offices and staffs, as you mentioned, that were involved in coordinating these. So our next question from the audience comes from Joe Relation, and he asks, regarding aircraft production, how much of a factor was the U.S. chemical industry's ability to produce large plexiglass castings versus the Germans' lack thereof? Dr. Biddle, would you take that one?
Sure. You know, any piece of equipment that is going into an airplane, and if you can produce it in numbers and high quality that is going to dwarf what your enemy can do, you're going to have a tremendous edge on the battlefield. So the fact that we could produce plexiglass in large numbers, it was an important piece of modern aircraft technology. Obviously, a pilot wants to have the greatest range of vision possible, and you want to be able to see clearly, especially if you're flying in difficult combat conditions. Those of you who have seen 12 O'Clock High know that you want to be able to see airplanes coming overhead, to the right, to the left, to your front, to your back, your 6, your 3, your 9. So plexiglass was huge, and we wanted to use it in aircraft as effectively as possible, and we put it into a lot of airplanes. So the fact that we had that resource and could maintain that supply and could build aircraft utilizing plexiglass. And as we learned from combat, the more we had and the more we could create it in ways that would be structurally sound, robust, reliable, but also give pilots a great field of view, the better off we were. So certainly, if I were picking sides, I would want to be on the side that had availability of plexiglass and the ability to change it as we needed to and as we learned from combat experience, and to shift it into the best possible cockpit for our pilots, making the best possible planes for attack, bombardment, fighters, pursuit, reconnaissance, everything. So great question. And yes, I think that gave us a big advantage.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent question, and it also, it brings up this issue of how many different new materials that the military experimented with and then ultimately fielded to its soldiers overseas, including plastics and everything from aircraft to knife sheaths. I mean, it was ubiquitous. So our next question, we're going back to the Pacific Theater now. We're going to talk about trucks. LK Zvolo asks, were the heaviest trucks, the 6x6s, also transported to the Japanese islands? And if so, how were they transported there? And I think they're talking about not only the Japanese home islands, but also those taken in the Pacific, captured by the U.S. military. Dr. Millett?
Well, you had to put them on ships, and the best way to do that was to find some LSTs that were available. Very often, having trucks that were preloaded with ammunition, supplies, water, and the like were crucial in supporting the various amphibious operations. The trucks weren't as numerous. Numbers of troops often were not quite as numerous, but they certainly were important in the big island campaigns like New Guinea, Saipan, Guam, Okinawa. I think the one place where trucks didn't do so well was on Iwo Jima, largely because of the gravel. It's not sand; it's volcanic gravel. Very, very tough trafficability. There, you needed weapons carriers and jeeps to try to move casualties, ammunition, and sort of thing around. Nobody could really function for very long ashore unless they had some kind of transportation system based upon vehicles of some kind. There might be amphibian tractors, to be sure. They may be light vehicles, but you simply couldn't conduct the military operations that are firepower rich unless you have something to carry these loads of ammunition.
Thank you very much. That was an excellent question. And, it also raises the point that even though these islands look minuscule on a map, an island like Guadalcanal or Saipan, has the capacity and the need for a road network and a large number of trucks if you're going to be using it as a military base. Marines and soldiers who came back to Guadalcanal, after having fought there initially and then gone on to other campaigns and then returned when it was transformed into more of a rest center, they said how it was unrecognizable because of all the roads that the Army engineers and the Seabees carved out of the jungle terrain. So we have one more question now from the audience, from Janet Morgan. Janet asks, what was the timeline of replacing men with women on production lines? This probably goes to Dr. Biddle's presentation mentioning the labor manpower shortages, especially in aircraft production, but also other areas. So Dr. Biddle, if you'd like to take that first.
Sure, it's another great question. Thank you, Janet. So what happens is that as aircraft production is ramped up and we move more deeply into the war, clearly more and more men are being pulled in by the draft, by selective service, and we've got shortages. Again, in a nation that's trying to make everything, and not just make it for us, for ourselves, but making it for Russia and Britain and sending it via Lend-Lease and also to China. So we're making stuff for the whole world. Everyone who's fighting Hitler and the Japanese is relying on us. So we are really have a big demand to have so many people in our factories, but also to build up our armies over time and to create the pilots and the drivers of trucks and the mechanics out on the front lines. So as more and more people get pulled into the hard fighting, so this is 42, 43, and certainly by 44, women are really stepping up and replacing workers in our factories. And I was astonished by the number of women. Every time I pulled up an aircraft production photograph, I was seeing lots of women. So I think it really starts, certainly by the end of 42, into 43 and 44, women are really coming into the factories in large numbers. They're being trained. They're proving themselves, being able to do not only tough jobs, but some very delicate jobs. And women's hands were very good at doing certain kinds of close work in very tight spaces, in creating airplanes. So women became a huge asset to our aircraft production. And I think, again, if you look at photographs you will find lots and lots of women on the home front lines in our factories producing airplanes. Last night, I went to YouTube and I pulled up. I wanted to see what Willow Run looked like, and I found a fantastic film that Ford itself made about Willow Run and the production of a B-24. I really recommend it to you. If you go to YouTube and just type in Willow Run, it'll probably come up. But you're going to see a lot of women being trained, a lot of women doing really incredibly challenging, skilled work on those assembly lines. It's very exciting.
Thank you very much. And thank you both so much for your expertise and joining us for this panel. Your enthusiasm for this topic really comes through. So it was great to see you again, both, albeit virtually. And I would like to, as we close out this panel, to thank once again our sponsor, the Pritzker Military Museum and Library. And thank you to all of those in the audience who asked such great questions on this panel. Now, if you'll, we're going to take one final 15-minute break. Our final session will begin at 2 p.m. Central, and we'll see you there.
Hey everyone, my name is Maceo Carney and I go to school right here in the Bay Area. Today I'm taking you to sites around Northern California to learn a bit more about African Americans during World War II. We're here at a really neat national park, the Rosie the Riveter World War II Homefront National Historic Park in Richmond, California to discover more. The Rosie the Riveter World War II Homefront National Historic Park tells the story of millions of Americans who mobilized after the attack on Pearl Harbor to support the war effort, causing shifts in our society and our culture. Despite being united in a common purpose of defeating the Axis, not all Americans received fair or equal treatment, even with plentiful new employment opportunities. To share the mission and stories of this park, along with her own World War II story, is Betty Reed Soskin, who is the oldest active U.S. park ranger. Thanks for joining us today, Betty. If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
I'm 95 and will be 96 in September.
How long have you been working at the Rosie the Riveter site?
I came here in the year 2003 as a consultant to the National Park Service. I became a ranger 10 years ago.
Betty, why exactly was Richmond, California chosen as a site for this national park?
Well, there were many, many boom towns that grew up throughout the country around defense plants. It was only here in Richmond there were enough still standing structures related to that era through which to interpret the history. Everywhere else, they'd been redeveloped out of existence. Here in Richmond, though those sites were not revered as historic landmarks, this was a city that was a very poor city that couldn't afford to knock them down and put something else up. The signs of the Richmond shipyards were still here. All of that history was still evident in the city of Richmond. So it became the only place in the country through which you could interpret that history with any kind of accuracy.
Lots of new jobs in Richmond, but not for all Americans, right?
That's right. That's right. Except that Henry Kaiser, for his 4 Kaiser shipyards, imported a workforce of 98,000 black and white Southerners out of the 5 southern states of Mississippi, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Texas, and Louisiana. These were whites coming off the Dust Bowl and blacks coming up from the slow mechanization of cotton. Everybody recovering from the Great Depression of the 30s. Possible for a black man to be standing on the sidewalk in Jackson, Mississippi, where Southern tradition would demand that he not only not make eye contact with a white person, but that he also step into the gutter if a white person approached. That man could find himself tapped on the shoulder by a Kaiser recruiter and find himself 2 weeks later in the city of Richmond, riding in the front of the bus 10 years before Rosa Parks would refuse to give up her seat in Montgomery, Alabama. So here in Richmond, that cauldron that absorbed all of those Southerners had to deal with it without benefit of focus groups and diversity training. They had to all answer the mission of their leader, which was simply build ships faster than the enemy could sink them, with no time to take on a broken social system. They were all living under the common threat of fascist world domination. So the black and white struggle played itself out on the city of Richmond in many, many ways, unlike other parts of the country.
I see we're sitting next to a sign that says double victory. What does that mean?
You know, it's striking to me that that's so forgotten. African Americans come here and they've never heard of the WWII campaign. And it really was the campaign that set in motion what happened in the 60s. It was actually created by James Thompson, who was a young man in his mid-20s who was due to be drafted into the armed forces and who sent in a letter to the Pittsburgh Courier, which was probably the most widely read black newspaper nationally. And he sent it in saying that he was perfectly willing to fight for his country, but that he thought that there were two battles, that he thought that his people, African Americans, those like us, should not only be fighting for victory overseas, but they ought to be fighting for justice at home. And he encouraged the creation of the WWII campaign that was promoted by the Pittsburgh Courier. And it became actually a national movement.
Did you see yourself as a Rosie the Riveter during the war?
No, I didn't. I don't even see myself as that now. The country that we were then is not the country that we have, the nation that we have now. For instance, I grew up as a child of the service workers generation. Our fathers and our uncles were the red caps and the Pullman porters and the bellhops and the janitors and the laborers, and our mothers were 50 cents an hour domestic servants. But I shared that history in order to indicate that being a clerk, even in a segregated union hall in 1942, was a step up. My folks were really proud of me because I wasn't making beds in a hotel. I was a clerk, which in 1942 would have been the equivalent of today's young woman of color being the first in her family to enter college, because that's how different we were in those years. And I hope you can understand that. But that's how much social progress the country has made over those 70 years. You're not living in that world, but that's the world I grew up in. At the time that Rosie the Riveter was a campaign to entice women out of their homes into non-traditional labor for the first time, to take the place of the men who were off fighting, that was simply not my story at all.
Betty, before you had mentioned that you had worked as a clerk. Could you please specify your jobs as a clerk?
Yeah, I was working for Boilermakers Auxiliary 36. The unions were not yet racially integrated. They wouldn't be for another decade. And so that the unions created auxiliaries, and that's a fancy word for Jim Crow, into which all the black workers were dumped. I came in every day in a carpool. I changed addresses on 3x5 file cards of people who were constantly in motion because everyone was trying to get settled into housing. And I was doing this to save the world for democracy. And as you can see, it worked. It's also true that I had no idea what was happening around me. I never saw a ship under construction. I never saw a ship being launched. I was in a temporary building that was torn down immediately when the war ended. At 20, I was what, maybe 4 years older than you are, 5 years? I was not much more than a child, certainly slightly out of adolescence. The larger political issues were not a part of my life at the time. I only could see what was around me, and that was that little union hall.
Why do you think it's important for Americans to remember all of these home front stories?
Because it's out of who we have been that has determined who we're going to be. The future's based upon the past, and we have encapsulated our past in this series of national parks. One could educate themselves by traveling through the national park system, of which there are now over 400. I think it is the greatest gift for ourselves. And it is important, especially for African American children, to go back and walk through the past, because we've been left out of a lot of history, but we can reconstruct it, and that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing here.
These historic sites spread throughout all of Richmond remind us of the tremendous economic, social, and cultural changes on the U.S. home front brought about by the war. These changes had a lasting effect on the fabric of American society and exposed unity and division and harmony and disparity within our diverse country.
Well, I've been fortunate enough to go on some of the travel programs the museum has run. The most important one was the Victory in the Pacific tour, where we went from Hawaii out to the Mariana Islands, up to Iwo Jima, and down to Peleliu. There is nothing quite like standing on Mount Suribachi on Iwo Jima in terms of anything that could happen to you in terms of the Asia-Pacific War from the American perspective. When we were on the island of Saipan, we went up to a place called Marpi Point on the north end of the island, where there were a tremendous number of Japanese civilians who committed suicide. And when you get there and stand on Marpi Point, the thing that is so incredible is the ocean there is enormously beautiful, and it makes such a juxtapose of the horror that happened in 1944 and the beauty that you find today.
I was interested in the 75th anniversary that was coming up of a lot of events in World War II, in both D-Day and other events. So I took the World War II Museum's cruise from Berlin to Prague, and I so enjoyed that perspective. I did a 2-day excursion to the beaches of Normandy, so I was there over the 75th anniversary of Normandy.
If you go to Normandy, to the beaches in Normandy, the first thing that you're struck by is how wide they are. The distance between low tide and the shelter of the high water mark. And then there's no doubt one of the most moving places in Normandy, and maybe in Europe, is the American Cemetery in Colville-sur-Mer, which has thousands and thousands of white crosses and Stars of David on that beautiful green lawn. And it's really the place where you say to yourself, this is where it happened, and this is where I have to come and reflect and remember on what sacrifices were made for all of us.
What I found was that each place we went, we got a real personal encounter with what was happening and a perspective on what it was like from both sides.
It's an incredibly powerful, moving, poetic experience.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. After 2 full days of some truly wonderful presentations, we've reached the final session of our 13th International Conference on World War II. Along with important topics such as production capabilities and social issues, we always want to incorporate some of the key and famous battles in our conference program. We started this morning with the boom of artillery, and we're going to end this afternoon with the bang of key battles in World War II that we have titled the session Turning Points. To bring us and the conference home, it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Rob Citino. Rob is the Samuel Zemurray Stone Senior Historian here at the National World War II Museum and also our Executive Director for the Institute for the Study of War and Democracy. He's also a pretty marvelous guitar player and is jealous of the display that John Parshall has behind him. But Rob, the show is yours.
Thank you, Jeremy. Now the whole world knows, and so I'm happy. It's great to be with John Parshall and Neil Barr, two really outstanding scholars on the history of great battles in World War II, as well as some other things. The theme for this get-together, this final session, as Jeremy says, you know, we've been rocking in the free world now for nearly 2 straight days, and it's time to bring the conference to a close. We really wanted to do go out with, as he said, with a bang, and we thought a good way to end would be with this concept that is so beloved of military historians called turning points. Now, before I introduce the two principal speakers, let me say I have some experience in this field as well. A few years ago, I wrote a book called The Death of the Wehrmacht, which, amongst other things, is about the Battle of Stalingrad. And you don't need to know a whole lot about World War II to know that many people consider Stalingrad to be the turning point of the war, or at least the Eastern Front. Now, I'm not sure I'm one of those people. I'm a little dubious of the whole concept of turning point, and I wrote the book very carefully so that I never said the word turning point. And I was lucky the book got picked up by the Book of the Month Club, History Book Club at the time. I helped put my daughters through college with the proceeds, so it was all good. But I remember when the little brochure came about this month's selections, and there's Death of the Wehrmacht by Citino, and big bold headlines, turning point of World War II. So I realized that at some point it doesn't matter whether you think Stalingrad is a turning point or whether you're uncomfortable with the concept. People are still going to use it. And so you might as well go along with that and at least try to define what you mean pretty precisely. So our two guests today are, first of all, John Parshall, who will be speaking on the Battle of Midway. Hello, John, my dear friend. It's good to see you.
Nice to see you.
John is the creator of the foremost website in the world devoted to the Imperial Navy, CombinedFleet.com, which he founded in 1995. His book, Shattered Sword, The Untold Story of the Battle of Midway, he co-authored that with Anthony Tully. For my money, still the definitive account of the pivotal battle in the Pacific. He's written for every magazine you can think of: Naval War College Review, U.S. Naval Institute Proceedings, Naval History, World War II, and probably too many others to name at this point. Adjunct lecturer for the U.S. Naval War College and has appeared on the History Channel, Discovery Channel, the BBC. Currently working on a history of the year 1942, all fronts, all regions, and I really can't wait to read that one when it comes out. So John will speak first on Midway. He'll be followed by Neil Barr. Neil, it's good finally to meet you. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time. Neil is a professor of military history, a deputy dean of academic studies and education in the Defense Studies Department, King's College London. Educated at University of St. Andrews, he's taught at St. Andrews, the Royal Military Academy, joined the Staff College in 2000. His main research interest concerns the Anglo-American alliance in World War II, and he has published numerous works. But the one that will really be germane to today's discussion is his excellent history of the Battle of Alamein, or should I say the 3 battles of Alamein, called Pendulum of War. So if you will, gentlemen, let's start with John. We'll go in roughly chronological order. Midway is June, and at least the 3rd Battle of Alamein is November of 1942. So let's start with John Parshall. John, talk to us about the Battle of Midway.
Very well. Thank you. If you could put my first slide up for me. In following with Rob's sort of skepticism or guarded usage around the words turning point, my title is Midway, Turning Point in the Pacific. And as you can see, I've got a question mark at the end of that statement, which should be your clue that, I think we have to use the word turning point in a very careful manner within the context of a large war like World War II. And its near cousin, decisive battle, that's another phrase that gets trotted out with respect to Midway on a pretty frequent basis. What do those really mean within the context of a war like the Second World War, which just isn't a contest between two countries, but is actually a contest between two larger alliance blocks composed of dozens of nations? Can you really have a turning point or a decisive battle within that context? And that's what I'd like to explore for the next 10 minutes or so. Next slide, please. I think the way to sort of start exploring this is to look at the balance of naval aviation within the Pacific during this mid part of 1942. And so I have here what I call my carrier scorecards. And this is the picture in the Pacific immediately after the Battle of Coral Sea in early May 1942. And so what you see is on the American side of things, we've just lost the large carrier Lexington. Her sister Saratoga has a nasty habit of running across enemy submarines, has taken a torpedo and is in the yard. The Yorktown-class carriers are all operational, and the WASP is in the process of being moved from the Atlantic to the Pacific but hasn't arrived yet. On the Japanese side of things, they have 4 very experienced carriers, Akagi, Kaga, Soryu, and Hiryu. They have the newly added pair of Carrier Division 5, Shokaku and Zuikaku, who have both just put out of combat as a result of Coral Sea. Shokaku collected some bombs that she didn't want. Zuikaku's air group was shot to pieces, and so they're out of the picture for the Battle of Midway. And the Japanese have just recently commissioned the converted carrier Junyo. And you can see, too, that they've got a number of light carriers. They've just lost Shoho at Coral Sea, but they still have 4 other operational light carriers. So roughly speaking, the correlation of air power in the Pacific at this point, carrier air power, is about 2 to 1 in favor of the Japanese at this point. And what that means for the Americans is that we've been placed in a defensive sort of stance where we've got to ward off, blows from the Japanese, and the Japanese have the initiative in this conflict. Next slide, please. Here's what the situation looks like coming out of Midway. Ouch, if you're the Japanese. You've just lost the 4 best carriers in your inventory and about 3,000 sailors, 250 carrier aircraft. This is a very, very bad day at the office. The Americans have lost the Yorktown in return, but the net effect is that now the balance of carrier air power has kind of reached parity, which doesn't sound all that exciting, but in the middle of 1942, in the dark, dark middle of this year, where everything is just going catastrophically wrong for the Allies, for the Americans to be able to claw their way back to parity is immensely exciting, and it opens up a whole array of strategic opportunities for the Americans that they just didn't have 3 days ago at the beginning of this battle. Now the Americans can begin contemplating, can we take the counteroffensive in the Pacific? So we've entered a whole new stage of the war. Now let's think big picture a little bit, and if I could have the next slide. I think from the American perspective, any discussion of grand strategy within the war, certainly the Pacific War, starts with this slide, which shows you the GDP of the major combatant nations in the war. And I've highlighted the U.S. in blue, Japan in yellow. And what you see is that the Americans come into this war with an economy that is 5 times larger than Japan's. And they're going to end this war with an economy that's going to be more than 7 times larger than Japan's. And in pretty much any index of military production or war potential that you'd care to name, we've got it all over the Japanese. We have twice the population. We pump more than 2/3 of the entire world's oil supply at this point comes from the U.S. U.S. steel production is larger than Great Britain, Russia, and the entire Axis bloc combined. So I think you'd have to say that in the smaller context of the Pacific War, U.S. versus Japan, As long as the U.S. can, one, maintain the political willpower to stay in this war, demonstrate that they can also fight competently, we are going to win this war. And there's just no two ways around it. But there's a couple of problems, here in the midterm. The first is, we can't just whip out our wallets and say, well, we have more money, so we win, right? That's not how the game is played. We have to demonstrate that we can fight competently, not only competently enough to defend ourselves, but also be able to take the counteroffensive and win, particularly on the ground. And the jury is going to be very much out on that topic for probably about another 6 months or so. The second is that the shape of the war itself is not conducive to U.S. victory at this point. Up until this time, the Pacific War has really been relatively episodic in nature, in that there's been some ground combat in the Philippines, but that's ended now. There have been some carrier battles now. We've done some carrier raids around the perimeter. But there's not any point in the Pacific that we are in daily contact with the Japanese. And that episodic nature was good for us at the beginning part of the war when we were very disorganized and not really well prepared to fight. But now in the midpoint of 42, the productive spigots are beginning to turn on in the States. And the bottom line is that even though we have a long-term advantage over the Japanese, Japan is still a modern, industrialized nation state. The only way to defeat a power like that is to apply cumulative levels of attrition to it that grind its military to pieces. And then in the case of Japan, we've got to move close enough to the home islands that we can either grab bomber bases and, ruin their economy through strategic bombing, or we're going to have to physically invade the place. That's the way that this thing is going to end. And so if you are the larger, stronger, heavier opponent, what you want to do is create an up-tempo, constant, attritional sort of conflict. And we haven't got that now. So if I could have the next slide, please. If you are FDR in the latter part of 1942, your to-do list is really very, very simple. You need to get the Japanese in a headlock someplace. It doesn't really even matter where, and just start giving them the business. I think in terms of a sausage grinder, right? It's attritional warfare. We need to be rolling out of bed every morning knowing that it's going to be a great day today because I am going to absolutely be guaranteed to be killing Japanese soldiers, shooting down their aircraft, a good chance of getting into a naval battle so that I'm continuing to grind up their navy. That's what I need is a sausage grinder. And lo and behold, not 2 months after the conclusion of Midway, we get one in not one but 2 locations. If I could have the next slide. The first is in New Guinea, where in late July, the Japanese land a regimental combat team at Buna and begin moving over the Kokoda Trail towards Port Moresby. And you can think of this as the Battle of Coral Sea Part 2, in that the Japanese are intent on capturing Port Moresby. And this is going to kick off a ground campaign that's going to drag the Australians in and eventually, in fairly short order, drag a couple of American divisions in as well. And then about 2 or 3 weeks after that occurs, the Americans land at Guadalcanal. The heretofore, nobody could probably find Guadalcanal on a map 6 months ago. But we put a division into Guadalcanal and kick off a 6-month campaign for possession of what becomes the most important piece of real estate in the Pacific, namely Henderson Field. So if I could have the next slide, please. And what we're going to have here over the course of the next 6 months is a series of naval battles. There are going to be a number of major ground battles. There's going to be a constant drumbeat of air combat as the Japanese are flying bombers down from Rabaul to try to put Henderson out of business. So from an attritional standpoint, this is just what the doctor ordered. In the course of this campaign, we are going to shoot down hundreds of Japanese aircraft, more than 600. We will kill tens of thousands of Japanese soldiers. We'll sink about 24 major warships. And so again, this is just what the doctor ordered. And it's interesting because as Americans, we tend to overfocus on Guadalcanal, understandably. The Australians tend to overfocus on Kokoda, which is their sort of definitive campaign for the war. But really, it's the Japanese perspective that I think is the more accurate one. From their vantage point in Rabaul, what they see are these, the twin-headed monster that is just tearing them to pieces, and they cannot keep up with the attritional rate that is being inflicted upon them. This is the kind of war that the Americans needed to create in order to have final victory in the larger conflict. So if I could have the next slide. It was the late, great historian H.B. Wilmot who brought this out in his Midway book. He points out the fact that there's an inherent conflict between having what you might call a decisive battle within the framework of a war whose outcome has largely been predetermined. And I would have to say that I err, as you can imagine, on the side of the outcome of the Pacific War, not World War II as a whole, but the Pacific War was largely predetermined as long as the Americans want to stay in it. So I would have to say that Midway was not a turning point at the strategic level, although it was a turning point, I would say, at the operational level, because it rings down the curtain on the initial stage of operations and creates a whole new type of war. So if I could have the final slide. As Tony and I said in Shattered Sword, Midway is, I think, the most important naval battle of the Pacific War. I would actually argue it's the most important naval battle of all of World War II, not because it was decisive in an absolute sense, but again, because it allows the Americans to create the kind of war that they need in order to go on to final victory. Thanks much.
Fantastic, John. Thank you so much. As always, fascinating presentation. We'll have, I'm sure the audience will have some questions for you a little bit later on in the game. And at this point, if we could turn things over to Neil Barr to talk to us about the battles of El Alamein. Neil?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh dear, oh dear. If I could have my slides, I'm terribly sorry about that. What a rookie error. Oh, thank you. And there's my slides. So I was saying that, but nobody could hear me. I was saying that I've always viewed El Alamein as more than a single battle, but rather than as a campaign. And I've always connected Alamein in my mind, actually, with a famous anti-war poem by Robert Southey called After Blenheim, which is actually about the Duke of Marlborough in the 18th century. And I think it's perhaps because Blenheim, Waterloo and Alamein still tend to be linked, certainly in the British imagination, as victories, whatever the historical truth of the matter. And one of the stanzas from Southey's poem, in a sense, seems to sum up Blenheim and Alamein when he says, or when in the poem, and everybody praised the Duke who this great fight did win. But what good of it came at last, quoth little Peterkin. By that I cannot tell, said he, but 'twas a famous victory. And there seems to be something about Alamein in that it seems dislocated from its physical presence in Egypt. It seems part of the past rather than as part of the future. And that's one of the things that I'd like to discuss in the very next few minutes. But so I've always seen it as a campaign, and I would argue that there were three major engagements in the desert around Alamein, and thus we need to see those three battles as part of a whole, as a single long, hard-fought campaign, which was of pivotal importance to the war in the Mediterranean, perhaps not a turning point. And it's that campaign that I'd like to try and sum up in just the next few minutes. So if I can have my next slide, please. And when we think about Alamein, we often think about it through the lens of personality. we think of it almost as a duel between Rommel and Auchinleck, or between Rommel and Montgomery. And in some respects, that's due to the propaganda of the time, which built the forces in the desert into this duel and gave them an importance through the newsreels of the time, where Rommel was used as a propaganda tool by Nazi Germany. And Montgomery was one of the first British commanders to really harness the power of the new media, of the newsreel, with his distinctive look, to stamp his personality on the battlefield and on Eighth Army. But that concentration on personality, I think, has taken us away from the true nature of what the Alamein campaign was actually about. So if I can have my next slide, please. I think it's worth reflecting on the real emergency of the British situation in June, July 1942. Dorman Smith here on this slide, he was expecting to either be victorious or be a prisoner of war within a matter of days. And in many respects, I see the fighting around Alamein at the beginning of July as being one of the moments of the Second World War, even though it's really considered as such. But it's one of those moments where the events, decisions, and even time and space narrow down to a handful of decisions. If the Eighth Army had not been able to stop Rommel at Alamein in the early days of July, it's quite likely that the British position in Egypt would have collapsed. And I think that would have had a profound effect. So instead of that, actually holding at Alamein, it stabilizes Britain's position throughout the Middle East, and ultimately that enables British recovery for the later years of the war. If we can go to the next slide, please. The swirling fights that take place in July, huge casualties, no further result than the fact that Rommel has been, or Rommel's army has been halted. And it leaves a sense of stalemate and a sense of unfinished business, which leads to the rest of the campaign. Next slide, please. But I think we also need to be wary of an approach which is overly focused simply on the nature of the fighting in the desert. And in fact, to understand the campaign as a whole, it's vital to place the air and naval operations in sharp relief. While for the armies, the Alamein campaign is all about the 40-mile front up to a depth of perhaps 30 miles either way. For the Royal Navy, the Desert Air Force, and their Axis counterparts, and indeed for the American bombing force that's in the Middle East at that time, that small patch of sand is only a very small part of this. The air and naval campaigns are taking place over a much wider canvas. And in fact, in order to really understand what happens at Alamein, we need to think of it in terms of supply. And that goes further to consider the ships, factories, and workers which go almost across the globe and send forces and material to the Egyptian desert. Next slide, please. And that's brought into stark relief, actually, with Rommel's final attempt to reach the Delta in August 1942, where he commits his army to movement without having the fuel to complete the movement. And in fact, Alam Halfa looks very similar to Ghazala, Rommel's great victory in the summer of 1942. And the reason he's not able to defeat the Eighth Army in August is very much down to those problems of supply and the power of the Desert Air Force, as well as the Eighth Army. Next slide, please. When we consider Alamein, there's so many controversies which surround the campaign, many of them either created or in part because of the myth that builds up around Montgomery. But this is the one that I really feel I need to share with you. Montgomery claims that Auchinleck only had plans for retreat, when he takes over 8th Army. And that is all part of the image that Montgomery builds of himself as this new broom to sweep clean in the desert. Yet it's quite clear that the blueprint for Montgomery's third Battle of Alamein is actually developed by Auchinleck before he's sacked. So one of those alternative facts of the war which sometimes gets overlooked. And if I can have my next slide, please. So the third and final Battle of Alamein, whatever we call it, becomes a real trial of strength. And it's often believed that the 8th Army had an overwhelming amount of force to push against the Panzer Army Africa, and that this was somehow a foregone conclusion. In fact, the depth of the Axis defences, the nature of the fighting in the desert, and the difficulty of cracking open those defensive positions actually made the battle far more hard fought and far more close run than perhaps people have looked at it subsequently. And in some respects, that final Battle of Alamein, it has many echoes, in fact, of British offensives in the First World War, let alone the Second. Next slide, please. So how can we sum up this campaign in just a few minutes? It's actually quite a challenge. Corelli Barnett, in his brilliant iconoclastic book, The Desert Generals, actually claimed that the third Battle of Alamein never needed to be fought because the torch landings in French North Africa would make it irrelevant very quickly afterwards. He claimed that this final Battle at Alamein was a political battle. Well, of course, in that sense, all battles are political, and that shouldn't surprise us. In fact, the final victory at Alamein was vital to the progress of the Allied cause in the Second World War. Whether it's a turning point, whether it's as profound a battle or a victory as, say, Stalingrad or Midway, remains arguable. Certainly, for Britain at the time, this seemed to be the greatest British victory since Waterloo. And when the news arrives, it's certainly seen as such. There's services of thanksgiving, church bells, silent since the invasion of 1940, are rung in celebration. And so the British people always remember that event. Churchill, of course, plays his part in reinforcing the significance of El Alamein. So it is a political battle of prime importance for Britain, if not for her allies. For Churchill, he can claim to be the far-seeing statesman who had shaken up the Middle East Command and brought victory. For Montgomery, he becomes famous and a household name throughout Britain almost overnight, and it cements his position as a successful general. And for the British Army, they learn operational methods and tactics which enable them to prevail against the German army in increasingly tough battles and defences throughout the rest of the war. But the campaign of Alamein is underpinned by a strategic logic which, even by the later stages of the war, seem not to make much sense. This is an imperial campaign in some respects, which harks back to the imperial logic of the past, but it's also a high-intensity campaign which was very much a part of the defeat of the Axis. So there was perhaps more about Alamein that looks to the past than to the future. It's the last time during the war when, broadly defined, an independent British army fights and wins. And although British forces fight alongside their American counterparts throughout the rest of the war, from Alamein onwards, Britain's position is overshadowed by the growing might of the United States. Ultimately, then, the victory at Alamein ensures that the British Empire would end with one last ray of military glory before the sun set on what had been the world's largest imperial project. And Alamein, that final military achievement of Britain as a great power, was in that sense also the last hurrah of the British Empire. So today, the logic of those imperial objectives have now completely evaporated. And I think that's one of the reasons why Alamein seems dislocated in a sense. So ultimately, Alamein was much more than just simply a famous victory. I think it was a pivotal campaign in the Second World War, which helped to shape the outcome, not only of that war, but of much else besides. Thank you.
Neil, wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. I think what we'd like to do now is kind of go on to a little roundtable session, just the three of us kind of shooting the bull about what it means to have a turning point in World War II, with also some specific discussion of the two battles under consideration, as well as my own battle, which is the Battle of Stalingrad. You're two global experts on Midway and Alamein, respectively, John and Neil. So I'd like to start with the obvious question. What is a turning point in a war the size of World War II? What could be considered a turning point? I noticed both of you studiously avoided overusing the term turning point. Having said that, it shows up in book titles, it shows up in films, it shows up even in casual discourse on World War II. We hear it again and again. I'd just like to see if we can get some specificity. Maybe John first, again, go in that chronological order, and then over to Neil. How would you define a turning point in World War II, John?
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, there you go.
For nailing
Bring it.
that. You know, it's funny. I actually was rethinking this even this morning, and you know, for someone who's been thinking about Midway now for the past 20 years, you would think that my opinions on the matter are set in stone, but they're really not. I have real problems coming out with any sort of a global definition of what a turning point is in this war, and actually the realization that I came to this morning again was that you really have to start thinking in terms of, are we at the grand strategic, operational, or tactical level when we start dispensing these answers? So I feel more comfortable talking about Midway at the operational level, that it had some profound operational effects. I think you can call it a turning point at the operational level, but I think in the larger picture of World War II, again, you know, between a conflict between dozens of nations, I don't know that you really can have a clearly delineated turning point. I'm not sure that it exists.
Neil?
Gosh, it's such a difficult question in some respects. So if I was going to define a turning point...
Remember, you're not even being paid for this. This is free.
If I was going to define a turning point in any way, then I'd see it as a switch in the initiative, and that's probably at the tactical or the operational level. And I think you can see that to some extent, you know, from John's great presentation about Midway, from Alamein, and indeed Stalingrad. It's where does the initiative swing? But it becomes, in many respects, just a discussion point. Who gets to decide what a turning point is? And it tends to be after the event. So people in 1942, did people in 1942 really recognize that things had changed? If there's a political reason to recognize it, as there is for Churchill, then yes, you'll declare something as a turning point. But does that mean that the war is necessarily going to go all in the Allies' favor after these supposed turning points? That's clearly not the case. And what does it mean for a combat soldier in 1943 or 1944 to be fighting, you know, a desperately hard battle, whether it's in the air, the land, or the sea? That there's been a turning point, you know, a few months or even a year before. Does that make their job any easier? And I think the answer is no. So it's a difficult concept. It works for historians because we can argue about it and we can choose them. But in terms of the reality during the war, I'm not convinced that it works. The British example with Alamein, though, it means something to the British people for that time. And in that sense, it provides a morale boost. And I suppose that is important.
I just
very good points. John?
Briefly, that one of the things that my friend Rich Frank pointed out to me just a couple of years ago now was that, just about a month after the victory at Midway, there is an opinion piece in the New York Times that says that the business of war has gotten so large and complex that it's beyond FDR's ability to really be an effective commander-in-chief, and that he should appoint a military super commander to oversee the war effort. And so back to your point about, Neil, was this even recognizable as a turning point within the war, within the context of 1942? I would argue that Midway certainly was not recognized as that in the year 1942, certainly not during the summer of 42.
I like, Neil, your notion of changing when the initiative changes. That's a good one. Having the initiative is so important. You get to pick and choose your spots, pick and choose your targets. Your enemy is on his back foot, constantly reacting to things that you're doing. The more I think about turning point, I guess where I'm uncomfortable with it is that there's a discrete event that turns any war. And let me give the example of Stalingrad. I think when we say Stalingrad, you all know it, you two of course know, and I bet most of the audience listening knows as well, we mean the surrounding of a German field army inside Stalingrad. The Germans had 4 field armies in their southern campaign, and now they lost one, the biggest one. It was cut off and eventually marched off wholesale into captivity. But that only happened because the Germans showed up at Stalingrad, and that was in November. The Germans showed up in Stalingrad 2 months earlier without enough strength to take the city. And that only happened because they launched an offensive in June in the Southern Front that was far under-resourced. The Germans are already down 250,000 in terms of the sort of replacement deficit. Units are at 40% of their nominal strength. They're raising divisions amongst the Hungarians, Romanians, and Italian armies because they lack the number of divisions themselves. And then, you go back. Why did they do that? Well, they did that because it was the last crack at the Soviets before American arms came into the field. And where'd that come from? That came from Moscow in 41. I think you see the point I'm making, that there's a continuum. I think that often we read about a turning point, and, John, it's like in American football, a pick six. One side's doing great, and then suddenly there's an interception, and you take it to the house. Neil, you're like a British football team that scores an own goal. Then things are going beautifully, and then all of a sudden they're just falling apart. But I think what we have here is, for Stalingrad, certainly, there's just a long continuum of events that lead to it. And, one more thing, Neil, I'll just throw this in at the end and see if you guys can comment on it. It didn't really even change the initiative. The Germans launched one last gigantic offensive in the summer of 1943, and that is, of course, the Kursk offensive. So just the more I thought about it, I would tell students for years in class, turning point, don't even bother me with turning point. And they go crazy because they know there's a turning point of World War II. But even on the initiative level, I'm not sure Stalingrad qualifies there.
Yeah, I think that's very much true at Midway, too, in that you don't even see the initiative really shifting over to the Americans. Now what it is it's a point of balance, and it's going to remain in balance all through the Guadalcanal campaign. It really isn't until, I would argue, late November of 42 when the Americans finally tipped that and now have decisively grabbed the initiative in the Pacific War and are now on the offensive. But, Midway just created the conditions whereby we could contest for the initiative. It would take the Guadalcanal campaign to decide that question.
Neil, what about the learning curve? Yeah, go, please.
I'm going to chime in there in the sense that turning points, it suggests that there's an inevitability about the course of a war, whatever war it might be. And I suppose as human beings, we want to think that. We want to think that there is inevitability there. But as historians, we really can't, we really mustn't. Almost any event could have happened after Alamein, after Stalingrad. that would have changed the calculus. And people at the time simply don't know that. So while it's a human need to, I think that things are turning, that things are getting better, things can get worse. And at the time, you're simply not going to know what's coming around the corner.
Yeah, I really like your point. You're an infantryman in 1945, and you're slogging through some German village, and there's a Waffen-SS unit in your way, and I think you say to yourself, well, hey, we have the initiative, so things are going to come out all right. Yeah. I think it's probably a little dicier than that. But what about this notion, and maybe this would be for Neil, there's a long learning curve. I don't know if any army in the world had a steeper, tougher learning curve than the British 8th Army, originally Western Desert Force, and then eventually British 8th Army. Alamein, the three Alameins don't just pop out of nowhere, do they? The same army had just been handled very roughly in June at Gazala and Tobruk.
Yeah, so I'm going to be scathing of the British Army here, in the sense
go right ahead.
The British Western Desert Force actually is very well trained. It has very good doctrine. It knows how to fight in the desert far better than the Italians or indeed the Germans when they first arrived. But against the German doctrine, against the German panzer divisions, they find that nothing works. And they get trapped into a cycle of improvisation, of trying new things constantly. And every time it fails. So they keep switching, they keep changing. And it has to be said, the British forces in the desert have weaknesses in particular equipments that are really vital in desert fighting. One of the most important, actually, is their radios. The British can't use combined warfare in the way that the Germans do because their radios simply don't have the range. But anti-tank guns, etc. So they get trapped into this cycle, this expediency of trying new things, and it all fails. And it's during the pause from July, at the end of July, until October, with the notable exception of Alam Halfa, it gives them time to really draw all those lessons together, and particularly with new equipment, the 6-pounder anti-tank gun, and of course the American equipment, the Sherman tanks that come in, dragged unwillingly in some cases from American units. But that's what really enables them to learn the lessons of 2 years of desert warfare and come up with the ways of crunching their way through Axis defenses.
We're getting closer to the moment of the program where we throw it open to questions from the audience, which is always you never know what you're going to get asked, and it's always a tense moment. We have some very well informed listeners. But let me ask this question, if you don't mind. I saw, Neil, at the end you had a couple of quotes from Sir Winston about the Battle of El Alamein. Before Alamein, we never had a win, and after Alamein, we never had a loss. So, paraphrasing, and then the most famous one. It's not the end. It's not even the beginning of the end, but it just might be the end of the beginning. What did, first of all, I'll ask Neil, what did Winston mean by that? And then I'll ask John if you can say the same thing about Midway.
Okay, so I'll try and be quick because I think I can answer this quickly. Through 1940, 41, 42. So Churchill's actually being quite cautious there when he says this might be the end of the beginning. And for him, the end of the beginning means actually it's the end of that run of defeats, of strategic hammer blows, which effectively mean the end of the British Empire, the fall of Singapore, all of the defeats and disasters in France, Greece, Egypt, etc. So, of course, Churchill was a historian, and he wanted to write the history of this war that he's been this great political leader in. And so when he's using these phrases, he's using them with both a politician's mind or a politician's eye, but also a historian's eye as well.
That's great. John, how about Midway, end of the beginning?
I actually think that works very nicely. If you, Neil has just talked about the fact that the British have had a 2-year run of defeats. In the Pacific, that's all been telescoped into the first 5 months of that conflict. The Japanese just come into the beginning of the war and just rip the Allied strategic position to pieces, destroy, the Allied position throughout the Pacific. And a lot of that is due to the fact that the Japanese, in many cases, were sort of punching into air. Were the Dutch really going to put up much of a fight against the Japanese? Et cetera, et cetera. All of the Allied powers were unprepared for a war in that theater, and they just got clobbered. But what you see at Midway then is this sort of at-will expansionism on the part of the Japanese, where any place they just bothered to show up, they would win. That phase of the conflict is now over. Now it's, okay, you actually have to fight us for stuff. And now it's a much more evenly matched campaign. And so in that sense, that it draws the curtain down on this initial stage of wild expansion. And now we're sort of into a real war, if you will.
In a sense, it works for Stalingrad. Barbarossa was a Baltic to Black Sea event. And then Stalingrad was still a theater-wide event, the entire southern portion of the front. But after that, the Germans are only going to be able to launch one more great offensive on a very, very narrow portion of the front, and that's the Kursk salient. So if it's big German offensives into the Russian and Ukrainian steppes, those do come to an end after Stalingrad. And maybe that's probably a good way to end our little roundtable here as any. Well, we're not quite sure what they all mean, but they were famous victories, as Peterkin tells us at the beginning. And Neil was talking about the Battle of Blenheim. The Battle of Blenheim will be the subject of another webinar we'll do here at the National World War II Museum, hopefully at some point. I think that's probably all we have right now in terms of our presentation. Jeremy, if you'd like to drop back in and begin feeding this group the questions, that would be great.
Great. Thank you very much, gentlemen. A really engaging conversation, wonderful presentations as always. And the first question we have going to John. Can you comment on the attrition war versus the island hopping, leapfrogging, hit 'em where they ain't war, based on maneuver and bypassing attrition wherever possible? This comes from Steve.
That's a good point. There's no question by the time you get to 1944, the beginning of 1944, and actually let me step back up. If you look at the fighting that goes on during 1943, the locus is really going to stay in those two campaign areas that I outlined, New Guinea and the Solomons. And we're going to be, grinding our way up the Solomon Island chain and capturing the Finchhaven Peninsula in New Guinea. And a lot of people notice, by the end of 1943 that, we've advanced, 300 or 400 miles in either of these theaters. And if we continue at this rate of advance, we are not going to make it to Tokyo until sometime in the mid-1960s, and that simply isn't going to get it done. At which point we begin shifting over to twin axes of offense through the Central Pacific and also through the Southwest Pacific, and bypassing a lot of Japanese bastions. I would just note that the conditions for being able to do that, though, were in some ways dependent on the attrition that we inflict on the Japanese Navy and particularly their air forces during 1943. That what you don't see happening behind the scenes is there's this immense shift in the correlation of strength within the Pacific, that the Americans are building up their logistical apparatus for introducing new types of aircraft. And in the process, in New Guinea and the Solomons, there is this constant attritional engine going on that's chewing up their air forces and their navy. So the island hopping campaign would not have been as quick to unfold had we not done a lot of that field work. And when I say field work, I mean killing, that had to be done against the Japanese in 1943 to kind of set up the dominoes for 1944.
The next question seems to be geared towards Neil. It comes to us from Jim. Were gymnast and super gymnast, the invasion of North Africa, a legitimate aim for the U.S. to involve itself with, or was it a political ploy by Churchill to have U.S. power serve British interests. What is your take on this issue?
Oh, that's a very good question. So we need to take a step back to actually July 1942. A lot of things are decided then, both in Egypt and in terms of Anglo-American planning, because it's July 1942 that the British finally say that they are not going to, they don't see Sledgehammer, the immediate cross-channel attack, which is meant to take place in September 1942, they don't see that as an act of war, that it's just not going to work. So in that sense, actually, Gymnast and what becomes Torch, it is a legitimate act for the United States because it's the only plan left on the table to get American troops into the European theatre, broadly defined. At that point in July, when the British refuse Sledgehammer, I mean, even Marshall says, well, if this is going to happen with the Brits, we're just going to go to the Pacific. It's Roosevelt who takes the decision, not Churchill, that American troops will take part in Operation Torch. And ultimately, Torch is a really important shaping operation for the European theatre. It's not what Marshall wants. It's not what many American commanders want. But ultimately, it does shape the European theatre and is actually vital in ensuring that the Mediterranean, which yes has British interests, but if we view that war as being two things, it's both about imperial interest, but it's also about winning the war against Italy and Germany. And in that sense, I think Torch is essential.
Thank you. Next question comes from a volunteer here at the museum. Oh, yes, Rob, please.
Just say, if you want a real turning point in World War II, launch Operation Sledgehammer in late 1942, because I think it would have been a disaster, a catastrophe of epic proportions, and then you might really be dealing with a turning point.
Agreed.
So the question from Dave Bergeron, it goes to John. Wasn't the urgency of patching Yorktown and replacing some of her lost airmen with Saratoga flyers a decisive element in the U.S. victory at Midway? Bottom line, Nimitz' excellent command decisions.
Yeah, it's interesting you should bring that up. I think first part of the question, yeah, absolutely. What you're seeing on the American side is that we are moving heaven and earth to try to get Yorktown back into this fight so that we can have reasonable parity against the Japanese. I'm actually in the midst of contemplating a new article on Nimitz's decision-making immediately prior to the battle, because it's not widely known that he was actually willing to contemplate fighting with only 2 carriers at Midway, in light of intelligence summaries that were telling him that there might be as many as 5 Japanese carriers coming to the party. And you really have to step back and think about, was that wise? In a nutshell, was Nimitz crazy? And I think that that's something that I'm interested in exploring in a little more depth here in the not too distant future. I do think that what you're seeing to an extent is that there's a tremendous amount of pressure being placed on Nimitz. You know, this war has been a train wreck. How do I turn this thing around? And he's a very cool customer, but he's also extremely aggressive. And he's looking for opportunities to hit the Japanese back and hopefully win that initiative back. So I do think that his command decisions and his battle plan as a whole were quite sound, but this was a very dicey part of the war for the Americans. Nimitz was under tremendous pressure. His boss, King, was under tremendous pressure. And it's really, really fortunate for the Americans that we were able to patch Yorktown up and get her into the fight. Because if you start thinking about actually fighting that battle, 2 carriers on 5, hypothetically, that could have been really, really bad for the Americans.
Thank you, John. Next question is for Neil. Can you comment on why Germany did not put more emphasis on winning in North Africa? Troops, materiel, etc. B.J. Wilson has this question to you.
Well, thank you for that question. The simple answer is that the war in the Mediterranean, from the Axis perspective, is an Italian war. It's a war that is launched by Mussolini in 1940. Hitler has no interest in the Mediterranean theater. He wants to win the war against the Soviet Union, and he makes that decision really quite soon after the campaign in France and after the coercion of Britain through the Battle of Britain doesn't go quite Germany's way. So Hitler sees the war in the East as the decisive theatre. So North Africa is always just a distraction for him. Now, Admiral Raeder does come up with a plan in the summer of 1940 when Germany still has the chance to make a strategic decision. He argues, well, we can go after the British in the Mediterranean and we can knock the props out of the British Empire. Then we can defeat the British homeland. Then we can turn against Russia. But that kind of more sequential, more peripheral campaign or approach to strategy isn't one which Hitler wants to buy. And I think the other point about the campaigns in North Africa, which certainly the Soviets never understand, and quite frankly, many people don't understand, is that to put one division in North Africa takes a vast amount of effort, far more effort than it takes to put a division on the Eastern Front, because you need to think about shipping. You need to think about supplying absolutely everything that formation needs. So when you see a German division in North Africa, certainly in terms of the overall raw material, you're probably talking about the equivalent of 4 to 5 German divisions on the Eastern Front. And in terms of military transport, some estimates would suggest that to keep a division in the field in North Africa requires 20 times the amount of military transport that a division in the East would. That might be a bit of an overestimate, but it gives you that sense. So why would Hitler put more emphasis on a peripheral theatre that he doesn't expect to be decisive?
Thank you, Neil. The next question is from Dominic to John. And it's, how did the Japanese inter-service rivalry impact their performance in the Battle of Midway specifically?
Yeah, the rivalry between the Imperial Army and Navy started at sort of icy and went down to gothically dysfunctional, I think you can say. It's interesting when you look at sort of the bureaucratic politics that are playing out in April of 1942 when Yamamoto is ramming the idea of an operation at Midway down Naval GHQ's throats. And then Naval GHQ accepts it, and now they got to turn around and go try to sell it to the Army. Because, of course, if you're going to take an island, you got to have some troops. And we don't have enough special naval landing forces, the naval troops that the Imperial Navy has. We'd like to have some Army troops come along on this thing as well. And the Army is just like, we have no interest in this operation because we know that you're trying to suck us into a larger campaign in the Hawaiian island chain, and we have nothing to do with that. The change is, of course, as soon as the Doolittle raid happens on April 18th. As soon as Tokyo gets bombed and the Imperial Palace was put in danger, all of a sudden the Army does a complete volte-face. They're like, yeah, no, that idea of taking Midway and eventually Oahu, that's not a bad idea, and we'll kick in, a regiment of troops for that, and we'll start doing amphibious training for the couple of divisions we think you'll need to capture Oahu. So that gives you sort of a backdrop. In terms of the actual execution of the battle itself, not having a good working relationship between the Army and the Navy really didn't play that big a role. I mean, this really was the Imperial Navy's battle to lose. There really wasn't that much that the Army could do to influence its outcome one way or t'other. But what you see is that relationship had a much more poisonous effect on strategy formulation in the March-April timeframe as the Japanese are grappling with the issue of, what do we do next?
Great, thank you. We have a final question from the audience to wrap it up, and it's sort of directed at all three of you. Could it be then said that the three battles, Midway, El Alamein, and Stalingrad, all contributed to 1942 being the turning point year? This comes from William.
I'll start.
Oh no!
Let me start. Let me start this one. 1942 as a turning point year is an interesting thought. For my campaign on the Germans on the Eastern Front, you got to go with December of 1941 and the near smashing of Army Group Center in front of Moscow. So I'm not quite sure I'm on the 1942 train.
As a guy who's working on a book on 1942, you're categorically wrong, Rob.
Wouldn't be the first time, John.
Right? I think that you can't really have a decision in this war until all the big dogs are in, and that means the U.S. has got to be in as well. Because we don't know yet whether or not, one, the Red Army can turn themselves around and actually become an outfit that is capable of taking the offense against the Wehrmacht. Two, whether or not the Americans are going to fight credibly on the ground and on the sea and in the air. So I do look at 42 as the critical year in the war, that it is very much in the balance. And I guess I would say that your perspective to me says that only the Eastern Front matters to this war. I would say that the Eastern Front is definitely the most important front, but there are other important fronts as well that have to be tied in.
Okay, so I'm going to look at this from the perspective of strategic overstretch. So, you know, the British Empire at the beginning of the Second World War has huge strategic overstretch. It's one of the reasons why Britain suffers so many defeats early on in the war. But it's through, by 1942, the Germans, the Italians, the Japanese, they've reached strategic overstretch. They've attempted to bite off more than they can chew. And however we define it, they are now suffering from strategic overstretch. And some of the big players, the Soviet Union, which is beginning to really reach its full mobilization potential by 1942. The United States is only just coming in the game, and everybody knows that it's going to be able to mobilize vastly. And actually, Britain finally hits its peak mobilization potential by October 1942. So in terms of strategic overstretch, I think the Axis powers have committed that to themselves. They've done that to themselves. The war is by no means over, but the Allies now have to win the war. So the Axis haven't lost, but nor have they been able to win. And it's then over through 1943 and 44 for the Allies actually to win the war.
So at a future conference, we need a session on decisive battles, and we can bring you three back. John, we had a couple of comments on social media. Any quick answer as to when your 1942 book might be available? I had to ask.
Yeah, I want to know the answer to this question.
Yeah, you know, this has become my precious. You know, I've been working on this book for 11 years now and counting. I actually am getting towards the tail end of the project, but unfortunately, this is not my full-time occupation. I have a pesky day job in technology that pays the bills. I'm hoping to get it out in the next, I'm going to say 3 years, 2 to 3.
Great. We'll hold you to that.
Okay.
I want to thank Rob and John and Neil. Neil, it's been a pleasure to get to know you over this process. We owe you a trip to New Orleans, and I hope you cash that in. John,
I'll be glad to.
Ladies and gentlemen, John will be leading 2 tours overseas for us in 2022 to the Pacific. One is to the Marianas and Iwo Jima, and the other is to Japan and Okinawa. So check out our website and go to the travel page for information on that and all the other tours we have that many of our speakers are featured as tour historians. And Rob, you know where to find him. He's here in New Orleans. Thank you for leading a wonderful roundtable. This was a fitting conclusion to what has been a really great couple of days of programming. To all of you in the audience, thank you so much, not just for tuning in, but for being involved, for being engaged, and for sending in some really top-notch questions. For those of you who are regulars to a conference, we miss you. I miss you. This was different, and we love running around and seeing you and 499 of your other friends that are with us. I want to take a special point. You may notice my lapel pin today. I wear this on the Saturday of every conference. It was given to me by one of our conference regulars, a World War II veteran with the mighty 8th Air Force, Johnny Wearing, who one year gave me the pin and he said, maybe you can give me a deal on this ticket price. And I said, you give me the pin, sir, you can come for free every year. So he's with us every year. And also Ralph Crump, who we lost. Ralph was a board member, a valued trustee of the museum, a U.S. merchant mariner, and he attended pretty much every conference since he got on board with us, and he was always in the front row, always had great questions. We miss him. We miss his family coming down too for this program. For all of you, we hope you take the opportunity to come down to New Orleans in September for our Memory Wars Conference, and in November for our 14th International Conference on World War II. You can get more information at WWIIconference.com. And we hope to see you at either or both programs. One final reminder that if you do register for one of those two programs, you will receive a free copy of Todd DiPastino's book that opened this conference on Bill Malden, as well as a signed bookplate that Todd was kind enough to provide. I want to thank our entire team here that helped put this together, starting with my co-MC, Dr. Tyler Bamford, a great young scholar, and we hope to keep him a long time here, but we also hope he goes out and really accomplishes a lot in the broader history field too. But thank you, Tyler. I also want to say thanks to Kate Fitzgerald, who is with our Media and Education Center and has been a rock. She's been my right-hand woman, and without her, a lot of this stuff wouldn't have happened today. Brandon and the whole team at Inflicted Media, they were the ones in the tech booth running everything. My fellow members of the Institute, Tanya Spitzer and Kaylee Martin, who were fielding all the questions and trying to answer as many as we could through the social media. Gemma Birnbaum, our Associate Vice President in charge of the Media and Education Center, our marketing team. And I just want to thank you guys one last time for tuning in and for spreading the word. And lastly, to the Pritzker Military Foundation, on behalf of the Pritzker Military Museum and Library in Chicago. Again, they'll have a wonderful program May 3rd and 4th on the Eastern Front, so be sure to check out their website for that program, but also all of the wonderful content that they have to offer. Now, for a final message to close out our 13th International Conference on World War II, it's my pleasure to turn it back over to Stephen Watson, our President and CEO.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to take a second to say we made it. The 13th International Conference on World War II, sponsored by the Pritzker Military Museum and Library. Our first all-virtual conference has been another wonderful success, and we, of course, thank you for being a big part of that. It's been a robust 2 days full of thought-provoking discussion, and the online attendance and participation has really exceeded our wildest expectations. Our Institute for the Study of War and Democracy will be offering more exciting World War II programming and symposia, including the upcoming Memory Wars Conference, September 9th to 11th, and of course the 14th International Conference on World War II from November 18th to 20th. I encourage you to visit our website where you can learn more, www.conference.com. I want to take a moment to acknowledge several people who have been key in making this wonderful 2 days of programming possible. And I want to start by acknowledging Jeremy Collins and Tyler Bamford, our wonderful Master of Ceremonies, for shepherding us through these sessions over the last couple of days. Thank you, Jeremy. Thank you, Tyler. I know you also were key participants in helping us get prepared and ready to pull this off. museum is very fortunate to have a talented and dedicated team of staff and volunteers who are really committed to advancing our mission. And I want to personally thank the teams in the Institute for the Study of War and Democracy, the World War II Media and Education Center, our travel and conference team, our retail department, marketing, IT, AV, and many, many more who really undertook this tremendous task of converting this conference to an all-virtual program in a very short period of time. I'd also like to thank Nick Mueller, my predecessor, our current President and CEO Emeritus, and of course our founding President and CEO, along with Colonel Pete Crane, our Vice President for Education and Access, and Dr. Rob Citino, our Executive Director for the Institute of Study of War and Democracy, and all of our conference planning committee members and presidential counselors for working hard to put together these great sessions over the last 2 days. Thank you all, and somehow every year we say it can't get better, and it continues to do that. And we have high expectations for what's to come later this summer and in the fall. And of course, I'm extremely grateful to all of our outstanding speakers for sharing your knowledge and insights with your audience. And lastly, and certainly not least, I want to again recognize our presenting sponsors, the Pritzker Military Museum and Library and Colonel Jennifer Pritzker. Your support made this possible, and we really appreciate all that you've done to help us deliver this world-class program. So thanks again to all of you joining us today. I want to encourage you to visit the museum's website, come and see us in New Orleans when it's safe to do so, and I hope you stay safe, and we'll see you in New Orleans soon. Thank you.